There we go.
Oh, there it goes. Oh, sorry. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for July 19, 2022. There is no public testimony during this review session. The first item is zoning calendars, continued hearing items. Item number 35, 2017-262 BZ 18 Stanwyck Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. We last heard this March 28th of this year, and we were fine with the application and just waiting for seeker sign off. As far as I can tell from the submissions, we still have open seeker. Tracy, correct me if I'm wrong on this. I also don't see a sign off from fire department who had open rooftop access objections, but the plans were revised on March 10th to show access. So I think they probably satisfied that, but it's just, we don't have the email from the fire department. So please send that to us.
Yes, that's correct. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct about seeker. They just submitted a request for an E-designation for hazardous materials because they don't have access to the site. So we sent that to DP today. And the revised EAS is sent to DP for air quality and noise. So we're waiting for that as well.
Okay, thank you. So unfortunately, even though the substantive aspects of the application are complete, we need to wait until we have seeker sign off. Okay, thank you very much. Next one, Tony.
Item number 36, 2018-26 BZ 7903 Roosevelt Avenue is Roosevelt Avenue, Queens.
Sorry. Okay. Just want to make sure because we didn't correct it again. The zoning district designation is still incorrect in the calendar. It should be C2-3/R6 zoning district. I don't know why it keeps getting carried forward because we corrected.
Sorry about that. Corrected and it comes back wrong. Sorry.
So whoever's case this is, please make sure to adjust that. At long last, we do have DEP noise sign off based upon the applicant's cooperative field studies and submissions. An operational plan submitted earlier describes how the upstairs waiting area is managed to control crowds on the sidewalk and also to manage refuse. It also describes the off-site parking lot operation. There are certain elements that I've discussed before, which just has to do with the operational plan, needs to be incorporated into the resolution with the condition that the second floor is only for waiting and restroom, and no noise shall be imposed on adjacent residential as conditioned in the DEP sign-off letter. That's just a reminder to council. But other than that, I don't have any comments because we were really waiting for sign-off on noise. And I do have to say the applicant went to extraordinary lengths to establish that the noise issue would be controlled at the site. So anybody else have any comments on this, Vice Chair?
No, I don't. I'm very satisfied with the applicant's improved documentation and collaboration to work with everybody.
Okay. And Commissioner Ollie Brown?
I'm very satisfied. I felt it was a thorough submission. I'm ready to support.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied. I want to thank the applicant for his submissions and his cooperation with the DEB especially.
And Commissioner Shabeta.
I'm also satisfied with this application. I believe that it was a large submission and they are doing everything they can.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Go to the next one.
Item number 37, 2019-32 BZ 801 Co-op City Boulevard, Brooklyn, Bronx, sorry.
Yeah, that would be the Bronx.
Sorry about that, Commissioner, the Bronx.
This application has been held up in part because we have been waiting actually for a year for ZRD1. to establish whether the roofed parking area that is partly located above a height of 23 feet above curb is floor area, to determine whether it is. The top of the parking slab is at 22 feet. The last two adjournment requests referred to ongoing efforts to obtain the ZRD1, but this recent submission doesn't mention it. Instead, can you, Tony, I'm sorry, can you mute, and maybe it's Commissioner Sheta, everybody mute who's not talking because there's background noise and the transcript doesn't pick up if there's background noise. So the last two adjournment requests referred to ongoing efforts to obtain the ZRD1, but this recent submission doesn't mention it at all. Instead, it makes what I think is a pretty convincing argument in its favor, relying on text in another part of the zoning resolution that isn't applicable to this site, i.e. section 13-23, which applies to the Manhattan core, and this is outside of it, that which assigns floor area to the lifted parking tray if it lifts higher than 23 feet above curb. So that would be where essentially it's a double stacker or a single lift and you drive underneath the lift at grade. So and it assigns something like 153 square feet to that upper stacker. So arguing what it posits, they argue that that this is actually DOB's interpretation of the regulation in all cases that gets codified effectively for the Manhattan core. That's certainly the argument I would have made to DOB in the applicant's place. We still don't know actually how DOB would come out on this, but a note in our resolution and on the plans should indicate that BSA takes no position on whether the parking floor, a portion of which is located above 23 feet above average curb level, is floor area. Spaces were numbered as requested. What is before us is a proposed reduction in required ambulatory care parking from 323 spaces to 269 spaces, which is the reduction under our special permit of 54 spaces. The maximum permitted reduction under the special permit is 161 spaces. So the request is far less than what we typically see, which is to take full advantage of the 50% reduction. This board typically looks at the parking demand analysis to determine the appropriate degree of reduction, if any. The demand study in this case reveals that 212 spaces are needed to meet demand for both the existing nursing home and adult daycare and for the new proposed ambulatory care facility. The study, which was conducted in 2019, so it's not a COVID time period study, which DOT was finding to be less accurate because of differences in car use. That showed a demand for 108 spaces for the existing facility, where 104 spaces are provided, and a demand of 104 spaces at peak times for the ambulatory care facility. And I'm going on in detail about this because I know there's opposition to this project, right? And there was testimony at the last hearing. Having said that, the community has submitted objections to the reduction, saying that there is a parking shortage. At the last hearing, we inquired about paid parking versus free parking in the garage, in this garage, as it's clear that the preference always is for off-street free parking, and this could be skewing the perception. So there may be, and we have certainly seen in many of our applications where we studied the local parking garages, where the paid parking garages are not full while on-street is fully occupied during peak study periods. So if you provide parking, which the owner is entitled to charge for, and people opt not to pay for the parking, that's actually skewing the analytical result because it's relying only on on-street parking then. We didn't get an answer to that question. My understanding was that the ground floor was supposed to be free and that the upper two floors for the ambulatory which are, the ground floor is self-park and the upper 2 floors are valet. My understanding is that the valet parking would be charged and the ground floor would be free, but I didn't see anything in writing about that or any kind of commitment to do that. For instance, a restrictive declaration, something like that, whether that's appropriate, you know. The slab to slab heights are 11 feet. So I do ask, could a few stackers be provided on the attended floors to increase the number of spaces to respond to community concerns? 104 spaces are required by the certificate of occupancy for the existing facility, and only 100 existing space at grade spaces are shown on the drawings. Consequently, the additional 4 required spaces must be made available in the new garage. There is a draft restrictive declaration that allows for this, although I see no mention of the restrictive declaration on the drawings, which I would ask to be corrected. So they should add a note on the drawings, which once signed off by our council, they should record the restrictive deck prior to decision and note they're recording the CRFN number on the drawings. So it's an easy connection between the drawings and the recorded document. And that number will also be noted in the resolution. I note that council will be requesting a modification to the restrictive deck. It's a small one, but nonetheless. At the last hearing on this, we had questions about pedestrian walkways within the garage. I see some shown on the first floor, which is self-park, but I ask, how do people who park in spaces 33 to 37 get safely out of the building, for example, because it seems like they have to walk between parked cars. Maybe that's just normal in a parking garage, but I don't know what the kind of code requirements are for where pedestrians walk or let's say where people who are getting out of the car walk to get out of the building. Those spaces are actually kind of landlocked. The attended parking operation was made clear, although because that was something we asked for them to do. So now the drawings clearly show how that operation works. Although the reservoir spaces that lead to the attendant booth are not indicated, but obviously they would be using the ramp and the area that turns off the ramp before you get to the attendant. It seems like there's more than enough room for 10 spaces, but they should show that. My notes show that the commissioners had requested revisions to the statement of facts to describe parking operations, and no revision to the statement of facts was provided. And other than that, we don't have any open seeker. Okay, Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, can you repeat the question you had about how people will walk from a specific parking space?
Yeah. Can you look at, if you're on the drawing 33 to 37, sorry, parking spaces 33 to 37 on the first floor. There's sort of, if you look at where the doors are, like the access routes to get to the street or to get to the elevator, because some of those people may be going to the adjacent building and not up the elevator to the ambulatory care, right? So how do those people in those, basically, it's a sort of a little collection of parking spaces, seems to be in a landlocked area where you have to walk all the way around where cars are driving. And, you know, it's true I don't drive, but I've been in a lot of parking garages. And so, and I am aware that you walk along with the cars, but I don't know actually what the code requirements are. Maybe you are supposed to have a clear, easy pathway, and I don't see it because the cars are sort of squashed in there. That's my question.
Thank you. So let me go through my notes. At the last hearing regarding the treatment of the floor area, I had stated, and I'm glad that you agree with it, is the way I understand in this at the Department of City Planning. I remember we used to interpret it, which is floor area located at a height that does not exceed 23 feet is not counted towards floor area in the parking garages. And the way we understood it at City Planning was that it's the floor space, and the floor space, literally the top of the floor slab. And though that's not a defined term, it's if the floor space is measured, if that is below the height of 23 feet, then it is not counted towards floor area, which is somewhat different from the way when we review permitted obstruction, we are always saying 23 feet. It's measured 23 feet to the roof, whereas here is 23 feet to the top of the floor slab. And if that is below 23 feet, then it's not counted. And that's how I recall, that's how at City Planning we had done it. So I really did not have an issue. So I'm glad that we have put that to bed. I had comments regarding the speed bump, and if that would be in any way affect the location of the entryways, accessways to the garages, and the applicant has responded to that. And as I see it, I think my concern was more for vehicles entering the facility, and the speed bump would be located after. And so I think the location of it in relation to the accessways makes sense. It is more for vehicles exiting. The speed bump would actually enable some slowdown and minimize the conflict for those vehicles that are exiting the facility. So I'm fine with that. Overall, I'm satisfied with this application. And I had also raised the comment about there was an open space that would be abutting a portion of the existing open space of the nursing facility that would be abutting the existing, the proposed garage. And the applicant has proposed a privacy screen around that to prevent to protect the open space. So I'm satisfied with that recommendation also. So overall, I'm fine. And I don't have any other changes or recommendations on this. With regards to the comment you raised, I mean, this is very similar to the way our building garage is laid out. We don't have any dedicated pedestrian traffic, pedestrian route from any of these spaces. We are just kind of walking along the edge where the car is going and then navigating it. And that's very common in most of the city streets and city garages that I have seen. And I do not think the regulation for parking layouts within it specify pedestrian walkways. It is mostly related to the distance that needs to be maintained between the two parking spaces and the driving aisle, and how much of maneuverability space that is needed. So I'm overall satisfied with this project, and if we are all okay with it, I would recommend closing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ollie Brown.
I am also satisfied with this project as it's submitted. I did take a site visit and I saw what the community was complaining about in terms of the high occupancy rate of the nursing home parking spaces and the difficulty getting around in that parking area, the parking lot behind the nursing home. So I could understand the community's concern with what will adding a building and more parking demand do to this area. However, their parking study has shown that they're actually providing way more parking spaces than the combined peak parking demand. And so I feel like this actually will improve the situation for the nursing home parking situation, because they're providing enough of a buffer above the parking demand that it will cover any excess from the nursing home. So, and yes, there is the situation of what happens when you charge for that parking. Are you going to push people out onto the public way to look for spaces? you know, that happens everywhere where there's a parking garage. And, you know, I don't think the zoning resolution speaks to that in any way. It just says you have to provide the required parking spaces. And you could charge $100 for them if you think you're going to get them. And the bottom line is the customer or the visitor will see if they can find something cheaper anywhere. And if they can't, they'll pay the price if they want to go into that business or that establishment. So I think that's the same situation as you're going to see here. People inevitably, if they have to pay $10 for the attended parking, will first search through the streets and see if they can find something and just pay a meter. And if not, they're just going to have to just, you know, suck it up, so to speak, and pay the $10. And so therefore, I think that this is actually a project that satisfies all of the possibilities in terms of demand. So I'm supporting it.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I second the comments from my colleagues. I'm satisfied with the application. I'm also okay with the mention in the resolution about BSA takes no position on whether the parking floor should be counted as floor area or not. And I believe, yeah, we got 5 hearings on this case so far. 3 of them were adjourned. I understand 2 of them at least were because of the 2 adjournments were because of the waiting for the ZRD. So I believe it's wise not to make it longer than that and just move forward and close and vote.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner. So close and then the next hearing vote. Just to mind, we don't do closed votes during the Zoom period, right?
Understood.
Okay, thanks. Or even after, because it needs time for the count. I'm just reminding people why we don't do closed votes is because council needs time to write the resolutions, and the closed votes were causing enormous backups or backlogs in writing resolutions. Sort of an unintentional consequence. Commissioner Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also satisfied with this application. With regard to the parking and floor area, I was convinced by their argument, but I do think that I will be happy to presume that they're correct and put it to Department of Buildings by placing it in a resolution. This is what the applicant wants and believes. So it is they assume whatever risk of having to come back if they're wrong. I am satisfied, and I'm also in favor of closing today.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Chair?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Regarding the mention in the resolution, if it's possible, I understand that we're gonna close today and we're gonna have some time until the vote. If they can submit plans, this is a suggestion. If the note on the resolution is placed on the plans, my concern is usually people do not look at the resolution that carefully, but the first thing that they look at is the drawings. If we can put it on the drawings as well, that would be more clear to the plan examiner, our colleague at the DOP.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So there'll be 2 notes added to the drawing. One is the last drawing submission will make mention of the recorded restrictive declaration that needs to be recorded before we vote. So the drawings will make reference to the recording number of that resolution, and then adding a note that BSA takes no position on whether the portion of the parking garage that's located above, let's say, 23 feet above grade. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Hi, I'd just like to add or revise, instead of BSA takes no position, but that DOB to ensure compliance.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate.
Both.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you,
So,
Council.
Sorry, Chase, can you actually draft the phrase that you'd like to have added to the drawings and send that to the applicant? That
Sure.
way, to eliminate confusion and be as clear as possible.
And for the record, I've also sent my requested revision to the restrictive declaration to the applicant.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thanks very much, everyone.
Okay, move on.
Yeah.
Item number 38, 2020-64 BZ 85-9466 Road, Queens.
Okay. The applicant was extremely responsive to board and community concerns and comments and has revised the project accordingly. The rabbi's apartment on the third floor has been eliminated entirely, which results in reducing the height and massing of the building to 25 feet above grade to the roof. There is also a decorative parapet at the front wall only. 3-foot and 6-foot wide side yards are provided with wrought iron fencing around the property line. Side windows are translucent with an STC sound attenuation level of 28. Waivers are requested to reduce the front yard to 10 feet from the required 15 feet and to reduce side yards from the required 8 feet to 3 feet and 6 feet. And to permit a rear yard obstruction with a 25-foot height within 2 stories instead of what's permitted as of right, which is 23 feet high and 1 story. So from the outside is a 2-foot difference that would normally be permitted as of right. You wouldn't know about the interior story. I note that the site is surrounded, and this is important, the site is surrounded by retaining walls. So the rear wall of the building, which includes its parapet, is only 22 feet above the height of the retaining wall. It would be great if there could be some landscaping along the side yards, particularly the wide one. I'm not sure if it's possible to put landscaping in the 3-foot side yard. Understanding that at least on one side, so that 6-foot side yard, it's a means of egress, and that the side walkway there is partly concealed from the adjacent property behind a retaining wall that rises from 0 feet at the front to approximately 5 feet at the rear. So less visible to the adjoining property owner, but landscaping along there to the extent that it doesn't interfere with legal egress would be great if doable. There is no request to allow an increase in floor area or to reduce parking requirements, as the number of congregants in the principal worship space determines the amount of required parking and is below the threshold. So there's no requested parking waiver. To respond to questions about congregation size, a room utilization and congregant growth study is provided, which I thought look very similar to many growth studies that we've seen over 5-year periods for congregations. So it didn't seem out of line at all. Once you have it, your population will come because you have it, and people have been looking to come to a house of worship that satisfies their needs. And to respond to questions about parking and traffic impact, a parking and traffic study was provided, including crash data for local intersections, the latter of which show this is not a sensitive area for crashes. So it was a very detailed parking study, which normally would not be required because the site doesn't exceed any kind of environmental quality review threshold. However, with respect to transportation, but to respond to community concerns, the applicant helpfully conducted this transportation study. Deed searches, in general, we are reminded that the days with the most significant congregant participation is Saturday, when congregants are not permitted to drive and hence will walk to the synagogue. So the days when there will be the most people, there won't be any car activity. On other days, participation is minimal and occurs in the morning and early evening hours. Deed searches were provided to show no common ownership of adjacent properties with the subject site, which is a standard request by the board for variances. So, and there's no open environmental review required. Okay, Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you. Um, I agree with you, Madam Chair, that the applicant has been very responsive to the comments that were raised at the last hearing, not only by the board, but also by the community. I'm overall satisfied with the modifications that has been presented before us. And I do have some comments. One thing I do want to point out, as you said, in the rear yard, the encroachment, the zoning allows up to the height of 23 feet, though 1 story. In this case, it's a little bit more than 23 feet, 25 feet. But it's 2 stories. What also of note is that the rear property abutting the subject lot is at a raised elevation. So the likelihood of seeing that entire height of 25 or that is being requested is also a lot less. So the visual or what one would see is also less than that, the height of 23 feet. So I think that is just a note to ourselves. With regards to the revised plan, I also have in my note that I would recommend the applicant to look at some kind of landscaping like vines or so along the side lot lines, because that doesn't occupy too much of land space, but it also adds to the residential kind of adds to some greenery and gives it a little bit of the residential feel. And it will also provide some visual buffer from the abutting lots. I do have one comment, and that is regarding the proposed building height at the front. The height of the building has been brought down overall from, and it is, the actual building height is 32 feet, plus there is a 7 foot above that, which is the parapet height. I think the parapet height in the front is a little extreme, and it can be brought down to be closer to what the rest of the parapet wall height is along the side. Maybe it can be a little bit more, but I think 7 foot is a little too high. And the reason I'm saying it is that this building is sitting much closer to the front yard. It, unlike the other buildings in the residential buildings, they are set back more than 15 feet from the front yard. This building is sitting closer. So it would also appear taller. So if it could scale down the parapet height in the front a little bit, I think that would be helpful. I was very satisfied with the proposal to make these windows translucent, retain a window wall attenuation, and also the room utilization growth chart, as I'd mentioned earlier at the earlier hearing. It is very typical of what we see in terms of the growth factors. So I was satisfied with that. And my only question was, and if this could be added to the statement of findings, it wasn't quite clear if any daily prayer services are held at the current location. That if it is not, and that is another reason why the applicant needs this facility to allow for daily service prayers, is another reason for this facility to be provided. That wasn't made clear to me, and that could be stated in the statement of facts. But otherwise, I was very satisfied with this application and the revision that has been made.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify something, because I want to make sure in terms of the dimensions, the record's clear and the public who's listening understand. The front height of the building is from the grade to the roof is 25 feet, and then there's a 7 foot high parapet. Just to be clear, the building height from the front, because the parapet is just kind of like this little sort of
Right.
like a frontispiece. That's the term in architecture. It's like a kind of almost like a panel at the front to give a sense of grandeur to a public building, right? But it's so the height of the building is actually 25 feet above grade, because we measured to the roof. And
Right.
the parapet is just a taller than usual parapet, but only at the front, not at the sides.
Right.
So I just wanted to clarify that. It's not because of you, it's because I know the public is listening and I wanted to know.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. And I think my recommendation would be to make that parapet height a little bit less. I understand the need for providing a grand entrance for a place of worship, but we need to be a little bit respectful of the neighborhood context. So,
Anything else?
no, Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Commissioner Ollie Brown?
So I'm satisfied. It is now a smaller, more efficient project without any surplus rooms or spaces. Really, it's very efficiently laid out with just the minimally required spaces. So I feel that it's definitely something I can support. I had questions about the current congregation and the congregational growth, and I feel like they satisfactorily responded to my questions about it. And I have no more questions.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, Commissioner Shebetta. I mean, sorry, Shetta. Sorry, sure.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I believe the submission was very responsive. The building size is significantly less. The top floor was like eliminated. That was a big concern for the neighbors. I haven't seen in the submission that they did coordinate or reach out to the neighbors. Hopefully they have done that, so the neighbors are aware of what was done. And on the note from the vice chair, the comments from the vice chair regarding the service over the weekdays, I believe they spoke about this like very quickly in the hour of operation. They said that it's going to be 20 to 30 people attending lectures and service. I believe this is over the weekday on the weekdays.
Sorry, I think the question was, in the existing facility, are there daily services?
Oh, okay.
I think that was discussed very early on in the hearings, or even in the papers, but it doesn't hurt to get a second, them to respond again to that.
My apology. I thought Vice Chair was talking about that, like the proposed one. But yeah, the application is now in very good shape, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Shebetta.
Thank you, Chair. I too found this very responsive. I was glad to see how the project addressed both our concerns and the community concerns. I think it's a relatively small ask, especially when compared to some of the asks that we have, similar asks that we have relating to the same type of facility. So I'm satisfied with this application.
Thank you. Okay, great.
Madam Chair, I just want to say the reason I asked, the reason I asked for that clarity, if daily prayers are held, it's just to put it in the statement of fact and use that as an argument towards why that is not that it's not provided and it's needed, and the proposed facility would provide that space for that program.
Right. I believe daily prayers are held at the current facility, but at a very, very reduced capacity. It's at someone's house, so I don't know how they manage that. So
Right. So even that should be just mentioned and clarified.
Right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Next one.
Item number 39, 2021 41BZ 22-38 Cummings Street, Manhattan.
Okay. On December 14th, 2021, commissioners commented during the review session on the materials and had many questions, most expressing skepticism about the ability to make any of the findings actually, and the scope of the requested waivers. However, due to personal issues, the applicant's representatives did not appear. Because the board was aware that there would be many members of the public speaking about the proposal, however, the board held the hearing to receive public testimony without discussing the materials with the applicant. Hence, the submission we have now should have responded to our comments from December 14th, 2021, even though there was no opportunity for kind of a back and forth exchange between the applicant and the commissioners. To set the stage again, this is an application for a variance to allow a height increase and parking waiver on a site located adjacent to an existing church that has sold its excess development rights to the developer of this property. On the uniqueness question, the new study provides several potential development sites located within a mile or so of the subject site. Notably, most of those sites are flat, although there are 2 with rock outcroppings provided. You can also use, without going so far, the 1-story taxpayers on Broadway that are just down across the street or down the street that are flat, cleared retail sites to show that there are flat sites in the area. But that doesn't make the fact of this site being located on rock unique to the area. Look where you are. On the other hand, you could argue that the rock condition on a vacant or soft site for the benefit of those listening is a site that could be developed, such as one that has taxpayers or small buildings that aren't fully utilizing zoning opportunities. So you could argue that the rock condition on a vacant or soft site is now rare, in which case perhaps it is unique as to soft sites. But then you have to ask, does the uniqueness cause a hardship? What is it that you can't do because of the elevated site conditions? Can you provide parking? Yes. One way is to excavate the site, and the other is to place it at the first level of the building above grade with an elevator accessing it. That lifts the building 1 story higher. Can you use most of your appurtenant allowable floor area independent of the transferred development rights from the church? Can you do that without waivers? That would be 18,102 square feet times 4 FAR in an entirely R7A zoning district, which results in 72,408 square feet. As of right scenario B, that has parking at the rock level floor instead of the cellar, or instead of at the street level, says yes, it fits. So right there, I can't get past it. What is the cost for the little bit of excavation for the lobbies to get people in cars to the first floor from the street? That might be the differential upon which some kind of a waiver is based, but I have to defer on these to Commissioners Sheta for the analysis of rock removal and other kinds of structural issues, and Commissioner Ollie Brown for the financials. But my recollection is that the entire site is not actually on bedrock, and also that bedrock is a really good thing in a lot of cases. The zoning calculations continue to be confusing with respect to the church site, but are better explained in the statement of facts. I'd like them to clarify total floor area for the church, including what is to be retained for it pursuant to the ZELDA, the zoning lot development agreement, which I'm seeing is 11,560 square feet retained by the church. That they have to provide the total allowable residential floor area permitted on the subject site, absent the transfer of the development rights that are attributable to the lot 16 development site only. So in the language of the zoning lot development agreement, it would be as if lot 16 were a standalone zoning lot. And that would be, as I said before, 18,102 square feet times 4 FAR for entirely R7A, or 72,408 square feet. And then to tell us the amount of transferable development rights permitted by the zoning lot development agreement to be and proposed to be included in the project. My understanding is they transferred 21,943 square feet for a total to create a project with 99,559 square feet. As a standalone, lot 16 is entirely in the R7A, So the FAR should be based on that for an understanding of the impact of the zoning lot merger on the development potential and the extent to which the hardship complained of, i.e. that we can't use all of our floor area, is self-created. I did the math on this above for the area A as of right scenario B, and again, I get 72,408 square feet. As this is really the first hearing with respect to the applicant, I don't think it is necessary to comment on the proposed building design, since I don't think we have resolved the A and B findings, not to mention so many other findings. I think it's too massive, et cetera, et cetera. It's not the minimum variance, et cetera. Comments were made at the last review session that in this area, parking must be provided and that the design of the new building should not encroach on and should be respectful of the existing church building, and no changes to the building design were made for this submission. We also, let's see, there's open seeker, of course. It's premature to talk about seeker. So because the A and B findings really hinge on the structural issues, the structural realities of the site, and then on the financials, I'd actually like to change the order of how we talk about this and go directly to Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree that for the time being, we don't have to look at the proposed. I hope you bear with me. I'll try to be slow a little bit so I'm clear and being understood. It might take some time, but I believe it's going to save too much time for us as a board, for the public, and for the applicant as well. I will start with the statement of facts on page 16, second paragraph, where it says that the only uniqueness now for this submission that's claimed, or the only hardship that's being complained of, is the bedrock. So like the vice chair mentioned during the last hearing, the issue of the split lot is now not in play. So my focus will be on the rock issue. And I hope, like, by the end of my testimony, that applicant and his team will be convinced that this site is not just not unique from rock perspective, but it's if they want to insist that this site is unique, I'm going to convince them that this site is unique from the positive side, meaning that in order for us to grant a variance, the uniqueness should result in hardship. But on this side, if they want to consider it unique, actually the uniqueness here is resulting in less construction cost. And I'm gonna start with the financials. Like usual, I have to share my screen. And I'm gonna start with here. Let me just rearrange my windows. So this is the pro forma for this submission and the financials for this submission. And if you look at the as of right A, and this is the one that I'm gonna focus on, I believe we don't need to look at any of the other proposals. And as of right A is very similar, very close to the previous as of right that was submitted back in 2021. If you look at the construction cost, the base plus the soft cost, they total about $44 million. And then I'm gonna jump to page 51. And I believe by looking at this page, the case should be over. Just looking at the numbers here, the only hardship that's being complained of is the rock excavation. If you look at the rock excavation, according to the applicant's submission, you're gonna see that for the mass excavation, you have about 470 grand. And for the footing excavation, although this is exaggerated by 50%, the footing excavation, you have like 100,000. So the total for these two would be about 0.6 million. So how come an item, if I correct that 0.6 million, it's gonna be down to almost 0.4 million, $400,000 for the rock excavation. Reason why I just said, if you look here, you're gonna see a factor of 1.5. I spoke about this, and I believe this is one of two items that were not responded to, that the submission from the engineer was very honest and very responsive when it comes to rock excavation evaluation. I want to thank him for that. But if you look at this factor here, it's 1.5, meaning that whatever quantity for the spread footings they obtained, they multiplied this by 1.5. The swell factor of 1.4 is now gone. Thank you. But this factor is still here. I don't think it should be here. As I mentioned, the bearing pressure in the code is allowable. You don't need to factor like 50% plus. So if we deduct 50% out of this guy and add him to that, this is almost 0.4, 0.5 million. If you correct the unit prices, because if you look at the unit cost for the rock, it's 325 per cubic yard and 375, which is, I believe, like high. If we correct these, even if we take these numbers as is, and you look at them, 0.5 million as it compares to 44 million, this is peanuts. Rock cannot be a hardship. I believe the writer of the statement of fact was like under the impression that rock excavation is still similar to what was submitted before. And I'm gonna put on my screen, give me 1 second.
Sorry, before you do that, I'm trying to follow along and I have to admit I'm missing it. You keep talking, you're talking about 4.5 million when you're on that same chart. We're in the residential as of right scheme A, right?
Let me go back.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. I forgot to say, if I'm not clear, please feel free to stop me and ask me to clarify.
Okay, and we're on page 51 of 142 of the PDF, is that correct?
Are you talking about the total cost for the scenario or the cost for the rock excavation?
No, so that's where I'm trying, you're using a number 4.5 million. Where are you getting that number?
No, I didn't talk about 0.45 million.
0.45 million.
Yes, the total.
0.45. Oh, where is that?
Okay, I'll show it. You see this page here?
Tell me what page that is. Tell me what page.
This is page 14.
14?
Yes, this is, you see that base construction cost is about 34 million, and the soft cost is about 10 million, total of $44 million for the construction cost. That clear, right?
Yeah, okay.
And if you go to page 51, I believe. Yeah, page 51.
Okay.
If you look at the two items.
Just to let you know, I can't see what you're showing on the screen because my little version of the screen is very small. So I'm on page 51 on my PDF. That's why it's taking me a little longer. So now I'm on page 51.
Can you go to the item that says mass excavation dash rock?
Yes.
That it's in cubic yard. Total quantity is about 1,446.
Yes.
And the total cost for that is about $470,000, right?
Okay, got it.
If you add to that the footing rock excavation of 283 cubic yard at 375, the total cost for this is about 105 or 106, right?
Right.
If you add up, my first point is that footing excavation is increased by 50%. It shouldn't be there. But if you add up the two numbers, which are the only numbers that are coming from the rock excavation, we're talking about 0.5 million total in rock excavation, correct?
0.5 million, in other words, $500,000, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
If you correct the unit price. If you correct the quantity for the spread footings, we're talking about, and if you just to consider the difference in unit price between the earth excavation, let's say someone is not happy with the rock and he's willing to get a pure earth excavation site. If you consider the difference between the 80 and the unit price for the rock, the amount, the cost that's coming from the existence of the rock on this site will be on the order of 0.4 million or $400,000, right?
Okay, yes.
If you go back to page 14 and you look at the total soft and hard cost for scenario A, do you see that? I'm trying to blow it.
Yeah,
It's 34 for hard cost plus 10, total of about 44 million. That means that you got 0.4 coming from the rock, and this 0.4 is claimed to be impacting the cost of that building that's costing 44 million. That like the cost that's coming, I believe this is 1%. Commissioner Brown can correct me if I'm wrong. 0.4 divided by 44 actually is less than 1%. So a 1% item cannot be claimed as a hardship because its impact is almost trivial. That the reason I believe, and this is a guess, the reason that the statement of facts still talks about rock excavation as a hardship is because that the whoever prepared that the statement of facts, and I'm gonna share my screen in a moment, is still under the impression that these figures are there. These figures meaning that the quantity for the rock excavation, which was about 7,000 cubic yards. If you recall during my last hearing, I looked at these quantities very quick and I corrected the elevations and I corrected the depths of the excavations. And I came up with a ballpark of 2,000 cubic yards of rock excavation for both mass and footings. And I asked them to give me a recalculation, and they did. Again, thank you. And the number that they came up with was total of about 1,700 cubic yards. Not too far from what I came up with, but it's very close. So if whoever wrote the statement of facts looked at the new numbers that were submitted in the like this submission for the as of right A, he could have concluded that, oh, now we just have this tiny portion of cost that's coming from rock. Rock is not a big deal. That reason I believe the cost is like too high for the as of right A, and it's giving a negative return. Let's say that the applicant doesn't like the rock, and BSA will compensate him for that cost for rock excavation. Then PSA will give a variance that reverse the 0.4 million or the 0.5 million for the rock excavation. Then the site becomes like a pure earth site, no rock at all. If you look at the as of right A and you look at how much this scenario is short, let me put it on the screen one more time. You see this number here?
Where are you now?
Page 14 at the very bottom.
Okay.
As of right A, and it says project value less project development cost, and this is 3 million. This scenario A is short and return by 3 million. Just $400 of that is coming from the rock. So the reason for the negative return here is not the rock at all. It's something else. And I don't want to talk about this, but I believe everybody on the board now knows what is the reason for the negative return. When a breakdown for the cost is submitted like that, costs are like all over the place. If you look at the unit prices in the cost estimate, they are extremely high. Then the next piece of analysis I have done.
All right, I just want to clarify, when you say unit prices, you mean unit costs for materials and labor?
Unit cost, unit prices or unit cost to do different construction items like excavation, concrete for footings, concrete for the floors. The way we get the total cost is we get the quantities, and then we assume, or we should go with reasonable unit prices for these quantities based on that location and the conditions of the project, and then factor them like each other, and then get the total construction cost for each item, and then add up to get the total cost for the building. That the way it's done as a breakdown. And when this is like going for probably 4 years now, when like applicants used to do the breakdown, they used to come up with inflated construction cost. And to prove it to them, if you want to do Marshall and Swift for an earth site, and then add up the construction cost for excavating the rock, do it and show me the numbers. But you're gonna come up with a very rewarding construction project. So next, I'll move to as you know, there are revisions made to the plans. The as of right submitted in last year was modified a little bit. The unit cost for the as of right A is about $435 per square foot. This is including soft and hard cost. If you look at as of right B, sorry, the as of right A is 440. As of right B is 435. As of right C is about, again, 435. And then for the I'm sorry, as of right C is 450, and then the proposed was like almost no cost is like 435. I took these data and I put them in a spreadsheet.
Mm-hmm.
1 second. Yeah, here. I took the PDF that they submitted as a comparison between different scenarios. And what I did is I added the financial info here. And if you look at that, like that, if you consider as of right A as a reference, so this is the baseline, and you compare B, C, D, and the previous as of right in 2021 with that one, you're gonna see something that's very interesting. That with respect to the rock excavation. If you look at that deviation of the rock excavation from this proposal, you can see like changes in the rock excavation quantity of either reduction of 50% in as of right B, because B is built all the way like up, to like increase of 400%. But if you look at the cost per square foot, you're gonna see that the change in the cost per square foot are just from 1% plus or minus to 2% plus or minus. That, like statistical wise, tell us something. It tells us that the quantity of rock excavation is not a governing factor. It's not impacting the total cost of the building. So this is the second evidence. So number one is how tiny is the rock excavation cost is with respect to the total cost of the as of right A. And the second evidence is with significant change in rock excavation, there is no significant change in the total cost per square foot from a scenario to another. That tells us one more thing, that the rock excavation is not impacting this site. So this is kind of a concept.
I have a question again, sorry, before you keep going. So I see your comparison. I'm also looking at the June 23rd, 21 as of right residential excavation foundation support page. That's page 67 of the 112-page PDF. That's where you were, right? So
You're
of the-
looking at page what?
Page 67 on the PDF of the 6/23/21 financial.
You're looking at this, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
This is the
Yeah.
previous financials, and this is
Right.
page 67, yes.
Okay, so my question is this, you're showing, they show excavation of rock, quantity 6,853, and footing excavation 263. I think the unit costs are the same, right? So then if I look at the chart that you just created, is that the same?
Yes, I used the same quantities from here. I copied and pasted, and I just want to repeat it, that looking at the financials that you're looking at, Chair, the total rock excavation was over 7,000 cubic yard, and the total cost for the rock excavation was almost about 2.5 million. What we're looking at right now, in this current submission, I'm not sure do you see this?
Yes.
I just changed the screen. Let me go to page 51. This is the current submission for the same thing for as of right A, which is very similar to the as of right from 2021. And these are the modified rock excavation quantities based on the instructions that we gave him last hearing with respect to the swell factor and correcting the method of calculation and correcting some mistakes regarding the top of rock elevation difference from the bottom of excavation. If you look at these two numbers, it's 1450 almost plus 300. This is total of, if you look at these two numbers, the total about 1700. So 1700 cubic yard as it compares to previously 7,000 cubic yard. That explains, after you correct the rock excavation, most of the claim hardship during the last hearing is now gone. That quantity of the rock in this submission, although it's a little bit exaggerated, is almost very small as it compares to the previous 7,000 cubic yard. And that's why I'm saying, hey, you see now, after you corrected the submission for the rock excavation, almost you have no hardship that could relate to the rock. This is the first point I made. And then I tried to make the same argument in a different way by taking different scenarios and say, you know what, if the rock is like a concerning factor, if it's a controlling factor in the cost, take a look at the cost per square foot for each scenario and take a look at the total cost for the rock excavation. You're going to see that the change in rock excavation cost from a scenario to another, let's say scenario A and scenario C, which digs down all the way for the seller into the rock. If you look at if you just compare these two scenarios, you're going to see that rock excavation for scenario C is significantly higher. Let me see if I can put it on the screen.
What page is that?
I'm going to it.
Are you looking? Okay.
This is page 99
Okay.
on the current financials.
Okay.
So this number and that number. Look at these two numbers here. You got almost 9,000 cubic yard and 240, more than like 1,100 cubic yard of rock excavation. If you compare 11,000 to just 1,700 for the as of right A, you're gonna see that the rock excavation increased significantly. It's like 6 times increase, 600%. But if you look at the cost per unit area, the cost per square foot for as of right A as it compares to as of right C, you're gonna see that the difference is not that much, not 600%. So that tells us that the cost for the rock excavation is not significant. It, as they say in the statistics, like correlation doesn't mean causation, but if you don't have correlation, there is, of course, definitely, there is no causation. And what I'm saying here, the point I'm making is you're gonna have correlation because you have the rock excavation is increasing by 600%, and the unit price for the cost per square foot is just moving 1%. So you cannot claim that the rock excavation is causing a hardship. So this is the second point.
Mhm.
Then I'll move to like something bit conceptual. Let me just try to put that. Yeah, you see my screen.
Mhm.
Yeah, here it's a comparison between two different sites. One of them is just earth site with groundwater. And this is typical probably in lower Manhattan and areas like that, Coney Island. And then when you start like introducing the rock, you could have earth on top of rock, like the case we have in this project. If you have the earth site, the total foundation work is SOE excavation support, then the excavation itself, then the foundation system, then the groundwater control. And same thing for the side below. If you look at the top side, that foundation should be significant for a building that's almost 10-story. It might need a mat foundation because earth takes bearing pressure of about 2 tons per square foot. So if you want to design a foundation for a building that's 10-story building, probably you're going to need a mat foundation or something close. But if you start introducing rock and you are able to put that foundation on rock, in the current submission and the previous one, the geotech report indicate that the bearing pressure for that kind of rock present on site is about 20 TSF. That automatically means that the amount of foundation system, the cost of the foundation system is gonna be reduced significantly. If we're talking about shallow foundation, probably we're talking about the ratio of 2 to 20. So it's 90% reduction in the cost of the foundation. In addition, that groundwater is gone. So on the current site, you have significant cost savings because of that rock existence. You have savings from groundwater being not present. And if the site is like shown here, if it's 2 flat layers like that, I would say that reduction in SOE is not going to be significant. So you're going to have to build a reasonable excavation support system. But look at this. In the current site, if you look at the contour lines and the geotechnical report, this site is the dream of any geotechnical engineer. Why? Because if you look at the edges, the perimeter, you're going to see rock steps up. It outcrops near the perimeter, meaning that the excavation support system that need to be installed is even minimal. You're not going to need that. And if you look at the previous submission versus the current submission for the as of right A, you can clearly see that all excavation support elements are now gone, meaning that the excavation support is trivial or non-existing. So on this side, the savings are not just related to foundation. They are not just related to groundwater. They are related to the SOE as well. And if you look at that, what I did, and I'm gonna put it in the next slide. Give me 1 second. Did it change?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. Then I need to close that and reshare. Yeah. If you want to convert the current site to another site that has two flat layers, constant thickness layers, if you take the total earth excavation and divide it by the footprint of the basement, it's going to give you the average thickness for the earth. And if you do the same thing for the rock, it's going to give you the average thickness for the rock. And what I did is I ran the numbers and I came up with about 10 feet of earth versus about 4 feet of rock, totaling of about 14 feet of total excavation. This is equivalent to the site. This is as if this site was like flat, sandy material on top of flat rocky formation. If we're talking about 10 feet and 4 feet, this is not even typical site for Inwood. We're talking about a very typical site for Midtown Manhattan, for example. I have built, I have engineered a building in Midtown that's very close to the Empire State. And I recall that the excavation was total of 14 feet and the top fill / sandy material thickness was about 10 feet. And then we dug 4 feet into rock to like go to the sound rock. So actually this site, one more time, proves it to me that it's very convenient and very privileged site. So again, this is the third evidence that the site is not burdened, like in contradiction to that. This site is actually advantageous. I'll move then to the parking study. I want to say that I did visit this site after the first hearing because I wasn't aware of the parking waiver. When I visited that site back in, I believe it was February, I couldn't park, although I continued driving around the site for about 15 minutes. No single spot of on-street parking. I couldn't find it. When I looked at the parking study, that especially the backup that was sent, I was curious because there are two plans that were submitted for parking count. Let me just. Yeah, I'm talking about these. That one was for the parking count midday, and then the other one for the parking count like overnight or evening. And my understanding, I'm not a traffic engineer, I'm not a parking expert, but my understanding is that if you count during day and then you count during night, the one during night could be more than the one during the day because of the parking restrictions that are applicable from 7 to 6. But looking at these two plans, comparing the numbers, I have caught some spots. I want to thank the project manager. She helped me with that. But you can see some spots where the daytime available on-street parking exceeds the nighttime one. I would love if they can clarify that. This is for my own benefit to probably learn something. But this is my take on the parking. In conclusion, I believe finding A is not there. This site is not unique at all. This is Inwood. Rock is at a kick of you can scratch the site. You find rock everywhere. Even if you consider this site is unique, as I clearly explained, that the rock excavation is not impacting the cost. That's clear. I believe the cost is significantly high because of the way it's being estimated. I believe this site is advantageous, and I'm willing to listen to them to see their feedback. But I want to do it again. I want to thank their engineer for the very good submission on the rock excavation quantity. Thank you.
Thank you. I just need to clarify one thing. that diagram that you did, that the first one that you did that shows the supportive excavation, you're saying that on the exterior edges of the site, there's rock, which means that you don't need to handle, you don't need to install SOE supportive excavation. Does that, did I understand that correctly?
1 second, please. You're talking about this, Chair?
Yeah.
Yes, what I'm talking about is if you have earth here, you see from this line here.
No,
to
so
that
I'm not
line.
seeing your cursor. Are you pointing at something?
Yes, I'm sorry, hold on. 1 second.
Oh, there it is. Okay, now I see your cursor. Okay.
Yeah, you're talking about from here to here.
Yeah.
If this is the site, during this length, you have earth in the back of the excavation support. So that earth gives you lateral significant force that you need to design an SOE that's considerable. But if you move to that scenario here, and I'm talking about again this, and on the other side here, you see rock starts to step in. So over here, you're gonna have rock on one side. So rock is very strong material, it can stand by itself. So you need minimum excavation support, or, and this is, I didn't talk about actually, or on the street side, you have nothing. So you dig here and you just have air. So you don't need SOE at all. And I actually did mention this in the previous hearing. So again, the excavation support is minimum on this side because of the way the rock is configured. And this is a rare condition, but on the like from the positive perspective, rock steps up at the perimeter of the site and it's depressed in the middle. And I don't think a section could explain that, but probably if you look at that geotechnical cross section, give me 1 second. Probably I can put this on the screen, because the vice chair last hearing, she asked about submitting a section. And I believe I have seen sections in the geotech report.
In a recent submission or in the original?
In the previous submission, if you look at that, if that geotech report is not called the geotech report, it's called evidence of uniqueness, and then / geotech report. If you open that report, I'm trying to find the page.
It's a page with diagrams?
Yes.
I see boring pages.
It's in the appendix. It's in the geophysical addendum, I guess. But anyway, I'll find that. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. This is the geotech report. And if we go back to, if you go to line 1, line 2, line 1, you see towards that, like the edge of the site, the rock goes like that. And then if you look at the top of rock here, you're gonna see that the contours, line 1 stops here at this location. But if you look at the contours, they go all the way up to here, outcropping by the property line. Same thing, probably line 2 is more clear. It goes like that. Line 5 is the best. Line 5 is this guy. And if you look at line 5, you see that?
Yeah.
It's
Right.
going up. And
the bowl.
you see even line 3, you see that?
Yeah.
It's like a dish. So when you get this condition, you're not only the foundation gets much less, not only the dewatering gets much less, but even the SOE gets much less. The only item that would like be extra is that if you have a full rocky excavation, would be the rock excavation. But even on this site, we don't have that. Like I said, you have 10 feet of earth versus 4 feet of rock excavation, which is not very typical just for Inwood. It's very typical for anywhere in the city where you have rock, like bedrock. You want to put your building on rock, at least you're gonna dig 3-4 feet into that layer.
Okay, thank you.
I'm done, sorry.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Helpful, interesting. I think I followed along. I'm going to go then to Commissioner Otley Brown, who of course doesn't know this part of it, but please take it away.
Okay, so I'm going to give my thoughts on both A and B. And I'm not going to talk for too long because I don't know how much breath I actually have.
Oh,
So the revised uniqueness study to me is still comparing this site to undeveloped and underdeveloped sites that are not in the hilly portion of Inwood. Most of the sites it compares it to are east of Broadway, and east of Broadway is where the grade flattens out. And so therefore, I really don't see this site, this study as being the study that establishes uniqueness. They actually do consider two sites that are west of Broadway, 71 Cooper Avenue and 112 Seaman Avenue, which are both along the bedrock outcroppings and are close to the site. They're smaller and they're undeveloped. 114 is cleared and the portion that used to have the building on it is level, but it looks as if it does have elevation issues in the rear, which is probably due to some kind of partial excavation of bedrock that was taken when they first developed the building that was originally on it. And 71 Cooper Avenue still has bedrock in place. And 163 Payson, actually, another site that they use, is along the edge of the park, which is also very hilly with bedrock outcroppings, which to me means that it's not so much that this site is unique. It is in an area that was all developed in the early 1900s, and their bedrock was removed back in the 1900s. And so that's why they're no longer comparable. It's not that they were all level sites. Everything west of Broadway was kind of decreasing in elevation from the heights of the Inwood Park down to the developed area of Inwood. So they all grappled with bedrock outcroppings and issues like that. And it's simply, to me, that this site is the last site to be developed in that area. And so my question really is, why should the last person to the party be the one who gets a break? It's not that it's unique and nobody else ever had bedrock issues. All the other sites had bedrock issues of varying degrees and dealt with them at an earlier period of time. So that to me is my issue with the uniqueness finding. And I'm not sure that they made the uniqueness finding yet, simply because of those issues. So then we talk about whether or not there's a hardship in providing the required parking and doing it without exceeding the height. And I would have to say that taking a look at the financials are not proving that there's a hardship. And so I come at it from a slightly different direction as Commissioner Shetta, but I believe that we both come to the same conclusion, which is that the financials are not showing that there's a hardship that prevents this site from being developed to the as of right amount of floor area. So I looked at the hardship costs for starters in the statement that they talked about, and I noticed that they have hardship costs for both soil removal and rock removal. And I have to say right off the bat that the soil removal should never be considered a hardship because every site in New York City has soil removal. So I can't even imagine why they would put that number into their total number except to amplify it or make it look like it's far costlier than it actually is. Then I go into the financials and I notice that they're actually going in a totally different direction than we expect, because the basis of the financials is really an indictment of property development in New York City in the age of no more 421A. And so what they're basically saying is that with 421A, we could develop the proposal, but we can't develop the as of right. However, without 421A, we would not be able to develop any of these scenarios. All of the scenarios would be infeasible. Okay, well, guess what? There's no longer 421A. So for us to have a whole section devoted to what the return would be with 421A is not very helpful, because you're answering a different question, a question that we all know. We all know that it is a challenge to develop affordable housing without 421A, but that's not the case any longer. So I actually specifically looked at the non-421A part of the financial analysis. And one thing I saw was that, okay, first of all, they did revise the site value to be more clearly talking about what they're actually valuing. So they basically say they're valuing actual tax lot 16 with all of its as of right development square footage. And they're also valuing tax lot 18's development rights that were going to be purchased by them or given to them. And so that at least clarifies what they're doing. But the question here, which is the question I had before, is shouldn't we just be valuing what is as of right and actually could be developed here? Because if a site purchases development rights that they can't use, that kind of becomes a self-created hardship. And that definitely stands in the way of an application being feasible. However, I'll take it the way they gave it to us. And you see that the total site value is now 6.16 million, which is actually down from 6.5 million. And as I said, it's much clearer because it points out what the potential issue actually is. Then when we looked at the residential income, I looked at the income without 421A versus the income with 421A, just to see if having only the market forces affecting your site in having a non-421A project results in higher income. And actually, it doesn't result in higher income, just having a market rate project. And I did a street easy research on Inwood rentals, and that actually more or less corroborates their residential assumptions, which shows me that this is one of the areas in New York City where market rents actually lag the affordable rents that HPD has set for the higher income brackets. And that's because the people here are low income people. And so if they're subject to the market, there's only so much they can pay here. And so I felt like, okay, I'll go with their non-421A income assumptions because they are actually validated by street easy research of market rents. I looked at their construction costs, and as I could say, I agree with Commissioner Shetta that to talk about the rock excavation as a hardship is really overstating the proportion of rock excavation costs to the entire construction costs. It is a very small percentage of the overall construction costs, and you really can't point to that as being a hardship, because if you removed it, this analysis is still showing that the as of rights technically are not feasible. The cap rates that they're using are somewhere around 5.0, a little bit higher, and that's because they're doing some sort of a blended rate between the residential rents and the parking. However, this is a residential project. So then how come at the end of the analysis, we see that none of the scenarios work with a slightly over 5.0 cap rate. How could that be? We're sitting here and we're asking them to prove that there's a hardship in everything and that the proposal is going to cure that hardship. But the proposal, according to what they're saying, does not cure that hardship, because that also doesn't work with the 5.0 cap rate, which would suggest to some that there is nobody who would possibly finance any of these projects. And so therefore, why are they here? Well, I looked at it and I said, perhaps their projections of the proper cap rate are off. And I know that all residential projects, or 100% residential projects in New York City, accept far lower cap rates than the 5.0 or above 5.0 that they're proposing. And so this actually could have feasible scenarios if you just look at what the actual cap rate is that falls out of their analysis and not projecting a higher cap rate. So if I look at all of the scenarios and I look at the income to the value, and this is the non-421A projects, of course, I find that as of right A and as of right B, with no adjustments to any of the assumptions, actually work with a 4.0 cap rate. And if you talk to any residential developers in New York City, they're willing to accept 4.0 as a residential cap rate on a rental building, with the idea that the market will eventually improve, which means that the income will show an upward trajectory over time. And at the end of the holding period, they will be able to sell the project at a profit to themselves. And so that justifies a slightly lower cap rate now. So therefore, with residential, because the city is showing such an incredibly high demand for residential housing, this is a project that shows an incredible upward trajectory. And so therefore, 4.0 is actually fine. And if you look at all of the analyses of income to development cost value, you would see that as of right A and B performs better than as of right C, or even the proposed, which actually don't meet 4.0 cap rates. They're at about 3.9 and 3.9. So therefore, from what I see here, it was very interesting analysis to show me the importance of 421A in developing, especially in developing in areas that are financially challenged. However, there is no hardship here that could be proved in the B finding. So it's very unfortunate, but I don't see any B finding being met, let alone an E finding. And so I say to myself, it's an interesting project and rationale that they put forth to us. But it's one thing to say that you have a bedrock issue and you can't dig out the bedrock to provide the parking. And so therefore you want a height waiver so that you could fit all of your as of right space under your height limits and not have to excavate, or to even come to us and say, you want a parking reduction because you don't want to excavate the bedrock and you want to be able to build your as of right FAR under the height requirement. But I don't feel there's a nexus between the hardship and asking for both a height waiver as well as a parking waiver, because all that really does is it allows you to take floor area that you purchased or were given, we're not quite sure, that isn't actually properly found on this one tax lot, the development lot, which is lot, what lot is that?
16,
Lot 16 or 18, the one that's at lot 16, the one that's cleared for development. You really are asking for the ability to take extra floor area that is not a part of proper tax lot 16 and have the waivers to be able to construct that extra floor area. And that is running against the D finding. It is showing that what they're really talking about is having been gifted that extra 26,000 square feet, it is a self-created hardship because they want to try and use it. And that's what's causing the issue here. And so therefore, I don't feel there's an A or a B.
Thank you. Thank you. And your voice held out. I do have a question if you still have a voice. My question is, So if this were built at the market rates, which are actually below the affordability standards, is this something then that would be a benefit to the neighborhood in terms of the offering of really below market rate, I'll say market rate below affordability level housing, or are the numbers still beyond what the average people in the community would be able to pay? Based on
No,
your,
I think that the incomes that they are showing, the market incomes, are actually more or less in line with what Street Easy is offering. And Street Easy does not show a lot of availability, but I found similar that their assumptions were within the range of what I actually was seeing on Street Easy. And one could argue that these actually would be better floor plates and a lot nicer than what you see on Street Easy. So you would definitely get more value for your buck, so to speak, which might justify them raising the rents a little.
okay,
So,
thank
you know, I think it's a doable project as of right,
you.
because there's tremendous upside potential.
Thank you. Okay, so now we'll go back to the vice chair.
Sorry, I was just taking notes. In response to the comments that were raised at the last hearing, the applicant provided 3 scenarios with parking below grade. Though no changes were made to the proposed plan, and an updated parking demand was provided, reflecting that they were reflecting the more recent parking condition in the surrounding area, and with the revised financials. I think the parking analysis would be reviewed by DOT, so I look towards DOT's review of the parking analysis and the comments. While I appreciate the applicants reevaluating this analysis and factoring the future growth, what I know of the area is that parking is difficult to find, especially on-street parking. So with that, let me just go to the findings. So the applicant went back and looked through the uniqueness sites with regards to the sub-sites, and used the inward rezoning FEIS to identify the uniqueness between those sites and the subject site. And as I had indicated at the last hearing, these sites were pretty much were previously built flat sites, and none of them were encumbered with the same kind of unique rock, with the rock outcrop that the subject site had. So the applicant, in addition to those sites, also reviewed additional 3 sites that had that were to the west of the site where you see, and 111 Seaman, which is a site that has been recently demolished. I think there was a building there, a 3 or a 4-story building that was demolished. This is a through block site, and so it has two street access, and one is from Seaman, which is at a lower grade elevation, and the rear of the building is fronting on another street, and it is at a higher grade elevation. So there's almost a grade level difference of 1 story. Typically on these sites, I mean, there is an advantage these sites have. So you can use almost the ground floor as a parking. I mean, this site is too narrow, so I'm not sure what the parking requirement would be. But if it were to be built, it can have almost a ground floor basement on one side, and then the second floor would be at grade with the road that is to the rear of the site. So I didn't think Seaman was exactly 1-for-1 with the subject site. With regards to 71 Cooper and 75 Cooper, yes, there is a rock outcrop, and that is on the entirety of the site. So what the western portion of this of Broadway is built upon, and these are all pre-1900 buildings where
But, sorry, can you just stop? Can you back up? You said, because there was a break in the transmission.
I'm
You
sorry,
said
where do you,
75 Cooper has a rock outcrop on the. Can you-
okay. So 71 Cooper and 75 Cooper have rock outcrop and have not been built upon. So what I would say is, while I don't see 111 Siemens being having encumbered with the same kind of hardship, I do agree 71 Cooper and 75 Cooper is encumbered with the same hardship. If you were to call the rock outcrop and hardship, so I'm just going by that argument. So I'm going to talk about the hardship later on, or the uniqueness feature. And then the question becomes, what has been built there? And what has been built there, pretty much western portion of Broadway, eastern portion of Broadway, there are a lot more soft sides. Western portion of Broadway have been built, and these are mostly pre-1900s building construction, where the lot coverage is more than what the underlying zoning would allow today, and parking was not required. So many of them probably were fortunate enough to just have to build right on the on top of the street level. So I don't think, and this is where I would differ with Commissioner Ollie Brown with regards to last in should benefit for it. I think the regulations have changed enough to create more requirements, which the prior buildings did not. I don't think that's a fair comparison. What I would say is that just based on this analysis, yes, there is a uniqueness, but, and this is a big but, the applicant has not established how the unique condition, which is the rock outcrop, is causing the hardship. So with that, I want to go to the next thing. At the last hearing, I had asked the applicant to provide an as-of-right development with Zelda on a hypothetical site without a rock outcrop, and also the applicant should provide an as-of-right development without a Zelda with rock to analyze how much of the rock outcrop is impacting the development in one scenario, which is the latter one. And in the other one is, can an as-of-right site without a rock outcrop could, with the Zelda, be accommodated within the permitted building envelope of an R7A. So it's answering two things: the additional floor area that from the church site, and the as-of-right floor area that is allowed on this R7A portion of the site on lot 16. Can that be accommodated on a typical hypothetical site without a rock issue, with the required parking within the permitted envelope of an R7A? That's one. And second is, can an as-of-right development without a Zelda with the rock outcrop can be accommodated on this site? So
can I just clarify, when you say without a Zelda, you mean without the use of the transferred development rights?
Without the transfer of development rights. Some people call it Zelda, some TRD. I prefer TDR. I prefer TDR, but I think oftentimes I've heard at this board Zelda being used, so that's why I was using Zelda, but I prefer the term TDR, a transfer of development rights. So those two comparisons should be provided, I believe. I mean, I do appreciate what Commissioner Shetta and Commissioner Ollie Brown has stated, and that really sheds a whole set of new light. But this is also an important way of identifying how unique, what is the hardship associated with the rock, and also that goes to the finding D, is the TDR causing a hardship? Mm-hmm. So it addresses those two elements of the finding D. So, and I agree. So now with that, let me go to the financial part of it. And I agree with Commissioner Ollie Brown that I'm not sure why 421A analysis was provided. We should only be looking at the analysis without the 421A because it has expired and we don't know what the future it is. So we cannot assume. We have to assume that there is no 421A, and the analysis should be based on that. And again, when I'm comparing the analysis and the alternatives, it doesn't help me answer the question is how much of the rock is causing the hardship in this. And so that's, I was hoping for a very clear one-to-one analysis, but the three alternatives didn't quite help me answer that question. So with regards to finding C, while I feel it's too premature to discuss the neighborhood character, just very quick look at the rendering, which I appreciate the applicant providing. The building is quite high, and it seems to be floating in air because of the ground floor being set back. So it appears of a flying building, which is quite massive. And the ground floor is all solid. And hearing from what Commissioner Shetta is saying, if you can, the middle portion is all fill, the front portion is rock excavation, then the ground floor can be an grade parking. And if it is to be solid, it still works. And then you provide the building above. So from a neighborhood character, it's not going to be that different. The build envelope is not going to be different, at least at the street level. So I don't want to proceed to self-created or minimal at this point, or neighborhood character. I don't want to belabor it too much because we still have A and B.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
No.
No? Okay.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Commissioner Shabbat.
Thank you, Chair. So,
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you turn down your volume? Because it's
some more?
rating a lot.
How about now?
More, please.
And now?
A little more.
Okay, how about this?
Much better. Thank you. Okay.
All right. So,
Somewhat better.
I was a bit, I'm glad that Commissioner Ollie Brown and Commissioner and Vice Chair Chanda picked up on the Affordable New York program portion of the material, because it appears that they offer us no plan that is feasible because the program has lapsed. So I'm not sure what they're requesting of us if nothing's going to work anyway. In any event, I think the A argument's academic. Assuming we find it to be unique because no other structure has been built in this area for the last 90 years, and that and the regulations have changed, which make this more difficult than other buildings in its area because it's the only vacant lot that has this current condition. Assuming we can take that as unique, and I do think it's a creative argument. Assuming we can take that as unique, they haven't showed how this uniqueness causes a hardship. And I'd really like to thank Commissioner Shetta because he, in great detail, he indicates how trivial the excavation is for this particular lot, and how the support for it is whether or not trivial or not needed because of the rock of lines around the ends of the lot. So initially I expected after our last hearing, I expected a much more tempered request that would include a substantial amount of parking because of for the community. At this point, I'm not really certain as to what we could grant, as even if we were to give them everything, it wouldn't be feasible.
If we were to give them everything, what?
It's still, according to their notes, it still wouldn't be feasible.
Oh, right. Okay, is that it? Thank you. Just 1 second. I see hands up, and I'm just typing. 1 second. Okay. I'm not sure if I saw who was up first. Commissioner Shetta.
I believe Vice Chair was first. You can go.
Okay, go ahead. I didn't see who the order of the
That's
hands. Okay, go ahead, Vice Chair.
There's something else I want to bring up is the applicant had, in its statement, it talked about the inward rezoning and its proximity to it and what is being proposed. If that is the case, at a minimum, the applicant should have started with at least 20% of on-site parking, because the portion of the area abutting the site, the applicant there, as part of the special district, minimum 20% was being required. The applicant has not even considered that. So I do think parking is an issue. Parking should be provided. And I don't think, I'm not going to repeat what I said, but I just was, it did not go well that the applicant didn't even make an attempt to address some of the features that were incorporated into the special district given its proximity.
Thank you. Commissioner Shelton.
Thank you, Chair. Two things. I just want to remind everybody that, and I did mention this, that the rock excavation, and I believe this was the case for the confusion from the applicant side on the cause of the hardship or the claimed hardship, that the rock excavation has gone down from previously about 7,000 cubic yard down to about 1,700. This is reduction of 75%. This has happened because, like I said, it was some mistakes on the elevations and the rock thicknesses. And in addition to that, the swell factor and other elements have contributed to like increasing the figure from about 1,500 to 7,000. So this is one thing.
Sorry, what kind of factor reduced that?
It's the swell, we call it the swell factor. The swell factor, if you listen to the last hearing, it was a factor of 40% increase on the rock excavation. And the way people look at the swell factor, when if let's say you have to dig a hole that's 10 feet by 10 feet by 10 feet. The volume of the material inside that hole, while the material is still in ground, is 10 times 10 times 10, which is 1,000 cubic foot. The moment you dig this up and you put it aside, it's no longer compacted as before. So it starts to like swell. And then the volume increases from 1,000 to something more than 1,000, depending on the type of the material. And the purpose for factoring in the swell factor is when people try to like evaluate how much excavation they want to hold and transport. It's not, the swell factor is not factored in when evaluating the quantity for the excavation. And again, they fixed this, thank you. And in addition to that, like I said, the bottom of excavation for the rock excavation, rock mass excavation, was elevation 37 before. I told them that when looking at the as of right cross section, it shouldn't be 37, it should be about 44, and they fixed that. So they lost about 7 feet out of probably 11 feet of rock excavation. So that's why the rock excavation has gone down significantly by 75%. So just wanted to point this out. The other point I want to, like, and I didn't mention the other point, that is looking at that, like, I didn't just believe my experience in that area. I did multiple projects there, but I also did look at one of the historical rock maps in New York. And this map is actually, I believe it's 1944. Yeah, it's 1944. This is the 3rd edition, and it's called Rock Map Data in Manhattan. And if you look at this dot here, this is Seaman. Do you see the map?
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is the location of the site. And on this rock map, it gives top of rock elevation from 3 different sources, historic. And of course, rock elevations do not change except by construction. Like if somebody dug but if you look at the legend here, it gives rock elevations from three different like sources. Open excavation, if somebody dig a hole from borings and verified through soundness, meaning that somebody tried to insert a rod, steel rod into the ground and they got refusal. They couldn't advance it. So they concluded that this is the top of the rock. So I did look at this map as well. And this map is not telling me that this specific site is unique at all. I hope that geotechnical engineer has a copy of that. He can look at it. And like I said, I put the facts on the table. I hope by now they are convinced that there is no uniqueness. And if there is any, it's favorable. It's not the opposite. And like, again, I'm willing to listen to their feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to point out that, which we all know, but that the church site was intentionally built on top of the rock outcropping, which I suppose was a pretty classical approach to church design, where you want to make it something that's kind of more impressive. So it was built on the rock outcropping by just flattening this. I don't know if they flattened the site, but building the church into the outcropping. And so it was kind of a, let's say, the church's development decision back then, when I guess it was built in the early 1900s, to not excavate the rock, whereas some other sites chose to remove the rock. So, you know, it went different ways. And so, yeah, I just want to finish that sentence, that the church and the cleared site, that's the development site, used to have a building on it. So obviously that building has footings. There's probably some even maybe cellar remnants when they start working. That's probably the reason for the fill that you're seeing, you know, some fill anyway. So there's a history of development on the site. What's bad, right?
Yeah, I wanted to point out that there was a building on site. I saw this in the sample maps, and keep in mind that if you look at the site, if you want to idealize this site, take the quantities of the excavations and look for an equivalent site with rock and earth. You're going to see that the total excavation is 14 feet, out of which about 4 feet is just rock and 10 feet is earth. This is more than like beautiful for the structural / geotechnical purposes. It boosts that, like, the bearing pressure. It minimizes the foundation significantly. And then in addition to that, the dish shape, the outcropping near the perimeter is giving them the advantage of eliminating the excavation support. Right. In addition to the existence of the two streets, one of the streets is lower than the side, so they don't have to like put an excavation support on that side. This site is definitely privileged.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your very hard work investigation. And I know represents hours of review for each person, maybe more than hours. But let's go on to the next one because it's already 12. Okay, let's go on to the next.
Item number 40, 2022-10BZ, 55 Prospect Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. There is a lot of open seeker here, and Tracy, correct me if I'm wrong, unless it was resolved yesterday and this morning. So that's unfortunately holding this up. Applicants submitted responses to the environmental review agencies on July 15th, and we are awaiting their review. Among them is the applicant's commitment to DOT to manage or prevent vehicular pickups and drop-offs in front of the school. DEP issued its hazmat sign-off on July 14th, and they issued their air quality and noise comments on July 11th, to which applicant responded on July 15th, which was Friday, right? So that's very rapid turnaround needed by DEP, from DEP. So, and understanding their situation, that agency's situation as well. So Tracy, any updates on this?
That's correct. Sorry, my volume was cutting in and out. But the latest with DOT is they're reviewing the revised EAS and new commitment letter that was submitted. So we'll wait to hear back from that. They're okay with also some conditions in our resolution regarded to drop off and no standing, which we'll discuss with council. And yes, we're waiting. We transmitted the latest to DEP and we'll be waiting for a response for air quality and noise.
Okay, and I know that the daycare is very anxious, so see what we can do to help. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Any other comments from commissioners? Because I don't think there were any open application related findings, just seeker, right? I see heads nodding, no comments, right? No comments. Okay, so we can go on to the next.
New cases, item number 41, 2021 42BZ, 2901 Avenue L, Brooklyn.
Okay, Vice Chair, do you want to take this?
You're muted, Vice Chair.
Okay, just give me a second. I'm just pulling out the drawings.
Okay.
Okay. So we have received proof of service for initial filing and public hearing. Community board has voted to approve the project. The action before us is a variance application to permit the construction of a use group 3 school, which is contrary to the bulk regulations. The proposed variance is for a 3-story building for a yeshiva located at a corner site. The lot area of the site is 8,400 square feet. This site is partially built. The history of the site is that there was a prior BSA variance that was granted in 2001, which has expired. And the BSA variance that was granted in 2001 was for the establishment of a use group 3 school at the subject site. And the variance that was granted in 2001 granted waiver of floor area, front yard, side yard, lot coverage, open space, height and setback, lot area, site setback, and also parking. I'm just, though it's not applicable, the reason I'm saying it is because the existing shell of the building, the cellar and the ground floor is built, the second floor is partially, and the third floor has not been built. Now, it is my understanding that though the applicant has not stated it clearly in the document, that the applicant is proposing to basically reuse this structure and build out the remaining unbuilt portion of the structure and use it as a school site. So that's why I stated those variances, the waivers that the applicant requested. So this is, as I mentioned, is an application for a yeshiva for a high school children. The school yeshiva or Sharag de Verdes, and I apologize for my pronunciation. I hope to improve. This school has several other schools, elementary school, primary schools, middle school, and high school. The current high school site that the school has at 1249 East 18th Street, it includes grades from 9 to 12, and it is over capacity. The school currently has a CO, and I think the capacity is for 70 students, and the capacity limit is for 70, whereas the current school has a lot more students. So of course, that means the classes are overrun, space is inadequate, and the applicant is proposing to relocate the high school to the subject site for grades 9 to 12 and add Daish Madrash grade students on this site. So in terms of the ask, in terms of the uniqueness, the applicant has provided a very thorough, since this is a school, site a nonprofit, and it meets the definition of 1210, and it's a religious school. We look towards the Cornell deference, and the programmatic need has to be met, has to be provided. The applicant has provided a very thorough programmatic need report, and the program that has been stated is very reasonable. And the school site is 84. This lot is a very small site, and the applicant, what is proposing is to build this yeshiva within a previously approved bulk that was granted for another yeshiva. Sorry.
Okay, I just need to interrupt because I want to correct something on the record. For variance, there's no requirement that there be a 1210 school definition finding. That's only for the 7319. So I'd like to, for the record, set that to the side. There's no requirement to establish that. Okay.
Right. It's the fact that the uniqueness is the programmatic element of it and not the subject site. So that's why I'm referring to 1210. I'm sorry. Thanks for that clarification.
Just say it's a school or religion.
It's a school, right? It's a school.
Right.
Right.
One of
And
those,
right.
Yeah.
The uniqueness of it is with regards to the programmatic need that is arising from it.
I need to back up. No, I'm sorry. That's not the uniqueness. Let me just back up that for 1 second. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you need water? You okay?
I-
No. So I just want to clarify that Cornell deference is your A finding.
Yeah.
That says you have either a religious institution, say a house of worship, or a school, same. And that gives you deference. So you no longer need to look at any unusual conditions on the site that makes it unique. So that's deference. And then you go to the programmatic needs, which is actually more like the E finding, where you're saying what's the minimal variance, because they're asking for these things based on programmatic needs.
Okay.
That determines the size of the project. That's all. Okay, just to clarify.
Okay. So my only comments with regards to the programmatic need is that based on the projected enrollment date, the date is estimated, enrollment date, it is estimated that the school will have an enrollment of 110 students in 2021 to 2022 school year. We're already in 2022, and the current enrollment is 94. And it is estimated that by year 2023 to 2024, the projected growth will be to its full capacity of 145 students. The applicant should update the enrollment period, and should identify what is the completion timeline what's the timeline to complete the construction and when the building would be ready for occupancy. Apart from the minor edits, I really did not have any issues with the programmatic needs or the ask. As I said, the ask is very minimal. With regards to the drawings, there are a couple of notes that should be added to the plan. And one is that the cellar floor plan notes should be added, that the multipurpose room to be used for school and related accessory use. Another note should be added to the roof plan, that the acoustic roof plan to indicate the acoustic roof fence that is being proposed, and it should be indicated in the plan. It is shown in the section, but it's not shown on the plan. So it should be shown in the plan, and a note should be added stating that that's the acoustical roof fence. Now, the question is, will that fence be opaque? What kind of material that is being proposed? That's also should be clarified. There is a yard that is located on the, let me go to the site plan, on the north side, which abuts a residential use. It is not clear from any of the statements provided, the programmatic need, or from the site plan or the statement of findings as to the nature of the use of this yard. We need to get a clear understanding of what this yard would be used for. Would be used for the morning gathering, which it doesn't seem like, because the applicant stated the entrance would be from the corner of 29th and Avenue L. So I'm not quite sure what this yard will be used for. Would it be used for recreation purposes? And if so, first of all, both the roof and the yard, if it is to be used for recreation purposes, should be analyzed for noise. It's a noise noise source and its impact on the abutting use, and based on that, how much of noise barrier and other protection should be provided along the yard line and along the roof line should be done. The applicant also stated that as part of its trip mode, that there will be a fair amount of students that will be coming by bikes. So the plan should indicate where the bike racks would be located. I'm assuming the ideal place for a bike rack would be this yard. So that should be shown in the plan. And as I stated, the DEP should review the noise impact from the roof and the side yard. With regards to finding C, neighborhood context, I don't think the proposed building is out of context. The site is located along Avenue L. It has a mix of use, including community facility and local retail uses. The proposed building would extend the non-residential use, which is permitted. School is permitted in the residential district. It's only the building height. It is abutting a synagogue to the east, and the height is similar, and it is a corner lot. So I think it is not that out of context in terms of the built envelope, and it is very modest. With regards to finding D, the applicant needs to provide ownership title with its abutting lots, especially lot 110 and lot 1. So as I said, the ask is minimal. It's really just ironing out those little details. And we still have open SECRA issues. There's open noise, open space, and LPC shadow archaeology. Closed items are parks and hazmat. And Tracy, correct me if I'm wrong. Please update me on the issues.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. And I just want to add that I don't think you said the community board voted to approve.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Good. Thank you. Commissioner Ollie Brown.
So one of my questions is that their previous variance was for a 2.0 and now they're asking for a 2.31. So I want to know, why was the original grant not enough in terms of space? I just had a question for their enrollment, because they say there's currently 110 students enrolled in grades 9 to 12, but in 2024-25, there'll be a full enrollment of 120. Then in the programmatic needs, they define full enrollment as 145 because they're including the 25 in the Bice Midrash. And so I need to know which is correct. I also want to know the rooftop play area hours, whether or not there'll be amplified sound on that, and also lighting. I wanted to know programmatically, what's the difference between high school students and the base Midrash students? Because there are only 25 of them. If you look at the scheduling, they're actually kept separate from the high school students for lunch. So I just wanted to know more about the project in that respect. I would love for them to actually compare the gross square footage per student in the proposed school with other high schools in the area, so we can make sure that they are not providing an overshoot in terms of the space per student. And then I looked at the room utilization, and I don't understand it, but the rates seem low. Like for the regular classroom, the utilization is 53.14% for all 5 classrooms. And for the science classroom, the room utilization is 14.76%. And so here's my question. Couldn't some of those rooms be doubled up or repurposed for other uses and then allow you to use less space? So if they can answer those questions, I'd be appreciative.
Thank you, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to repeat same comments, but I agree with my colleagues. And for now, I don't have any further comments to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. I do believe it's a small ask. I do share the comments of the other commissioners. I do want to add that they also had a different number as well to the list of how many students are currently enrolled, and that was 94. So I'd like some insight at how many students are currently enrolled, and I have no further questions.
Sorry, where was the different number of 94 versus another number?
In the statement of facts on what page is this? Page 5, they have 94 students.
That's in the current enrollment?
That's in current enrollment.
Okay.
And then they had a separate number. They had 110, I have my notes. And
In programmatic needs?
the programmatic needs, I believe.
Okay, thank you. I see Tracy's hand up. Oops. Go ahead, Tracy.
Hi, concerning seeker, I think the notes that were read were for a different project. Right now, the only open seeker review is DOT. But we did want confirmation about noise, so we can send the seeker for noise as well.
Okay. The EP for noise. Okay, yeah. Yeah, DOT requested separate totals for students, parents, and staff. Pedestrian.
Yeah, we haven't received that from the applicant. We had sent it. Yeah, I'll follow up with the applicant about that comment.
And I just want to add that compared to a lot of the schools we see, this is a pretty minimal, sort of a reduced program in the first place, because one floor really is sort of the specialty floors, like the specialty subject floors, like the library, the science room, resource room, computer room. And the other floors, because it's really just a 9 through 12 school, it's just one classroom per grade, if I've got that right, 9th, 10th. And the base midrash, I believe that's something where they pull out for a particular study as a collective. So it's not a grade, right? It's like a special collective study opportunity, which doesn't look like is being met on the other floors, with the exception perhaps that could be handled maybe in the study hall / synagogue, but that would only eliminate one. Let's say eliminating that, if that were reasonable, would only eliminate that little corner spot. So I think it's a pretty tight project. And so those are my comments. Okay, thanks everyone. Let's go on to the next, unless there's somebody with a hand up. No hands up? Okay.
The final case is item number, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
big one.
Yeah.
Item number 42, 2021, 47 BZ, 2100 Hermione Avenue, the Bronx.
Yes, Vice Chair, go ahead.
Muted.
Oops, sorry. So let me repeat.
Yes.
Have received proof of service for initial filing and public hearing. However, I do not see a community vote in our file.
We did, I'm sorry, Madam Vice Chair. I reached out, and I believe the project manager also reached out to Community Board 9 regarding the application, and I actually sent them a copy of the application. So I don't know where that is. Maybe Mr. Bell at some point can reach out again.
Right, so we don't have a community board vote, at least on our,
I don't believe so. Mr. Bell can confirm, but I know they reached out to us and I reached out to them because I wasn't sure they got the application. Somehow it fell through the cracks, they said, and they were looking at it. So Mr. Bell may have more information.
okay. So the action before us is a variance. It's a variance application to facilitate the development of a 2-story plus attic, 2-family residential building on a corner lot that has less than the minimum required lot area and lot width. Per a zoning resolution in an R3 district, 2 front yards are required to be provided on a corner lot. The applicant is seeking waiver for one of the front yard requirements along one of the street frontages. So the waiver is specifically a front yard waiver of 10 foot along Harmony Avenue. As I mentioned, it's a corner lot. It has a frontage of on Harmony and Olmsted Avenue. There is a history on this site. In 2004, BSA had granted a bulk variance on the subject site. It was not exercised and the variance has lapsed. The prior BSA grant was for a 2-family, 2-story plus basement that required FAR, front yard, side yard, and maximum dwelling unit size or waiver. The proposal is for a 2-family, 2-story plus attic residential building, and it's seeking only a front yard waiver. So let me just first talk about the drawings itself. The attic space that has been shown in the plan, it's not very clear as to, as we know, in an R3A district, floor area below the height of, in attic, floor area below the height of 5 foot is not included in floor area calculation. The applicant needs to show that clearly in the attic plan as to the area that is under the 5 foot sloped roof, and show the calculation how it therefore is not counted in the floor area. The applicant also should provide sections through the site. With regards to the findings, the applicant provided a vacant lot analysis. There are 5 vacant interior lots. There were none corner lots. And all these interior lots are in common ownership with the abutting lots, except for the subject lot, which is a corner lot. So based on that, the fact that there aren't any corner vacant lots and all the interior vacant lots are in common ownership does indicate that this subject site is uniquely situated and is burdened. The as of right development on the subject site would result in, because of the 2 front yard requirements, would result in a non-functional floor plate that would be about 5 foot wide. That is, if you're providing a 15 foot deep front yard along Harmony Avenue and 10 foot deep along Olmsted Avenue. That's the plan the applicant provided. Now, if you were to switch it, that is, if one were to provide a 10 foot deep front yard along Harmony Avenue and 15 foot deep along Olmsted Avenue, I think the building floor plate would increase. It would increase to 10 foot, but that still is an inadequate for a reasonable room layout. I am satisfied with the as of right plan and the fact that there is a uniqueness has been met. With regards to the neighborhood context, and this is where most of my comments are, the building as proposed, the way it is laid out, it is basically like a 0 lot line building, which is, it is sitting right on the lot line fronting Harmony Avenue with a side yard that would be abutting the adjacent residential building. of about 5 foot wide. And then it maintains a 10-foot front yard along Olmsted with, of course, a required side yard along the rear lot line. My concern here is that the applicant has not provided adequate neighborhood analysis to justify the need for a zero front yard proposal along Harmony Avenue. The placement of the building, I don't believe is representative and is of the neighborhood context. Most of the homes along Harmony Avenue have frontage and have much deeper front yard than the existing, which of course this site cannot afford, but at least it has, most of the sites have front yard. So the proposed building, the fact that the proposed building would maintain no front yard along Harmony raises an issue, and the applicant needs to go through the analysis and show how it would be in context and would not be an issue. What I do not understand is why the applicant is proposing this format of the layout. Why isn't the building pulled up against the lot line, the side lot line, and in return provide the 5 foot side yard, convert the 5 foot side yard as a front yard along Harmony Avenue? My feeling is, looking at this photos, is that there is either a rock outcrop or some kind of a fill along that rear and side lot line, which the applicant is choosing not to build on. But the applicant needs to walk us through those reasons and before proposing this. So I think there is a lot of the finding C, neighborhood context, is not being met, and that needs to be addressed. With regards to the self-created, the applicant has provided chain of ownership of the subject site and the abutting lots. So I'm satisfied with that. With regards to the minimal, in terms of the ask of the requesting a waiver of a front yard, yes, it's minimal, but zero is not. So unless the applicant can justify it, the neighborhood context, finding E is not there.
Okay.
That's
yeah. Thank you.
Oh, I see Vinroy's hand is up. Can you, do you manage to respond?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
I did reach out to the applicant by email, and the applicant's response to the email was that some effort was made to try to come to.
Oh, I can't hear
Roy, we can't hear you. We can't understand you. Can you raise your
Yeah.
volume?
Let's try it.
No, it's not working.
You can hear me now, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I had reached out to the applicant, and the applicant in response said that they had made some efforts to contact the community board on this, but the community board did not provide a response to them. And the applicant inferred that maybe the community board is on recess. So I'll also try to send an email to the community board as a backup follow-up to this, to see where things are with this application.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, what did I want to ask? Oops, sorry. I realized I forgot to point something out on the earlier application, so please remind me. Vice Chair, I'm sending you the comment, the thing I wanted to point out, on an email, so look out for it in a second, okay? I don't think I had, I agree that the site has established its uniqueness, and there's obviously a hardship because you can't develop this as of right. But the play is, this is a 20-foot wide house. We often look at this exact same question and ask why it can't be reduced to something more like 17 or 18 feet so that you can provide both a side yard and some amount of front yard, whichever one goes which way. My question is, why is there the cellar unexcavated for so much? It's like I don't know, it's, sorry, I lost the drawing now. There's this very large excavation area along the side that is shown as 5'3". And then you see the layout on the first floor that indicates a 5'3", a building that is shallower than the 20 feet. So this is a 14'9" building, therefore, at the first floor. And you see the layout works quite well for a much narrower building. So the argument that you couldn't rent a very narrow apartment is belied by their very same project. So it seems to me, whether or not it's 15 feet or 17 feet or something, you could accomplish both front yard and side yard by a reduced width. And they need to explain about that unexcavated portion, which is pulling the, they're showing a footing around it or foundation around it. So that's the other part I don't understand. If it's unexcavated, then why are you building a foundation around it except to support the, I guess, the columns, unless that's a cantilever for the second floor. I actually didn't see which one it is. But anyway, so that's a question. Commissioner Otley Brown.
My questions, like yours, have to do with the minimal variance, and that help me get there would be to give us the average building width in this area, the average front yard depths for corner lots, and also the breakdown of 1 and 2 family homes.
And okay, so like basically a study of how many of each there are, right? Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Shaitan.
Thank you, Chair. I believe the site is unique. I'm convinced. It's a narrow site. I have 2 issues with the proposal. The first one, let me say that we have a set of plans that was submitted July 27 of 2021. The PDF is called existing plans. I believe these are outdated, so they should be voided and moved to the void folder. On the proposal, I did look at the previous grant, and I'm hesitant to say I like it more because it provides some sort of like a front yard. I believe I'm like tending to believe that building 0 lot next to the garage is much better than. Let me just try to. Come on. Yeah, I believe this is just a garage. So for me, building 0 lot here and providing some sort of front yard here is much better than leaving a side yard and then eating up the front yard. I don't think the reason for electing to go the way they have gone is because of the rock. This side is actually the opposite of Cumming Street. If you look at the street view, you're gonna see that yes, there's what appears to be like rock outcropping or something like that. But if you look at the grades, they tend to be higher in the middle and then less at the edges. So I believe the rock has nothing to do. It's gonna be excavated either way. I think the only reason that they are trying to like leave a side yard and eat up the front yard is they want to avoid digging next to the garage foundation, so they save some money on that. They are not lucky like the other side. But I believe if they got rock, it's not going to be a big concern. So I'm tending to like go with the previous grant proposal that provides no side yard by the neighbor garage, and then probably reduce the width of the house to 17 or 18 and then go with a front yard, a reduced front yard, instead of 15 feet, let's say 7 or 8 feet. I believe that would be more reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
One issue, the second issue, I apologize. That concern of going with a zero front yard for me is the site distance. For now, I understand that the traffic flow is going that way. So it's heading from left to right. So even if they build front yard, like zero front yard, the car that's coming from here, it's gonna turn. There is no issue. Same thing for the car that's coming from here. But if for any reason, and I'm like trying to think loud here, if they decide, DOT decides to reverse the traffic flow in Harmony, and it becomes, and instead of this, it becomes that way. I believe for a car turning that way, or a car turning from that direction to the other, I believe it's going to be a problem. So if they insist and we want to go with the front yard zero, I believe it's appropriate to get to ask DOT on like possible change like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And Commissioner Shabeta, and I see Commissioner Shanda's hand up. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I obviously find that there's an A finding here. A 5 foot, 5 foot is certainly not enough to build a home, so there's a hardship. I share the feeling, the same sentiments as the remainder of the board. I think the majority of my concern is on the E finding. Is this absolutely the least you could do to be made whole? I do support Commissioner Ollie Brown's request to have some details about other homes in the area and see what is more likely, what other homes, the dimensions of other homes are, and that could also help us out with the C finding.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And Vice Chair, go ahead.
I just want to be very clear for the record that not that I'm, this is in no way of saying that what the applicant has proposed in terms of the location of the building is satisfactory to me. I've raised my comments. I don't think we should be discussing future DOT traffic change directions and all of that, because that's kind of moot, and that is not something we should be discussing. That way there could be so many future situations. So we should be careful of making such statements.
Okay. But it doesn't change people's opinions about whether there should be a front yard, right?
I agree, but that's an irrelevant comment.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I think that's it, right? No other
This
comments?
concludes the, I'm sorry, any more comments? No?
No.
This concludes the public review session for July 19, 2022.
Okay, so let's take, it's now 12:45 effectively. Let's take a 30-minute break, come back at 1:15, okay? If everyone could come back, please.
That's live, right? Okay, good. Yeah, we're live. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for July 19th, 2022. We'll begin with the BZ calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 35, 2017-262 BZ, 18 Stanwyck Street, Brooklyn.
And I saw fire department sent us their letter of no objections.
Right.
Okay. So
Found it. What happened? Sorry, hit the wrong button.
if there's anybody else on the team besides Mr. Dale, please raise your Zoom hand because I don't know who's on this team.
Still under you, Todd?
Hi, yes, it is just me. Sorry, it took a second to log in.
Okay, raise your right hand. You ready? I'm sorry, you looked in. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to member questions?
I do affirm.
Okay.
So we listened to review session, and as was noted, the seeker is outstanding. As Ms. Benke noted, we did submit a response with a revised work plan pursuant to DEP comments, and also a letter of request for an E-designation with respect to hazardous materials, and we'll wait on, I guess, the DEP response.
Okay, so this is our problem. We have open actual seeker. So we can't close the case. I'm sorry. We can try again for August. You think we can resolve this by August? Oh, but it's only August 8th, right? You think that's enough time?
I would defer to Ms. Benke, probably has more experience with how quick these turnarounds are with DEP, so I would defer to the board's judgment on that.
Unfortunately, I don't think that's enough time.
So, I'm just going to make a note about trying for September hearing to allow for seeker.
Okay.
Let's go to the public.
So the case we're currently discussing, excuse me, is 2017-262 BZ, 18 Stanwyck Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment on this case, please dial 646-558-8656. You will enter webinar ID number 817-2523-3842 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will only press the pound sign. Once you're in the Zoom room, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please press please raise your Zoom hand. This is only for 18 Stanwyck Street.
Okay.
I did have one more question. Todd, is the ground disturbance, is there any new in-ground disturbance from this project? I had asked before.
Don't believe so. No, hang on.
What do you mean? Sure.
Wait. So for the seller, right? So,
Yeah.
Okay,
but I mean,
yeah.
new beyond what's already shown. I guess I was a little confused by.
No.
Oh,
so
no,
we-
well, we had asked before because usually we ask for archaeological assessment if there's going to be new in-ground disturbance. And I think that was never responded to. So we could send this to LPC as well.
Yeah.
in the
So
meantime.
I think the
Okay.
issue is whether there was an existing structure that had a cellar. That's
Right.
usually what archaeology looks at. And what the scope of the cellar was, right? So actually the question.
So historically, as I recall, in the 1920s, there was a building there, but recently, I'm trying to remember from the 1929 atlas showed that there was a building there at one point. It just listed as a residential building. It doesn't specify whether there was a cellar, but there was definitely a structure there before it was demolished. I don't know the full extent, but if you forward it to LPC, we can respond to any concerns accordingly.
Okay, because the 1920s structure would be the thing that might have had a cellar, and that would tell the scope of the archaeology if it
Right.
went over the lot lines.
Sorry to interrupt, I was going to say, if it helps, I know that we supplied the Department of Buildings BIS report about the demolition that was permitted in 1999. I think it was led by HPD. So I don't know if that has any supplemental information on it. I know that's part of the record. I don't have it up in front of me right now, but it might be
Okay.
helpful.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, great, thanks. All right, so I don't see, let me just check. There are a lot of people in the Zoom room. If you are wanting to speak about this application, please raise your Zoom hand. No,
This is only for Stanwick Street,
Yeah.
18 Stanwick Street. I know some of those people are for Cummings Avenue.
Yeah, I'm assuming, but yeah. Okay, so seeing no hands up and no people who want to testify in this case, we can move on. Unfortunately, we can't close, but we'll put it on for September with the hopes that we can close that. Okay,
Understood. Thank you.
thank you.
Item number 36, 2018-26 BZ 7903 Roosevelt Avenue. Queens, sorry.
Yeah, please raise your Zoom hand. There are a lot of people on the line, so I may not see your name. I believe this
This is
is,
for Sandy.
yes, and there she is. Okay. And if anyone else is on for this, please let me know. Raise a hand.
Okay, is anyone with you, Sandy?
No.
Okay, raise your right.
Sandy Anagnostou representing the applicant.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond to the board member questions?
I do.
Okay.
I listened to the comments in the review session, and I believe we've addressed all of the issues, including seeker.
Indeed, you have. And I do want to express my appreciation both to you and to your client for really going the entire mile or miles to do all of those studies that were required by DEP and to clarify the concerns about noise on the site. And so I just want to thank you for that. Okay, so let's see if there are any people from the public who want to speak about this case.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing at this moment is 2018-26 BZ 7903 Roosevelt Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to discuss this item, it's dial in to 646-558-8656. You will enter the webinar ID number 817-2523-3842 with a pound sign. At the next prompt, you will enter only the pound sign. Once you're in the Zoom room, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak. If you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. And it is only for 7903 Roosevelt Avenue, Queens.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so there are no submissions, and I just want to again, because we'll put this on for the next available decision date. But I'd like to, and so to close this hearing, but I want to just alert again, Ms. Matias, please make sure the calendar properly, the next calendar properly reflects the C23.
Yes, ma'am.
zoning district. I don't know where you put those notes, but please make sure. Okay. All right. And let's see, I don't see anybody with their Zoom hand up. If you want to speak on this, please raise your Zoom hand.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I just was reading a request. Okay, so please raise your Zoom hand. Okay, so that's it then. So I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Ooh. You need,
Wow.
Commissioner Shabeta, you need to turn down the volume again. You know, maybe really down because it's like blasting and it's not really clear language. I know you're having problems with that speaker system.
Thank you to the entire board for your input and your patience on this application.
Thank you very much for your cooperation. Always appreciated from you and your office.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move on, Madam Chair.
Yeah, there's a request to, can Carlo, you and Carlo speak with Jello, who's discussing reorganizing the order of the hearing to accommodate someone who's on a different time zone.
Oh, that's Avenue L?
Yeah, I don't want to air that in public.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But at the same time, you know, we have an order of hearing. So I'm going to go on to the next one because I know what it's like. I think several of us know what it's like to be in a different time zone and nonetheless have to participate in a hearing. So I'm going to go on to the next one until Carlo and Jello discuss that. Okay. Carlo, can you hear me?
Carlo is
I
in a
will walk. He's in.
meeting.
Oh, he's in a meeting. Okay.
I would text you, but it'll take me too much.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not going to disrupt things now. If the time difference right now is 7, then we can handle a time difference of 8, and maybe we'll. It's not the time it's 7 p.m. now, right? Or no?
7:30. No, 8:30. It's
8:30 at night. 7. Is it?
Yeah, because isn't it 1:30 right now?
It's 1:30, 8:30. All right, let's see how we go. I don't really feel too right about bypassing the other continuations. Maybe we can switch it for the new cases, okay? Because I don't think the continuations will take long, okay?
Move on, Madam Chair.
Yeah, so let's go to Co-op City. Thank you. Sorry about that, everyone.
No, I'm sorry, I apologize. Item number 37, 2019 32BZ 801 Co-op City Boulevard, Brooklyn. What do I keep saying Brooklyn? Bronx.
Don't know. Okay.
Brooklyn's in your
Sorry,
heart, Tony.
Commissioner from the Bronx.
Okay. Go
Can you
ahead.
do I need to be sworn in for this one?
Yes.
Are you the only one though?
I am the only
Good.
party.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond to board member questions?
I do affirm. Thank you. So I did listen to the review session and heard the comments that were raised. I'll respond to them briefly now and then further in submission. Just so the board is aware, we're still pursuing the zoning determination with the Department of Buildings. I realize that there was discussion and hopefully we did reference the Manhattan Accord to hopefully provide some clarity in support of our statement that it's floor space versus floor area. But, it seems that the board understands that point as agreeable pending notes on the plan and the condition of the resolution. But I just wanted to let you know that we are still pursuing it with the Department of Buildings. If we receive a determination before this matter is resolved, we'll of course submit it to the record, or at worst keep it for future instances where it might be raised as an issue. So we just want to let you know we weren't ignoring it, but
Okay.
things are proceeding slowly at the Department of Buildings with this particular request.
I see.
With respect to the resolution, we would agree to a condition. Mr. Vine reached out with an email, and we'll be in communication with him as far as putting a note on the plans and the best way to do that. But just know that we're agreeable to that. We're confident that the Department of Buildings will apply it that way, and we'll put it on the plans as needed and understand it'll be a condition in the resolution. Another item that was raised with respect to the restrictive declaration, again, Mr. Vine reached out about some a comment on that. We'll review that, but once council of the board is satisfied with that, we'll go ahead and get that recorded, and then we'll modify the plans to reference the CRFN and put the plan note on there, and it can also be referenced in the resolution. So it was a recorded declaration. There were a few other items that were noted with respect to the reservoir spaces. Those weren't specifically noted on the plan. As we said, we do believe that it's clear that the attended parking has enough. I don't know if do you want us to modify the plans to show the reservoir spaces, or is it understood that it's okay?
As long as you have to put a note on the plans, you're already working on the plans. Normally, we do see the 10 spaces indicated, and you obviously have plenty of room, so it's not like you're going to have to squish them in, right? So yes, please show that.
So we'll modify the plans to add the 10 spaces. We'll put a note regarding the floor area definition. There's already a note there, but what we'll do is just append the note and do it in a format that's agreeable. And then we'll get the declaration resolved and recorded. I know there were other questions that come up, but it seems the board as a whole was mostly satisfied with the application. But if there's a particular item that I'm missing, I can speak to it now or further in submission.
It's not a deciding factor. It's just a curiosity, because I think you were going to go find out whether the spaces on the self-park was free or there's a charge.
Okay. At this time, the intent is to have the grade level spaces, which would be both for the nursing home use and the new tenancy combined, to be free at this point. However, since it's still a prospective building and we don't know the tenant at this point and what relationship we'd have with the nursing home, we'd say that's the intent, but it's flexible at this point. So we can't finalize, but know that that's the intent, is to keep the self-parking free, and the attended parking most likely would be some sort of voucher system for the building. That's the intent.
And just to pick up from where Commissioner Otley Brown left off, or she didn't leave off, she actually said, it's not like the zoning resolution ever requires the parking to be free. I don't think they contemplated when they created the parking rules that charging parking would have an impact on the street system, right? And so if they really studied that, they might have created some kind of a system to require a certain percentage, or I don't know what, of free parking. But at the same time, a developer of a parking lot has to pay for their building. So it's not like the building is free and doesn't have expenses. So I'm not sure how the math would work on putting up a parking garage that's free, unless it's a municipal lot. So. Okay.
Understood. And we recognize, and we met the community board multiple times, we recognize the concerns were raised, but that's why this project as a whole really tried to request as minimal a waiver as possible. And this really is minimal compared to what the maximum waiver potentially would be. So I think those are the key items. As I said, it's working with we'll reach out to council to confirm the note and the declaration and get that moving forward and get the plan submitted.
Okay, great. So let's go to the public. Thank you.
Wait, Madam Chair, was the question about how persons park, I guess it's number 33 to 37, how they get safely in and out?
Yeah.
Is that done already?
That was something that we discussed amongst ourselves, I think, to just talk about the reality of how a parking lot functions.
Okay.
Is you really walk behind the cars, one of the reasons I brought that up is that in other countries, there are very strict requirements about providing a place for the people to walk, that are lit pathways and all that stuff. But I keep forgetting we don't live in Switzerland or whatever. So, okay. Not hardly, right. So,
To the public.
so let's go to the public.
The case we're currently discussing is item number 37, 2019-32 BZ 801 Co-op City Boulevard in the Bronx. Should you wish to comment on this case, dial 646-558-8656, enter webinar ID number 817-2523-3842, and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will only press the pound sign. Excuse me. Once you're in the Zoom room, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak. And once you're in the Zoom room, please, if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. But once again, it's only on 801 Co-op City Boulevard in the Bronx.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Dale, how much time to submit and record modify the deck and record?
Right. How's this? I don't want to complicate the board. I don't want to complicate Mr. Vide's schedule, but I realistically think a September return would be best, because even if we're able to resolve what we need to do with the plans and declaration, then we need to get it signed, we need to get recorded, and I don't think August 8th is realistic for that. So if it's possibly put on for September, I think that we'll be able to resolve the plan and declaration items by then.
Okay, sounds fair. I agree that August 8th would make council maybe depressed.
So for the September hearing, the submission date is August 24th time.
So 1 month, I think, is plenty of time on our end. And I think that the really minor items we just need to iron out. So I think that's very realistic.
And since the way Acris works, the recording is pretty quick, even if you did that a little bit later and you could demonstrate recording. But the problem is you need your CRFM number to put it on the drawings, right? So that's the thing. Okay, great. So having stalled enough, I do see a hand up. So just so there are two people with their hands up. I want to make sure that they're calling in for what's the address, Tony?
2019-32 BZ 801 Co-op City Boulevard, the Bronx.
So this must be people talking about Co-op City. So if you're not if you're not raising your hand to talk about Co-op City, please put your Zoom hand down. So the remaining hand up, no, there's Mr. Saunders has his hand up still. Okay. Are you calling in, Mr. Saunders, for Co-op City?
I am.
Okay, please proceed.
Please state your name for the record and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, my name is Rod Saunders. I'm a member of the board of the River Bay Board of Directors.
Okay.
Okay. First, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to speak. Parking is already a problematic here in Co-op City, and specifically along Co-op City Boulevard, and that goes from along all of Co-op City Boulevard. At any given time of day, especially around where this facility is about to be built, there are some 193 families with cars who are already looking for parking spaces because of the wait list for the garage that's there. The garage that is presently there is more than 100% of capacity. And as I just stated, there are 193 residents. So we're opposed to having any reduction in the parking requirements for the proposed new building, because it's only going to add to the parking spaces that are already being fought for by residents of the community. You know, a couple of years ago, the MTA came and they took as many as 10 parking spaces by creating new bus stops. Arguably, this building will probably take another 7 or 8, as the front of the building is on Co-op City Boulevard, and with a giant curb cut there, presumably for ambulances, for buses, for ad rides. It's going to take away another 7 or 8 spaces there. We believe that with the oncoming congestive traffic proposals that they have for the borough of Manhattan, that even more shareholders will want to stay home, not traveling to New York because of the price. That's going to keep even fewer parking spaces available. Even now, you'll see cooperators coming home with cars people are coming out of their apartments who work at a different time, they will take that parking space so that one car can go in while another car comes. So whether we're talking about 30 parking spaces or 50 it doesn't matter. We just do not have the accommodation of parking spaces on Co-op City Boulevard. If you Google map that at any point in time, you would probably go from Baychester Avenue all the way across towards Connor Street. You see virtually no available parking spaces. So what we're looking to do, and by the way, the MTA has created their new fast forward bus routes. And Co-op City has gotten some very good considerations from the MTA. There is no doubt that this is going to create double parking. Co-op City Boulevard is already a 2-lane bus route. Creating double parking will even make that a slower route for our buses and for our commuters. So to be perfectly honest, this is a no-win situation to have more vehicles parked on our streets in this particular location for Co-op City residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you heard the discussion earlier. Did you hear the discussion amongst the commissioners earlier today?
I did indeed.
Okay, so there was a rather extensive traffic study done to talk about what's known as demand, right? Demand factors for both the existing facility to accommodate their 104 parking spaces that they have. And it showed also a demand for that facility of actually 108 parking spaces instead of what they have by rights for zoning. And then a demand of 104 spaces for the ambulatory care facility, which is not a hospital, by the way, so I'm not really sure what you mean by the ambulances, but so the total need on the site is only 212 spaces based on studies that the Department of Transportation has established as standards for ambulatory care facilities, which are pretty strict. And so this site is providing far in excess of the parking spaces indicated to be needed by the demand study. So according to that, there will be many excess spaces available to the general public for parking. As we discussed at the hearing, though, there's nothing to be done about people who don't want to pay for parking, and facilities charge for parking. This one may be the first, however many spaces that is on the ground floor, I think it's 100, won't charge for parking. Maybe it's 80 spaces on the ground floor. They won't charge for parking, so those may be more readily used, but that's not, we can't guarantee that they're not charged for. So it's a problem with parking garages. They're not free, so everyone wants to park on the street. So I just wanted to make sure that you understand that the board is very conscious of the parking issues there, because the commissioners went on a site visit and had trouble finding parking. So they're extremely aware of it, but I do appreciate your testimony. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the waiting room?
Mr. Cruz from the Community Board.
Okay, sorry. I thought, yeah, got it. Go ahead, please proceed.
Thank you so much. Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Quickly, I apologize for my shortness of breath. I'm also, like everyone else is, I'm trying to get past COVID. My name is Matthew Cruz at CB10. I'm here to reiterate our community board's opposition to this application. Co-op City remains one of the least accessible communities in the Bronx. This development will need every single parking space to operate a medical building that will receive hundreds of patients on a daily basis, in addition to its own employees. The Metro North Station is still many years away, and even then, it is not a walkable distance from this building to the station itself. We're asking the BSA to consider the current dynamics and how reducing the parking requirement for this building will negatively impact the transit desert that is the Co-op City community. And I did hear the testimony from the review session. I, of course, second Mr. Rod Saunders' comments and concerns So we're asking the BSA, of course, if they can support Community Board 10, much larger the Quad City community, in opposing this application respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you. With respect to that, thank you for your testimony. Always appreciated when the community board participates, so thank you. Mr. Dale, so I had a question that we didn't discuss, actually. It was one of the questions in the review session. In response to the concerns of the community, was there any reason why, so the Florida, I think it's the slab to slab heights are 11 feet in the proposed building. Was there any consideration about putting some stackers in, or might there be actually a consideration to install stackers in the future if it turns out that the parking garage is, there's an overage?
My understanding is that there were some designs that were considered with respect to the stackers, but that the final design did not include stackers at this time because, as we've noted, in submission, compared to what the maximum relief would be allowed under the special permit, we really did try and reduce it as much as possible. And the requested waiver is for only 54 spaces as opposed to the more significant number that could have been done. So it was just a design choice to avoid the stackers just because of using them for attended parking and I guess the design. I don't know the full history of the stackers. I just know that it was something that was considered off and on. And then in the end, because of the minimal nature of the request, the current design was proposed.
Okay, so I guess here's the question. Would you be willing to consider in some future time, if, let's just say the community is correct and the parking garage with its many spaces, what is it, 373 spaces, somehow or other turns out to be packed absolutely all the time, in the interest of just sort of providing for the community. I'm not saying it'd be like a condition, but in the interest of providing, because by the way, I guess the owners would make money by renting more parking spaces, by putting some stackers in the building to alleviate the problem. If there's room, I believe the 11-foot slab to slab fits one stacker level. And obviously not on the, as we discussed, not on the third floor, but on the second floor. Right? This is more like to work with the community in the future. If it turns out your parking garage really is packed, which it doesn't sound like it ever will be, because we often see that, but
Right. I would say, how's this? I'm going to say, sure, they'll definitely consider anything that would improve the building because it's something that, as you said, would improve the value of their property and also be a benefit to the community. But at this time, we fairly confident with the figures in the traffic study and the proposed design that what's being provided will actually meet what the demand is. But I can say for sure they're not going to 100% say no, they'll never do that. It's something they would consider if it would be allowed pursuant to code and building design.
Okay. And so maybe what we could say is, if you wanted to increase the amount of parking to essentially reduce either temporarily or permanently the scope of the waiver, that's something that could be done by a letter of no objection, so you don't have to go through any kind of special board review.
Sure. Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, as far as something like that, I mean, also a lot of it depends also with the restrictive declaration. That's part of the discussion we're having with council with respect to, often when we do restrictive declarations for the special permits, at least our office, there's provisions in there that, like, if the zoning changes or a use changes and the special permit's no longer needed, then you can proceed to avoiding a special permit provided as of right. But sure.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. So for the community's interest, it's not though we're going to close this hearing, it's not a closed story if it turns out that all those parking studies were wrong. But you need to give it, first of all, time to get constructed and time for it to bear witness to your future assumptions, right? It may be wrong, right? Let's say DOT's analytical method may be right, and because it's a parking garage that people pay for. That's how I'm coming out with that. Okay, any other comments from commissioners? Anything? No? Okay. So I appreciate very much the testimony from the public, civic and community board. And I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing, and we'll put this on for decision in September. Okay.
Sure. Madam Chair, Permutter? Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheffer?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Application's been closed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is 2024-64BZ, 85-9466 Road, Queens.
And if there's anyone else in Mr. Goldstein's team, please raise your hand.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody.
Hi.
I think
Is Sarah Centenary with you?
No.
Oh, okay, maybe she's okay, so let me raise your hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, to respond honestly to board member questions?
I affirm.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Jay Goldstein on behalf of the applicant. We attended the review session.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry.
We attended the review session and we heard the board's comments with regard to providing landscaping in the 6-foot side yard. We'll do so to the extent that it doesn't impact the path of egress. With regard to the building height and Vice Chair's comment, we'll endeavor to reduce that parapet at the front to make it less imposing. And then finally, with regard to the Vice Chair's comment about daily prayer, we actually mentioned in page 2 of our statement of facts that one of the driving forces of this application is to provide daily prayer and lectures for the members of the congregation. So finally, I think that's all the comments from the members of the board.
I think actually the question was more specific, is that daily prayer performed currently at the current location? And if so, for how many, et cetera?
Right, it's not because of the space constraints and it being in a private house. So the idea is that we want to include it, and as mentioned in the statement, we want to have the ability to provide a full service synagogue like the board has seen elsewhere.
So because it's a private house, there isn't a daily prayer, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And then, so I think those are all the comments of the board. The only thing I would mention is that fire department, after review session, issued a letter of objection saying that the parapet at the front was too tall. I actually spoke to Chief Daly and told him that we would not, the fire department said we can apply to fire department for a waiver, and I had indicated to him that we would not be requesting a waiver. We'll be reducing the size of the parapet in accordance with the Vice Chair's comments, and we'll meet the fire department code.
To meet code, okay. Oh, that's interesting, because I thought they could access from the slide, but I don't know.
There's apparently a new code went into play recently. So if it's over 48 inches, it's problematic. We have to adjust. So we'll adjust accordingly to be compliant.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you. And again, thank you so much for your instant responsiveness to comments. And this is really a much better project, much more fitting for the neighborhood. Any other comments from the board members, staff? Okay, so I'd like to go to the public, and let me see. So if you'd like to speak on this application, please raise your Zoom hand. And please, and let's. Yeah, go ahead.
The case we're discussing is 2020-64BZ, 8594 66th Road, Queens. You can place comments if you want to dial in 646-558-8656. Enter webinar ID number 817-2523-3842 and the pound sign. The next prompt, you will only press the pound sign. You then press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak. If you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. I think there's someone on there already.
I don't see any hands up.
There was a Sarah Sendafini. I don't know. I saw it on the screen. Is that?
Oh,
If you're participating for that conversation on 66th Road, please raise your hand. She disappeared. I don't know. I don't have the full screen.
yeah, I see. Someone who's talking was permitted, but I don't see the person.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi.
This is Sarah Centenary speaking. I'm here for Assemblymember Al Taylor's office. We are specifically here for the Inwood variance session, so I'm not here for the other. Item number 99.
Sorry, which one are you here for?
Item 39.
Item
Okay.
Apologies for any confusion.
Sorry, we're gonna put you back into the waiting room. Okay, thanks. All right, so I don't see any speakers. So having given, I think, enough opportunity for people to call in and speak and seeing no people, I would very much like to close this case. So, but before we do that, just to ask Mr. Goldstein how much time to put in the landscaping and reduce the parapet height and essentially get sign off from the fire department.
I would love to say I can do it overnight, but I have a heavy caseload for August with submissions tomorrow. So if the board will have me for August 8th, I can push for it. It's not that many changes, and I think Chief Daly can turn around the review. I don't know if the board can put me on for the 8th.
How soon could you get your submission in?
Be by tomorrow. It would have to be by tomorrow, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, normally it's by tomorrow, but in a situation like this, it could be by Friday, say. I just don't know if that's a doable thing. And I checked with our general counsel. I don't know how many decisions are on August. It may not be too bad, actually. Hold on a second.
I think with so many decisions made this yesterday, and we have a lot of decision cases for August.
We do. How many?
One, actually, but there's a compliance hearing. Well,
no, but decision case.
3, actually 6 decision cases, I think. But we have a lot of decision cases that we had this week today.
So again, I'm just with Chase. Could we put this on for decision for August?
Chase?
How many decision cases are there?
6 coming up for next time.
That's okay. Thank you.
Great, thank you. They know where they are in the resolutions on the current load. So that's why we can tailor how many we put on for August. So, okay, so I'm gonna say, put this one on for the August decision. And so this Friday submission, please. Is that okay?
That should be fine, yeah.
Oh, so okay. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I'm a little, does fire department, you have to get a fire department sign off, don't we? Or are we good with fire department?
Not a seeker issue. That's a work out the parapet issue. It's not a substantive question.
Oh, okay.
And the question.
You know what? Let's. I think maybe it's best to put it on for September 12th, if possible. It'll just make everyone's lives a little easier.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Just looking at the calendar, I think that it'll make life a lot easier for a lot of people, myself included.
Okay, we always want to make life easier for you.
Somebody does. It's great. Okay.
So thank you very much again for your instant responsiveness, being a model citizen. As Commissioner Shetta mentioned yesterday, you know, there are the cases where they submit, there's one hearing, and then there's one final one where you pick up the differences, and then we're done. So you're kind of an expert on that subject. So let's,
Right.
thank you.
A shout out to Bonnie for my office. She works very hard.
Okay, we'll give her credit too. Thank you. So a motion to close then.
Chair Perlmutter. Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta. Commissioner Shabeta.
No, do it again.
I can't hear you. Aye, thank you.
Did you hear that? Okay.
Yes, I did. Okay.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, next item is item number 39, 2021-41BZ, 2238 Cummings Street, Manhattan.
Okay, I see.
Frank St. John.
To tell, I keep trying to hit talking permitted and then. Okay.
Jessica Corus.
John McNally, is that one of the team members?
Madam Chair, John McNally is one of the team members from Phil Beebe and Associates.
Okay.
So it's Ms. Corus, Mr. St. Jacques, Mr. McNally. Anyone else, Mr. St. Jacques?
We should also have Bill McQuilkin,
Yeah, I think he was admitted.
Thomas Tamon,
Oh, Thomas Tamon.
and sorry, I'm just looking at the either Barry Gurbich or Brian Burwell.
Yeah. And Barry Gurbich. Okay.
I think that's everyone.
Okay.
Okay, so the team, can you unmute, please? And join as panelists if you can. Mr. Gurvich and Mr. Burwell.
I apologize. I neglected to mention that our architect is on. It would be Shai Elster, A-L-S-T-E-R.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay, is everyone ready? Ms. Alster or Mr. Alster, could you please unmute and join as panelists, please? Thank you. Okay, everybody ready? Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond only to the board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Okay, Mr. St. Jacques, you have the lead.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you. My name is Frank St. Jacques. I'm with Ackerman LLP. I'm working with Richard Bass in my office on this variance application. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for your comments at this morning's review session. We took extensive notes and anticipate having to make a submission after this hearing to respond in kind to all of those comments. But we wanted today, really, this is, as Madam Chair, as you noted, this is our first time appearing as the applicant team before the board. With our last submission in June, our goal was not to address every comment from December. We recognize that that submission did not do that, but our focus was on the A and B findings and addressing several of the comments and then also updating the parking study. So as you can see, we have a large team here today. What we'd like to do is focus on, again, the A and B findings, the comments that were made today, I'll just start briefly, and then I'll turn it over to our geotech engineer, Thomas Taman, to take some of those specific engineering comments and responses, and then obviously we can respond in writing. Also note that our cost estimator, Bill McQuilkin, is here, our economic consultant, Jessica Kouris, as well as Barry and Brian from Artemis, who would just like to make a brief statement at the conclusion of the hearing. I will start by saying, with respect to the A finding, as it relates to this site as having a unique physical condition, our position was articulated well by the vice chair, essentially that this elevated bedrock condition may and was likely more prevalent throughout the area up until the extensive development that occurred about 90 years or so ago. We included in our statement of facts some discussion of the development pattern. It was essentially a rush or two rushes around the introduction of mass transit to the area, wherein significant development occurred. What you see today in terms of the built context was largely established back in around sometime before 1935. And we've attempted to demonstrate that using historic Sanborn maps and some historical information. Can certainly provide more as needed. But our position really relies on the fact that development that occurred more than 90 years ago benefited from a different set of zoning regulations that did not require parking, and different methods of rock removal that included blasting and dynamite. Neither of those zoning regulations nor techniques are available today. And as the context was largely established, about 100 years ago, we sought to present the site as having this unique elevated bedrock condition in relation to what we thought would be an objective set of comparative soft sites or other development sites in the area. And what we did was look at the projected and potential development sites within the Inwood rezoning and do a few different comparisons. One was to the sites that shared, even in part, the same R7A zoning that is applicable to the development site, as well as all of the sites. And this was in an attempt to be comprehensive. So not only showing that of about 5 sites that had the similar R7A zoning, none had this elevated rock condition. They'd either had been cleared for development at some point or had some commercial structure on them. And then that carried for the remainder of the development sites, regardless of the zoning that were considered in the Inwood EIS. And then, as was noted in the review session, we did include one site that is a much more direct comparison, just about a quarter mile away, that does have a similar elevated rock condition, although it is in separate ownership. It's essentially divided down the center into 2 tax lots. So that's an overview of our position on the A finding. I recognize that all the findings intertwine, and we will move to the B finding now. Before I do so, I just want to say a few preliminary things just with respect to maintaining the analysis of Affordable New York, also known as 421A, or we recognize that the program lapsed in June of this year. There was some thought that it might be extended, and that that lapse kind of pushed up into around the time when we were submitting. So, we will adjust the analysis accordingly to remove Affordable New York, and we'll make comprehensive updates to the economic analysis. Jessica Kouris is here if there are specific questions, but I think based on the comments we heard today, she has a pretty clear indication of how to move that forward. With that, because we do have our team of professionals here, I just did want to turn it over to our geotech engineer to start to address, hopefully through discussion with Commissioner Sheta, the concept that the elevated rock condition at the site does not represent financial hardship, but instead represents a benefit. We respectfully disagree, and we wanted to walk through some of those points and can follow up with an extensive submission, hopefully illustrating that and demonstrating that. But with that, I'll turn it over to Thomas.
Thank you, Frank. And thank you to the board members for this opportunity to discuss this project. Just a little background on myself. I'm a geotechnical engineer. I have over 30 years of experience directly in New York City, working in all of the boroughs, including many sites with rock conditions. I don't even know how many projects I've worked on over those years, hundreds of projects. And in all honesty, the uniqueness of this site is the rock conditions, particularly on the west side of the site. On that side of the site, there's a very large rock cut, which makes this site difficult to excavate rock from that perspective, in the sense of, I have to maintain the stability of that rock cut. I have to protect the adjacent building as well as the adjacent building owners. So that is, so the less rock that we excavate, the better from that perspective, because it would reduce the impact to adjacent structures and the public. As far as, Commissioner Sheta, I listened to the review session, and thank you for your detailed comments. I can tell that you have spent a lot of time reviewing the information on this project. On the one sense, I agree with you that if you have rock, that it is more advantageous than a soil condition. However, that is only the case if you do not have to remove the rock. And in New York City, the way rock works, it's not, as you know, it's not something, it's natural, and it doesn't, always follow how we would like it to do. In one corner of the site, it could be high, another corner, it can be lower. So in my experience, and I know in many others, and I'm sure yours as well, it's extremely rare to have a site where you put the foundation on rock, but don't have to excavate any rock. Once you have to excavate rock, the cost goes up. And this is not something for debate. You can talk to any developer, any building owner, that they're going to go they're going to go very far to not have to excavate rock because of the many difficulties associated with that. And some of those difficulties are, you're going to have increased vibrations. You're going to have impacts. Those vibrations are going to could have impacts to the adjacent structures and adjacent public. I need to take that rock out. I need to put it in a truck, and it has to go onto a street. There's noise, pollution, impacts to the road, things like that, that clients want to, or developers and many people want to avoid excavating rock.
May I just?
Sure.
When you say cost goes up when rock is present, you're talking about the cost of the rock excavation, right?
Yes. Okay,
go ahead. But the cost of the foundation, you agree that it goes down?
Only because you have less, like if you're, as you were implying.
I'm sorry, I mispronounced it. the cost for the foundation goes down.
The cost for the foundation goes down, correct, for what you were saying, that the size of the footing is going to get less. So I
And
need
it goes
less concrete.
down on a site like this. A 10-story building would be close to the allowable bearing of a sandy material. So if you have a building of that scale, you would be close to a mat foundation or large spread footings. But
Yeah, but we don't have that case on this.
yes, I
site.
understand. Yes, I know. I'm just like hypothesizing two cases to compare. So if you do have an earth condition, a subgrade, soil subgrade condition, you agree that when you put that building of that scale, that kind of footing you would use would be close to a mat or larger spread footings, almost like interconnected. But when you move to the other extreme, which is a rock subgrade, then because of the bearing pressure goes from almost 2 or 3 TSF, it goes up all the way to 20 TSF. That would lead to significantly less foundation. So probably I approximated it during my analysis. I said it's like 90%. The way I got to the 90% is the ratio of 2 to 20. So instead of, let's say you have a column with 1,000 ton on 2 TSF, you would need 1,000 divided by 2, but on 20, you would need 1,000 divided by 20. So it's like significantly less, 90% less footing size / material. So I just want to like get your blessing on this concept that the cost of foundation goes significantly down.
Well, I don't know if I would say significantly. I think you're talking about a change in the volume of concrete that you need for the footings.
Yes.
And that is I think it's not going to be as substantial as when you take out the savings associated with that are not going to be as substantial as when you're excavating out the rock.
We'll get to that.
Based on my experience, that's the case. Because like I just said, a lot of owners do not want to excavate rock.
Yes, I'll get to that.
Before you go there, for the rest of us, so that we can follow along, could Mr. Toman, we allow him to share a screen and you show us a diagram of where you're saying the rock is? Because I'm trying to understand it from your geotech report, and I'm not finding much in the way of rock except on the edges and in one corner that's going to be excavated because it's a required yard.
All right, Frank is sharing that. I don't know.
But not a photograph. I want topographical drawing.
I think it's important that you see the photograph.
But I don't know where they are, so that doesn't help me. The rock outcropping, if I understand it, is in the far upper left corner. So arguably,
well, all of this. See, this is the west side of our site.
Right, I understand, but
this is a.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is a rock outcrop that has been cut for this building. For the building to the right, they cut the rock. Our building is going to be on top of this rock outcrop.
Yeah, but you have it in your geotech report. If you go to your geotech report, you have a figure there that depicts where the top of rock is, don't you?
That's what I would like. I'd like a site plan, the topographical.
But it doesn't, but that figure does not show you the grade change that goes from here, that goes from the top of this rock cut that you see here down to the bottom. That's like a 25-foot.
No, but
that's a 25-foot high rock cut.
No, but it's in. I don't know where it is actually. So that.
I'm happy.
Hello, can you show it on an elevation? Sorry, not on an elevation. Show on a topographical map where the outcrop is, because as far as I've understood throughout this project, it's upper left-hand corner where you actually have where you actually have a, what do you call it? A yard. So it's
I can
not,
share it if you want. I have it in front of me.
yeah, okay. But I was hoping Mr. Toman could show us what he's talking about because he's argument.
Okay, we're looking at this here.
Just let me know which diagram you prefer, Tom.
Why don't you go to the previous?
This is
Can I
the
just
one
say-
actually.
Can I just say, I actually thought that that photograph that was provided was helpful in understanding the grade difference and how the previous developments or the prior developments were able to build to add grade to the street line by having to cut the rock. So I think that's a good base to start off Mr. Taman's discussion with regards to site plan. We do need to see the site and identify where that issue is. Thank you.
Thank
But
you.
the picture is a spot.
Let's start here.
Only
The
one,
photograph.
only one person can speak, please.
Can I say something?
No,
Sure.
I'm not, oh, okay. I'm trying to
Yeah,
just get Mr. Toman to make his presentation, and then you can comment. Otherwise, it's too much back and forth, and this is what takes hours, okay? Can we just try Mr. Toman making his presentation and showing us on the screen what he's talking about where, because I can't follow just with general talking. And then after he's made his presentation, then Commissioner, you respond to it. Otherwise, it's too much back and forth. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Tell us what page, by the way, you're on your geotech, because I can't really see that drawing from my screen.
Do you
Madam
want me
Chair,
to, do you want me to take over the screen, Frank, or is it okay this way?
Tom, if it's easier for you to do, I'm I'm happy to control and you tell me what to do, or if you want to pull it up on your screen, whichever you prefer.
I have it up on my screen, so maybe it's easier if I just.
Okay, I'll pull this down and stay out of your way.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so this is the same figure that we're just showing.
Can you tell me where it is in the geotech report? What
This
page?
is on page 23,
Okay, thank you.
figure 2. So each one of these figures here shows a boring location. And this over here, this building over here, I can't, it's, so the elevation at the street here is about plus 40. At this location, there's an area way that goes through here, and you walk down many steps, many steps to get down to here.
Yes.
The survey doesn't show it, but the elevation down here is it's like 25 feet lower than up here.
Right.
So what I was showing you on those figures or the photographs that we were just looking at, were the rock conditions along this side. So there's a 25, I know you're talking about the rock outcrop that people have talked about is over here. But because when this building was built, they cut the rock all along here. And now there's a 25-foot high rock cut all along here. And it continues down here into this other property. When we excavate here, we need to protect that area over here from rocks falling into this areaway and to protect this building from damage. By excavating, I mean, so we have to be careful when we excavate the rock, we have to be very careful not to disturb what's happening over here on this side. That is the very unique part of this site. I have, in my 30 years, I've never come across something that like this, where I had a 25-foot rock cut right next to where I wanted to do my work. So I
have a question about that, just to stay on the same.
Me too.
You have boring number 12. Did boring
Yes.
number 12 hit rock?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm not sure why we're looking at this figure. If you just move one page down.
So page
Can you
20.
rotate that?
Well, I'll go to the one that has elevations. This one has elevations.
No, I want to go to the one with the depths to the bedrock.
Okay.
The one that says depth to the bedrock.
Yeah.
This is the one, right?
Okay.
Please press Control Shift plus, and it's gonna rotate 90 degrees. Control Shift plus. Together. Yeah. Zoom it. Yep. Yep. More. Yeah. And show us the legend, please. I want to see the legend. Yeah. So the blue is rock outcrops, almost zero. And then anything below the blue, like end of the blue is like 4 feet deep, right? Correct?
4 feet. That's 4 feet. Yep, right there is 4 feet.
Right? And then from the blue to the yellow, that could be as deep as 10 feet, correct?
10 feet, yeah.
And then the red is almost way more than 10 feet. The end of red is like probably, I can see this,
About
probably
17.
16
About
or
17.
something like that. Let's
Yes.
go back to the plan. Where is rock 0 to 4? Just, I cannot use my cursor, but it's just here.
Over here. And
Beyond
also,
this,
it's not, this is the rock outcrop. So this is actually above 0.
yes, it's because if you want to go to the white area, all what you need to do is you just gonna extend the blue to that area, and the rock. I understand that rocks is gonna be going up. Let's make
right
it.
here.
Yeah.
The top of rock. The top of rock is right here is about elevation 66.
Understood. Yeah.
Okay.
Zoom out. Same thing here. My understanding is that the lowest floor, and I'm referring to proposal A, the as of right A, is gonna be built from that lot line, right? From the lot line next to the areaway. Am I correct? The plan shows that, right?
I'd have to defer to others on that one, I guess. But okay, let's say it is.
If the
yes.
architect, if you cannot answer, you can take a look at the architectural plan, and the answer is yes. If we're digging to the lot line, that means that we need to take the entire rock wall next to that building out. So there is no need for protection. And you know what else? You're an honest man, because you're in the financials. When I spoke about the protection during the last hearing, and I said SOE is minimal, all what you did is you just took the SOE out, and this submission, the protection is gone. Because actually, if you're building to the lot line, you're taking this rock off, there is no protection next to the building, except for vibration. And with the vibration, it's just a monitoring job. One other issue I'm having with the direction of the discussion, we're arguing about the rock excavation. I'm fine with that. But bottom line for me is this: quantity of rock excavation. I did ask you to submit to us a grid 10 by 10 or 15 by 15, and you did an amazing job on this. You submitted to us the grid plan with areas for the grids and rock excavation for each one of them. And when we added up this, it's in the financials, it's in your report. I looked at it. The total rock excavation is 1,700 cubic yard. That the earth excavation has significantly increased from the last submission. When you add up both and you divide by the square footage of the as of right, it tells us that you're digging total mixed excavation of 14 feet, roughly, plus or minus. If I take the rock quantity and divide it by the footprint, it's gonna give me the average rock excavation, which is 3.75 foot average on the entire site. The rest, 10.25 feet are earth excavation. Where in the world, what in the world is wrong with a site like this? 10 feet of earth, 4 feet of rock. If you have a very typical site, like I said, and you can respond to that, in Midtown Manhattan, I did work on sites there. When we dug down, we encountered rock. When we did the boring, we encountered rock at 10 feet. And we asked the contractor to over excavate the rock, because of course, you know, as a geotech, that the top 2 to 3 feet of the rock are gonna be weathered rock. So we do not recommend like putting the footing at the top. We usually ask the contractor to dig extra 2 or 3 feet to get to the rock, the sound rock, or the like class B or C rock, so the bearing pressure would be reasonable. That's what you exactly are doing in this case. 10 feet down, you encounter rock on average, and then you dig 3 feet, you get to the sound rock, you have 20 ton per square foot. That's gonna save you significant amount of concrete and foundation cost. And again, maybe you don't like it, but significant amount and cost on the foundation. And in addition to that, in the back at the building, you don't have SOE. At the street side, you don't have SOE because it's rock. Rock is outcropping at these areas. And you either have a rock wall, or you're gonna take this rock wall down and you're gonna have a grade next door. So SOE is minimal, like I said. Protection is tiny. Foundation has like decreased to like 90%, 75%. And bottom line, I don't care about all this. You gave me the quantity of 1,700 cubic yards. The cost for this, if you consider the cost differential between rock excavation and earth excavation, I'm gonna go with the unit price that was submitted, 325 per cubic yard, dollar per cube for each cubic yard. Earth excavation is $80. The difference is on the order of $200. 200 times 1,700. This is less than $0.4 million, 400,000. How come an item that's $400,000 is causing a hardship of 3 million? There is something wrong in the financials, period.
Okay, well, but so I guess Mr. Toman isn't handling the financials. I mean, he's dealing with the geotechnical issues, right? So if we could just keep it to that and have someone else handle the financials. So if
yeah.
Mr. Toman, if you want to respond to the specifics of the geotech issues.
Okay. All right. What I'd like to do is show you this is the same, similar to the previous figure, except it shows the elevation of the top of rock. So you can see that, you know, as you get over to this area here, the rock gets high. Now, as I mentioned, when you look at the adjacent building here, we don't have this, and we can easily get it. But like I said, you walk. So from here, elevation 40. As you see, the sidewalk here is about elevation 40. You walk down at least 10 steps to get into this areaway. So you're talking, this areaway is at plus 30.
So it's 10 feet lower, you're saying?
No, it's like at this location, I have 30 feet of rock. There's a 30-foot rock cut from here. Like this is the top of rock here is 60 feet plus 60.
Okay.
Down
what is
here,
the elevation for the alleyway?
Can you just give me 1 second?
Finish, Commissioner, please let him finish.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Down here in this areaway, it's about plus 30. This entire areaway here is cut rock, which is what we were showing in that photograph. So when we excavate rock, as we excavate rock over here, we have to make sure that that excavation, I can't just take it out. You know, Commissioner said, I'm not going down to plus 30. So I can't just take it out. I can't just take it out, and I can't just, willy-nilly remove the rock because it's going to fall into this areaway, or it could hit the building. So we have to take certain safety precautions, which is unusual for this. That's what's unusual about this site. We have to take safety precautions to prevent that rock from falling into this areaway. That's one thing.
Okay.
Now, as far as SOE, as you know, when SOE also includes rock stabilization. On this site, like if I have a soil site, I don't have rock stabilization. But as I excavate rock and I cut the rock, like everybody knows, when you're driving on a road and you see a rock cut, it has fractures in it. There are blocks of rock that could fall out and hurt people. We have to make sure that those rocks are stable as we excavate. So we may need to put in some stabilization measures, which is also supportive excavation.
But
and
you're
is
cutting this.
by the Department of Buildings.
You're cutting the rock along the street because you're gonna put your lowest floor plus or minus at the sidewalk level. This is as of right A. The idea of as of right A is to get an intermediate elevation along the sidewalk and make the lowest floor, the basement, like consistent with that. And that's what I said during the first hearing. I said, do not try to dig more, just put it at the sidewalk. And when you do that, all what you're gonna need to do is you're gonna cut the rock along the street and you don't need to do anything else. There is no SOE along the street. If I'm missing something, correct me, but if the sidewalk elevation, let me finish. If the sidewalk elevation is 40 and the mass elevation, the mass excavation elevation per your submission is 44, around 40, they match. So you have, like, this is the sidewalk and this is the excavation.
Each other, it doesn't work. One at a time, okay? Please. Go ahead.
That's the sidewalk will match when you dig the side. Right now, this is the case. You have something, this is the sidewalk, and this is your side. When you dig your side down to the sidewalk, it's more or less matching. So you don't have to worry about SOE along cement. When you turn 90 degrees, you're inside your property. All what you need to do is just slope back that excavation so there is no SOE. If you're talking about next to that building, if you can zoom out, please. Make the, like, zoom out. Yeah, and yeah. One more.
Cool. Like all along here, I mean, the rock is at 50. So if I'm going down to 44.
Send it down a little bit. I'm gonna alert you about something that you need to take care of during your design, and you have to communicate this to the structure engineer. You're gonna put a building on top of a rock cut. If the neighbor next door is elevation 30, and you gotta put your foundation at elevation, let's say 35.
Yes.
This differential, you will need to put something there. This is not part of that.
Commissioner Shetta, I understand. That's what makes this site unique.
No. No.
All right. I mean, I think in my experience, you know, this is a and truthfully, I can tell you, I can't even, I've never.
So stop with that.
Okay.
We are, whether or not the site's unique, what we're really getting at, you know, because there are arguments you could make that the site somehow is unique because it's a vacant site and there aren't a lot of vacant sites. Let's just say you could get there in some way. The question is whether the conditions on the site present an economic hardship that prevent a realization of a reasonable return. That's the hardest thing for us to get through, right? So I'd bypass the discussion of uniqueness, not that it's been found, but let's is the subject of, okay, you have this rock, you have this neighbor, you have the elevation changes. And then the next question, which was posed by Commissioner Sheta, is so what?
So what? Yeah.
So now let's move on to that's what. And I need to ask Mr. Toman to speak and Commissioner Sheta to wait for him to finish the okay.
Well, I mean, I've presented, you know, from the technical side as to why, you know, why this site is unique, and we've gone through a lot to obtain information about the rock conditions. I think Chair Perlmutter, what you're asking is, you know, more from the financial side, which is, like, as you said, is not something that I'm totally, you know, I give the information to the cost estimator who then does that work.
Okay, but
before you go.
Wait, just a second. What information are you giving to the cost estimator that you believe needs to be done in order to facilitate the development of an as-of-right project? An as-of-right, not the proposed project. I don't know if you received the drawing, so that's the thing and Commissioner Sheta, did I say something you don't want me to say?
Yeah, yes. You said you wanted the financial, take it from here, but before you go, and again, I'm gonna count on your honesty. You gave the financial cost estimator all what he needs in order for him to value the foundation system of this site, plus excavation, plus. Are we going to change anything in the input from your side to the financials in the next submission? Yes or no?
I don't know if I can answer. I'm not sure if I can answer that question. Because I'm not sure if I'm.
In other words,
Commissioner Shetta, I can field that. I mean, I think that the answer is most likely not. What I think we could do is better illustrate the condition along the western lot line of the site, because I think that's something that our application materials maybe failed to show to the sufficiently. As you can see, we're just I think we still have the screen up. The the top edge of that drawing, which again represents the western lot line of the site, where that about 30-foot sort of sheer rock cut is on the adjacent property. We can revise and supplement the geotech materials to better illustrate that. But then to the financial point, that's obviously something that my office, something that Bill McQuilkin and Jessica Kouris, prepare with discussion with Tom's office, and obviously the architect.
This is the part I'm confused about. We're switching from geotechnical engineers' analysis of the site instantly to a cost estimator's analysis. What happened to the structural analysis for what's necessary to be done to prepare the site to building an as-of-right building, which is how we start? I'm missing a step here, because the geotech provides the data, the information, the analysis, and makes recommendations about, I assume, what kind of footings or what kind of excavation, whatever is necessary. And the cost estimator just takes that information and runs numbers on it. The estimator isn't the one who comes up with the design. So I'm missing a step.
Yeah, I think that's I think that's a step that the project team has undertaken. I'm happy to ask Tom to walk through that. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're asking, because I think that's something that we've internally prepared and discussed.
Let me just finish with that. What you're doing is you're jumping from a scientific study, i.e. essentially a geotechnical scientist. You're jumping right to a cost estimator and a lawyer. There's a whole series of other people who get involved in the design of a project well before that happens, right? So the geotech works with the structural engineer, and they come to an understanding of what needs to be done to the site. And then the architect is involved in that question too, about how to design the building given the givens on the site. And then all that information is given to the cost estimator. So we're missing two critical players in this story, which I assume is the structural engineer working with Mr. Toman and the architect working with them both to design a project that is not inefficiently costly. Yeah, Commissioner, go ahead.
Yeah, I believe the current design is very efficient, and I would say it's very smart as well. The as-of-right A. I believe the structure engineer is not involved, because it's not the role of the structure engineer to look at an adjacent rock cut and say we need to do something. This usually comes from the geotechnical engineer. I believe the geotechnical engineer was very honest when he looked at the rock cut, and he decided that they can build to the lot line. This rock cut is there for years. If you drive through the city, you're gonna see tons of buildings with rock cuts, and the footings or the piers are bearing directly on these rock cuts. So I don't think anything need to be done over there. What I'm feeling is, okay, the rock excavation has gone down from 7,000 cubic yard in the previous submission to 1,700 cubic yard in this submission. Let's do that, the very famous thing. And I hope you see my hands. So I don't want to encounter this. It's painful for me. If it happens, I don't know. It's up to the board.
Commissioner Shetta, if I may, you commented that the as of right development scenario is building to that western lot line. And if I may just share the basement plan, there.
You want me to stop sharing?
Great, thanks.
Sure.
And I'll happily have the architect and any other members of the team that want to jump in to supplement. But if I may just show here, this will be the basement plan. Just bear with me while I pull it up.
I want to, or if I can jump in while you're doing that, Frank.
Sure.
To answer Chair Perlmutter's comments about the design. In the geotech, what happens is, we make recommendations and then the structural engineer follows, what we've told them. If we say, okay, this has to be on spread footings on soil, or this has to be spread footings on rock, or, oh, we need piles here, we need drilled piles, we need driven, whatever. In this case, the recommendation is basically that the building, regardless of the whatever is selected, is going to bear on rock. So that reduces some of the input from the foundation perspective as far as the structural engineering. They don't need to estimate how many piles are needed. Yes, they do need to estimate some information, but I think the architect is probably at this point in the process is pretty good at estimating some of that information.
Thank you. But I guess my question is, did you provide an excavation diagram or something, like from where does the cost estimator get the information to calculate the amount of cubic yards?
It's based on those figures I was just showing you. We went through several different procedures to determine the top of rock. We did borings, and we did something that's called a seismic refraction test, which is good at getting an overall picture of the rock. So based on that information, the cost estimator then figured, okay, if if the rock is here and I'm excavating down to here, I can make that calculation.
So
I'm sorry, Chair. You were the one who provided the grid diagram to the construction cost estimator along with the quantity, right?
I did not give him the grid. That was his own doing, but he used the information that was contained in our geotech report.
Okay, so that grid diagram came up with 1,700 cubic yard for mass excavation, rock excavation, and for footings. Is this number still in play, or are we withdrawing that number? Is there anything wrong with that number?
Where is that grid? Where's that grid?
So the grids are, if I may, the grids are in the appendix to the environmental consultant letter dated June 29th, 2022. Just bear with me 1 second. I'll look up the file name, which is Economic Consultant Letter 62922. And those diagrams are at the rear with the cost estimation tables. So within each, the three as of right scenarios and the proposed scenario, it's accompanied by essentially a grid drawing using the information that the geotechnical engineer provided to estimate the amount of soil and rock removal necessary for construction of each of those scenarios.
Madam Chair, that's page 41, 141, 142, 143 of that document.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
There's more than, there's several.
No. There are more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I can It's,
I'm happy to pull those up on the screen unless someone wants to beat me to it.
There is one on page 93. It starts on page 93. And this is for
I see.
the scheme B.
Yeah, 93. Okay.
And
there's
then
page 69.
scheme A is 69. Yes, that's correct.
So this is scheme A.
Yes. And
then
I just want to stay with that for 30 seconds. That's what we asked for, a grid. Look at the contours of the existing grade of the site. Look at the contours from the geotech grid for top of rock elevation. Lay out the base elevation for the excavation, the mass excavation elevation, which was about elevation 44. And based on that, if you move to page 70, you're gonna see grid number 1, the grid square footage is 260. The elevation at that grid is 65. The bottom of slab is about 44. Top of rock is at 52. Then it divides the excavation into 2 pieces, a piece that represents the rock excavation and a piece that represents the earth excavation. And then add up, if you go to end of page 70, grid 45, you add up for all these grids, and then you come up with the total rock excavation, which if you look at the very bottom of page 70, the cell at the very bottom to the right, it says about 1450 cubic yard. If you add to that the excavation for the footings, then you get the total excavation for the as of right A. I did mention during my testimony that the excavation for the footings is increased by 50%. Mr. Thomas know that this 50% is not like, there is no valid reason for increasing that excavation. But I said I'm fine with it because it's a minimum. But if you add up the excavation for the rock based on the calculations that are coming from that applicant submission, it's 1,700 total. Are we going to change that in the next submission? If yes, let us know now. And it should be a reason for that. And I'm listening.
So Commissioner, what we tried to do with the, and I'm going to answer your question, but just give me a moment. You're not going to like this answer, but it depends. I think if we are, sticking with these as of right scenarios, then the excavation number would not change. I don't see why it would. But I think we've had some internal discussion and based on the comments, and in order to respond to the Vice Chair's comment, we intend to likely prepare additional scenarios to potentially better make the case here.
But those are as of right scenarios you're going to prepare?
Yes, I think so. Let me take a step back. When we prepared these 3 scenarios and for as of right, we initially submitted one as of right scenario and one proposed scenario with the application and with the notice of comment. Based on the Commission's comments in December, where a number of suggestions were made as to how to develop as of right in the site, essentially what other as of right scenarios should be examined was what we heard. We expanded the as of right scenarios from 1 to 3, and as you saw in our submission, started with the parking at a basement grade, parking in a basement at essentially at the bedrock elevation, and then the development scenario C, which is parking within a below grade cellar parking facility. So the answer to your question is, were we to, there's no reason I think to change the quantity of rock excavated for a scenario that we've already prepared. I'm not sure if that's what you're getting at, but that's the answer to that question. in the event that we're preparing other scenarios that involve, a different configuration of the building, that would obviously have a different calculation that's relevant to that scenario.
Okay, but just to get to the chase here, I'm beginning to think this is going on, not beginning, I think this is going on too long about the same subject. It seems as if the argument in for the variance is we have this unique site because it's on a rock, it's elevated. And then why is it a hardship that it's elevated? Because we have rock that we're going to have to excavate. That's the hardship. Nothing else is the hardship, just the rock. So in one version, you have to excavate 1,700 square feet of rock, which when the math was done, turns out to be a very tiny percentage of the total project. So therefore, how is that? Normally we see hardships that are 10, 30% of project costs. And then we're like, my God, this is really sad. You need a variance. And in here, if the excavation work, which is the hardship, is less than 1% or something of the total project's cost, then where's the hardship? But I also, because I actually like the scenario B version, which is the way where you have the parking above the elevated platform. That's only a 605 cubic yard excavation removal. So that represents even less money. And so again, don't we need to just focus, and maybe it's not a time to do it here because I don't know that you can do this on the fly, but
Right.
focus on how the claimed hardship, which is the rock, is actually driving the hardship costs, like the project costs, to the point where it's not feasible. So I don't think we want to spend more time talking. I think we've sort of beaten this excavation subject, but I think that was the question presented, and the numbers, it's your own numbers tell you how many cubic yards of removal is necessary. And then there's no further support for why that's such a terrible thing compared to the overall cost of the project. So actually, if you want to have someone else talk about project costs or maybe respond to Commissioner Otley Brown's comments, or the fact that you must provide parking no matter what in this project, things like that. And the other big issue for me, and Commissioner Otley Brown raised it, and I believe the Vice Chair raised it, to what extent are you creating your own hardship by having committed to or not committed to, or let's say in some way will benefit from the transfer of 20-something thousand square feet of development rights that are an option. And so the only way that I'm able to see this is if you didn't buy those development rights, you wouldn't be here. You don't need our help. So yeah, so maybe.
So, Madam Chair, I think, I thank you. I think that makes sense as as I noted at the outset, and I'm sure the board was anticipating this, we would need to really evaluate a lot of the questions and concerns raised and respond in a comprehensive submission. So I'll just touch on a couple things, and noting that this would be part of that submission. With respect to, so I'll jump ahead to the self-created hardship piece. The Vice Chair noted at the review session that she wanted us to demonstrate, scenarios and including the transfer of development rights and development without that transfer of development rights. I think that we can demonstrate that this is not a self-created hardship, and we'll do so in the next submission, but use those scenarios to supplement that argument and support that argument. With respect to parking, I did want to ask, so we recognize that the Department of Transportation would be evaluating the parking memo. We would just ask if the BSA could provide the diagram that Commissioner Sheta shared with respect to his analysis of the daytime versus nighttime. I believe it was the inventory. So we can have our consultant just look at that a little bit further and potentially answer those questions that you had. But we can be in touch with our project manager on that.
Wasn't that EIS? I thought that was from the EIS. Jella, go ahead.
Yeah, that was actually just highlights of that were made on the backup data the applicant provided. And then I wanted to add something. I just wanted to clarify that DOT does not have the parking study right now, because at the initial review session, it was indicated that we needed to move to a certain point in the application before we send it to DOT. So if the board would like it to be sent at this time, that's fine. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that.
So for Mr. Saint-Jacques' benefit, we try to avoid sending studies to the other agencies for review when we're not somewhere on the project, right? Because it takes a long time for them to review it and they're short-staffed, and you're still at the A and B finding. So, and I think the commissioners made clear that there's a problem with parking just from their own experience, and that this is not a well serviced public transit area. So that, and that the zoning, for example, in the rezoning area, at least required 20% parking provided of the units provided. So this effort to provide zero parking seems like a non-starter from the perspective of the commissioners, from a neighborhood character perspective. And then I think it was Commissioner Ollie Brown that said, you can't ask for a parking waiver and a height waiver. If you ask for the height waiver so that you could put parking, that's one thing. But you ask for a parking waiver so you don't have height, that's another thing. But having both makes no sense. So you're going to need, your team needs to reconnoiter and figure this out much better. But so far, I'm not hearing either an A or a B. Well, you know, let's say the A is up for grabs, but I'm certainly not hearing a B having been established. And I think there's enough there's some commissioners, if not most, who don't think there's an A. So you need to take that into consideration as well. But at the very least, there needs to be a B. And when I say a B, because even if you're unique, the uniqueness must drive the hardship. So you can't just say we need more floors because we need more floors because that would be good. You need to have the hardship drive the additional height or the right. So just to focus on that, okay? I think
Understood, Madam Chair. You know, we'll reevaluate the arguments in support of the B finding, and as needed, the scenarios that we're proposing, including the proposed scenario. I just want to make one point as it relates to parking. You know, you noted that this is a area that's not well served by public transit. I would note that this site is within the transit zone. It's within walking distance to a subway. Areas within the transit zone, it's a special zoning designation, are characterized by low car ownership and you know, within walking distance to mass transit. So I recognize that, you know, we've certainly heard the community's concerns and the board's concerns as it relates to parking. You know, the request for the waiver is really driven, and I recognize that there's concerns with respect to the B finding, but was driven by the hardship that it presents. But we will, you know, evaluate whether or not there's a path forward with one, not both of the waivers. So, you know, point taken, and, you know, we'll see what we could do internally. And I'll stop talking. I understand Commissioner Otley Brown is waving her hand. I'm not sure if that's at me.
Oh, okay, hold on. I only see a part of my screen.
Yeah, I'm waving my hand because the "will decide whether we can" is kind of jumping to the assumption that we're going to concede that you have a B finding and we're going to get to more of a character conversation. And I have to simply say, you getting to a B finding at this point is an extremely uphill battle. And the reason why it's an extremely uphill battle is because you've already given us a financial statement that, number one, if we don't do any further analysis, shows that none of your scenarios work. And if we do a further analysis, we find that A and B, as of right, actually perform better than C and D, your proposed. And so you would be asking us to forget what we have read and then bombard us with more scenarios that the only way in which they would be able to work would be if you overturn assumptions that I've already accepted and Commissioner Sheta has already pointed out to be problematic, in that if anything, they should be reduced. And so I don't see where you go from here. Frankly, I think you can give us 10 different scenarios, but you're not going to get away from the very telling financials unless you ask us to suspend our disbelief and by any future statements or conclusions you come to that overturn previous conclusions in the financials, which is unfortunate for you. But I don't know how much longer we should put the neighborhood into a torturous position of constantly coming and screaming about the same things when a couple of the commissioners at the very least have made statements that are not in support of anything that you're currently proposing. And so that's what I think is going to be your problem down the line.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Yeah. And if for some reason you don't understand the comments about the as of rights working in a slightly different analysis, please ask the question. Otherwise, I mean, I did understand the analysis, but please, while you've got Commissioner Ollie Brown here, if you have questions about that, please ask it. Ms. Corus, if you want to ask.
Yeah, hi, this is Jessica Corus here on behalf of the applicant. I prepared the economic analysis and I did hear Commissioner Ollie Brown's comments this morning. I'd be happy to go through them. I understood them, they were quite clear. If the board would like me to proceed, and I just don't want to take up more time of the board, but my understanding of them were quite clear, and when we proceed, I'll be taking those comments into account.
Okay, that's what we want. We don't want to go through it now. It's really only if you need further clarification from the commissioner. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other Commissioner Sheta, please make.
I just want to point out quickly that on the financials, there are several other cost items that I believe the cost for them are like very inflated. I didn't talk about them because I wanted to focus on the rock excavation, which is the hardship complained of. So I just want to notate that although the rock excavation is minimal, it's about 1% of the project cost. It's the entire project looks like it's not feasible on the financials. I do believe that this is because the unit prices, the unit cost for various cost elements are more than what they should be. I wanted to make this clear. Thank you.
Loud and clear. This is Jessica again. We've taken this approach before where we collaborate with the cost estimator for the subsurface construction cost estimate and then provide a Marshall and Swift for any standard above grade improvements. And if that would please the board, we will proceed with that revision where we'll use Marshall and Swift for above grade and Bill McQuilkin's cost for any sort of rock and special cost that would collaborate the uniqueness on the site.
That's not my call.
Commissioner Otley Brown? Is that a good approach?
I don't think that it's going to do anything, because I'm telling you that in accepting all of your assumptions, Ms. Corus, I did not say at one point that any one of your assumptions were outlandish and out of whack with what's on the ground in the market. And still, with an adjustment downward of a cap rate, which is a cap rate adjustment downward that is an acceptable adjustment for residential project developers, it shows that your as of rights work. So I don't need you to tinker and adjust and go back and tell your cost estimator, let's bring this down, or let's split this and do half of this with Marshall and Swift, because there have been times, honestly, when we've asked people and we've ended up with an even higher construction cost, which is going to open a whole nother analysis period of pushing back. I'm just saying, for the record, I don't see the hardship. But I think that frankly, I've been doing enough pushing back today. I think you should hear from your community that you want to develop within, because I feel that a lot of them, through their objections, are pointing out a lot of the very same things that we're discussing here. I think you need to hear it from other places at this point.
Thank you. Mr. Gervich had his hand up for a while. Go ahead.
Yes, Frank, are we finished? Could I go now?
Yeah, I think this is the appropriate time.
Okay. So hi, my name is Barry Gervich. I'm part of the Artemis team. So first of all, I want to thank the commissioners and the staff for reviewing our application. As Tom mentioned earlier, certainly by all the comments, we know you took this very seriously and we appreciate it very much. Artemis is an experienced developer and builder, has been doing projects in Upper Manhattan for over 30 years, from renovations to new construction. And if you put aside some of the details that we were just going through on the geotech, issues, just big picture as developers, if we viewed this site as a regular site that no more complicated than a soil site, etc., we would have filed plans a long time ago, and we would have been in the ground already, and we would have qualified for 421A. But in our opinion, in our professional opinion, it is quite unique. It's probably the most unique site we've ever dealt with before. And that's why a year ago, we assembled this team, and that's why we're appearing before you. I also wanted to mention that, and I think this is relevant to what the comment was about the community, most developers probably wouldn't have touched this project. And once again, it's because of Artemis's deep experience in Harlem, working with many churches, helping them monetize their real estate and improve their infrastructure. And we're very proud of what we did at the Holy Trinity Church. We created a complete new facility for them, a state-of-the-art facility, which we think is a contribution to the church. And big picture here, we genuinely feel we wouldn't have come to you if we didn't think it was appropriate, and the ask that we are asking, if we didn't think they were within the realm of reasonableness and what we need to make this project go forward. So I just wanted you to take that into consideration. Again, big picture without the specific numbers.
So can I ask you a question? Have you rebuilt the church? Was that the trade for the TBRs? I mean, I don't know.
Yes, we completely renovated the church from everything. We added elevators, we added bathrooms, we added a new home for the pastor, new studios, new offices, from soup to nuts. And also one thing should be noted too, the existing church there is built, it's entered partially from the street, and most of it where the sanctuary sits is raised also above the rock. So when Tom was talking about that big rock cut, if we were to have to remove the rock down any point down to even just to street level, forget about going down to a cellar, we would have to cut rock next to that church building. The church is sitting on the rock too. Most of that building is sitting on top of that rock. And Commissioner Chair, Madam Chair, you had mentioned earlier about the old church building, the standalone building, about that maybe it was set up
top because of, prominence. I beg to differ. I think it was set up top because it was a mountain of rock and it was difficult for them to excavate. And that's why they placed it up there. And there was no cellar to that building. It was a building with a little boiler room right below sitting on top. And that's where some of the soil is, where the boiler room was. But otherwise, for them, it was too complicated back then. And that's when labor was cheap and dynamiting was possible and parking wasn't required. Today, all those things are. So sure, it's very unique and it's very difficult.
Can I ask you a question, though? Why is your preference, because it's not like we never see this, why is it your preference to put a portion of the building below the level of the top of that elevation where you've got, there's photographs that show construction equipment on that top portion there, and there was a building.
Right. It's a good question. So we actually, in our initial analysis, the architect, Shai, who's on this call, looked at getting up to the above rock, and the amount of ramps required made it almost silly. So it would be, inappropriate to try to rent a building with, 90, 100, 150 apartments and ask people to take a ramp that would, to get up 10, 12 feet is a 100-foot ramp.
Why do they need a ramp? Why not elevators?
Well, that's why, exactly. That's why we changed it. And we're showing just creating a lobby with an entrance with an elevator.
Right.
At grade level. So exactly right. That's what we did.
And you cured the problem. Why can't you just do essentially your scenario B, your as of right scenario B? That's the part I don't understand, where you have an elevator that takes you to the top of the platform for both the parking and the.
Because if we did that, Madam Chair, to accommodate the required parking, we'd need a very tall floor because we'd have to put stackers up there. And then our building would be capped. And we'd be leaving so much of the floor area, not only what's as of right on there, but what was this part of the Zelda or the transferable would be left on the table and would not be feasible for us economically.
And I see the Vice Chair's hand up, but just a second. So this was actually my question. Your as of right B solution, which must be having the required amount of parking or it wouldn't be as of right, and must not be exceeding the height maximums or it wouldn't be as of right, is using all of the floor area that's pertinent to lot 16 as if it was a standalone zoning lot. So this is my question. So then what you're talking about is using the extra 25,000 square feet that you obtained from the church in exchange for doing all that work with the church. That's my understanding. So what's the crux of the matter here is you could do that and not have all that excavation cost and sit the building on top of the platform, provide the required parking, but you can't use your 25,000 square feet because you have a height cap.
Yes,
So
that's what would happen in scenario B.
what you really are looking for is a height waiver so that you can use the 25,000 square feet. Is that right? Not both. So that there's no excavation. You would just have these like double lobbies, one for parking, one for the residential. Get to the top of your platform, not spend all of this money sort of wrecking the landscape. Kind of like the rock outcropping, but anyway, and then you need the waiver to get your extra height. So one thing that I'd like Mr. Saint-Jacques to look into, just to sort of give you guys, like maybe you're approaching your, let's say your A finding from the wrong angle. Something about the fact that you're on a church site, something about the fact of your relationship to the church. There are variance cases where a site shared a zoning lot. We have several of them. Shared a zoning lot with a building that cannot be taken down for various reasons. Many of them are ecclesiastical buildings. Some of them are important museums and things like that. Maybe your angle, your approach is wrong. Okay, so I would recommend that you take a look at those kinds of cases rather than insisting on the bedrock driving your hardship, which is giving people agita. So, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We obviously did not focus on that argument, but we'll certainly look into it. I think what we'll do in a submission rather than showing you on screen is just visuals of the improvements that Artemis made to the existing church structure. I think having an understanding of what the transaction entailed will be helpful.
Right now, I don't want what you're talking about on the record as your argument. You need to really sit down with your colleagues and properly work out an argument. You can do yourself a disservice by talking more about this. Okay? Just please take my advice.
Understood.
And then the other thing is your ask is too much, right? So the building is overwhelming. It's like encroaching on the church. You need to be more respectful of the church. You did all those good things to be respectful of the church from let's say a fix-up perspective. You should also be respectful of it from an architectural perspective. You're trying to squish in every square foot. Maybe you don't get to squish in every square foot. There are many buildings that don't use all of their allowable floor area, whether obtained as of, say, as of right pertinent to their own zoning lot or through the transfer of development rights. So you need to tone down significantly your ask if you want to be considered, but you need to change your approach to why you have a unique condition because your bedrock is just not adequate. Okay.
Madam Chair, could I comment about the encroachment? 1 second. So in our discussions with the church, with Holy Trinity in the beginning, we weren't sure how things were going to play out and how the square footage would be needed. We actually discussed with them and we got permission from them, if needed, to cantilever over the church. And obviously, we don't want to do that. And so the plans now do not do that and step back from the entrance. In fact, we retained the part of the old church as a series, you could see it on the drawings, as a series of beautiful brick arched wall that we preserved that we wanted to integrate into the new design. So we're stepping back from the entrance from the church there, and we're not going over it at all. So I'm not sure what the encroachment, what you're referring to.
So don't forget a little bit of like where I've been. I was on the Landmarks Commission. So this idea of giving a building of notable historic, whether or not it's actually a landmark, a building of notable history, breathing room is really quite important. And you have that little tail, and the tail goes right up to the church. So get rid of the tail. That's what I had talked about in the first hearing. And also, you need to look closer at the distance between buildings on a zoning lot because you may be in a certain way, like crashing up against that. So take a look at that as well. Again, I'm not saying make the B finding. At no point did I say that. I'm saying your argument for an A isn't working out. And so maybe there's another argument because you're ignoring the shared church site. Okay. So I want to move on, but the vice chair has her hand up. Okay.
Thank you. First of all, I do want to acknowledge that I have worked quite a bit with Artemis when I was at HPD, and I know they have worked with many nonprofit organizations in facilitating not only their development, but also bolstering those nonprofit facilities with their mission by renovating and creating new spaces for them. So I do acknowledge where Artemis's goals are coming from, and this fits into that. What was raised was interesting is that when I'm looking at scenario B, the calculation, just looking at the floor area that would be generated on on the portion of the lot that is in R7A is about 105,000 square foot. And what can be built on the site in scenario B is 72,600, which is less than 70% of the total floor area that is being built, not even counting the transfer of development right. This is without counting the transfer of development right. The proposed zoning floor area that can be built on this site is 72,628 square feet. So that's why I go back to what I had stated, is that provide an alternative of an as of right with the rock, without the Zelda, without the transfer of development right, to show how much is the rock causing an impact on your ability to build an as-of-right development. And if you were to provide the parking above the, above grade, is that what is pushing the zoning envelope of the R7A and is requiring a waiver of the height? Or is it the fact that because you're not able to fully build out the as-of-right floor area just on the R7A portion without the transfer of development right? So break up the argument in that way, where you have to build it up by saying, listen, I have this site. If I were to build it as of right without the church in place, this is what I could get. So there is a hardship because of the rock. Or I have the rock and I have the transfer of development right, and I made these improvements, as Madam Chair pointed out, with this church facility. These are all the improvements I've done, and build up that argument to see how that affects the need for additional height bulk setback. But you have to build up that argument. And I think all along I've been saying that you've been jumping from the uniqueness to the solution without connecting the dots.
Okay, I'm a little confused by your calculations. Lot 16 is a standalone site, not with lot 18. Lot 16 is a standalone. And when we say the transferable development rights in the Zelda, that only applies when lot 16 and 18 are on a single zoning lot. Lot 18 is a standalone, 16 is a standalone, is 18,102 square feet. The allowable FAR in an R7A is 4. So that means as of right, as a standalone tax lot, and their standalone zoning lot is 72,408 square feet. When they combined the zoning lot with lot 16, it increased naturally the size of the zoning lot. And the church in terms with the Zelda retained 11,506 square feet, and all the rest went to the developer. So the developer.
I'm just going by what's in the zoning chart that's been submitted in scenario B. And that is page 4 of scenario B, in that it clearly says that the portion of the lot that is in R7A, where 4 FAR is allowed, I'm just using the most conservative number. Portion of the lot that is in R7A is about 25,000 square feet. And if you were to apply 4 FAR on it, the maximum residential floor area that would be permitted on that portion of the lot that is R7A is 100,000 square feet. And the proposed zoning floor area is 72,628.
Right, but so wait a second. You said
I'm not including rest of the portion of the lot that is in the R7-2. I'm not including the portion of the Zelda, because the Zelda, the portion of the lot that is from the air right is being taken is separate. I'm just talking about the portion of the lot that is in the R7A.
No, okay, so this is the part I'm confused about. Without the benefit of the zoning lot development agreement, the developer doesn't have the right to more than 18,000 square foot of the lot 16. It's because of the Zelda that they have use of more of the site that is in the R7A. So what I had said was give us the information about lot 16 as a standalone, as if it were its own zoning lot. And right. So I'm a little confused about what you're doing, because
so there is a maximum that is permitted in an R7 is 100,000. Of that, existing floor area is 1,848 square feet, and so the maximum allowable floor area with the transfer of development right that is permitted is 99,599, equal to 100,000 square feet. What is being proposed is 72,000, which is much less than. So.
Okay, so I'm going to leave this to the zoning lawyers to do, and the architect, who I think understand how to do the zoning calculations. But I do have to say, Mr. Alster, the zoning calculation sheet that you've done is a little bit confusing. So if you could separate out lot 16 and lot 18 and run those each on their own as if they were separate zoning lots, what do they get? And then combine it into a single zoning lot that takes advantage of the transferable development rights. I think that would clarify it, because I was having so much trouble understanding your zoning calculations. And I think that's what's leading to the confusion. And as a result, I had to rely on the zoning lot development agreement to figure out what was going on. I admit that I am using the chart from the Zelda, which was the thing that was clear for me. And it actually tells you what the transferable development rights are. It says, in so many words, it says, according to the agreement, or it's actually in the statement of facts, the applicant was allocated 9,559 square feet of residential floor area for use on the development site. The diocese retained 11,560 square feet of community facility floor area on the Holy Trinity site. The agreement allows the transfer of approximately 21,943 square feet of development rights from Holy Trinity to the development site. I got that from the statement of facts, but doesn't appear anywhere on your zoning calculations. So if you could even just create a separate sheet that goes through that really simply, that will clear up this question of, the various scenarios, and then you can run the scenarios. Okay, so thank you. This may help. I hope this helps. Okay, thank you, everyone. I think we need to move on. So let's go to the public. Tony, if you're still there.
Reason there it goes. When I want to talk, it doesn't let me. Okay. The case we're currently discussing is 2021-41 BZ, 2238 Cummings Street, Manhattan. If you wish to discuss, please dial in 646-558-8656. Enter the webinar ID number is 817-2523-3842. Press the pound sign. At the next prompt, please press the pound sign only. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. And if you're already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand. And I think the council member has been waiting.
Yes, that's Sarah Setinari. Is that correct? Setinari. So go ahead. I think you're already in the room. So unmute yourself, please. You're unmuted. I'm asking her to unmute, unless she's not there anymore. Sarah Setinari, if you can hear us, please unmute. Otherwise, I'm going to go to the next person, and we can always return to.
Hi,
no, she's coming in.
Oh, there she is.
So I am just verifying whether or not the assembly member will be coming herself to make the statements, so you can move on to the next person.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for waiting. Sorry.
Tina Bersted, I'm going to allow to talk. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Can you, okay, if you can join in as panelists, that's fine. If not, fine.
Oh, okay. My name is Tina Bersted. I live directly across from the site in question. Thank you for letting me speak. So this is the same project that appeared before the board in December of 2021. The BSA received 73 emails from concerned citizens regarding that application, along with extensive public testimony. And all of those concerns remain valid. Nothing about the proposed project by the applicant has changed since December. So all points made in writing and at the December public hearing must remain part of the public record against this request for variances. Let's be perfectly clear about what this application really is. It is not an application for variances. It is a rezoning disguised as a variance application. This was true of the applicant's last submission, and it is still true with the current submission. Totally blowing through the requirements of a zoning district to enable a project that's much larger than an as of right project would normally be accomplished through a rezoning. But the applicant knows that city planning would never grant a rezoning so soon after the whole neighborhood was rezoned. This is in fact an egregious abuse of the variance process. The R7A contextual zoning was an important part of the Inwood rezoning. As the eastern area was upzoned for residential buildings up to 30 stories, the R7A zoning west of 10th Avenue balanced that by providing contextual protection for most of Inwood's existing residential built environment. Our community fought hard for the R7A zoning, and several elected officials supported it. Any variance from R7A should not be granted without great scrutiny. This is not a small variance being requested. This is a large variance that increases a project massively over the as of right cases. It would be a terrible precedent to set going forward for other property owners who may seek to build more profitable projects than they can under the R7A zoning. If more of them seek variances on this scale, the whole idea of contextual zoning to protect the current built environment will be lost. The fact that the applicant has now come up with additional larger as of right cases to try and make the variances seem smaller should not matter, since the most reasonable as of right scenario by the applicant's own economic analysis, scenario B. As scenario B is the least unprofitable of the three as of right cases presented in the commission. The proposed building with the requested variances has 36% more zoning area and 41% more units than scenario B. That's a rezoning. That's not a variance, and it's not minor.
I'm sorry, could you please wrap up? Your 3 minutes are up.
I have wrapped up. I just wanted to say thank you to the board again. I am really impressed and appreciative of your thoroughness, of your review. And thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony and your patience and waiting to speak. Okay, we're going to move on now. Do we have again the council member?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Sarah Prutt, Jamila Sandoval.
I'm here. I'm the council member.
Yeah. Did I pronounce your name right? I'm sorry.
No, my name is Carmen De La Rosa. Jamila Sandoval is my director of community affairs. So
okay, that's what I thought.
She was waiting for me patiently.
Okay.
So first of all, I want to thank the commission and the chair for what I believe to be very precise comments on this variance request. I'm Carmen De La Rosa. I'm the city council member for District 10, representing Washington Heights, Inwood, and Marble Hill. And before being elected to the city council last year, I served as the state assemblywoman for this same area for the last 5 years. I've been raised in Inwood my entire life. And I remember when we were here in December, the outcry that my community lifted in opposition to the variance for 2238 Cummings Street in Manhattan that is being taken up again today. I saw firsthand the chaos and outrage experienced and expressed by our community during the process for the Inwood rezoning. It was that expression of opposition that led for me to and some of my colleagues to publicly oppose the rezoning. But during that process, one of the only things that neighbors on both sides of Broadway could agree on and applauded was the R7A contextual zoning that was applied to the area that you're considering today. To date, hundreds of residents have signed a petition rejecting this variance. Community Board 12 and many elected officials, including myself, have opposed this variance in the past. In December, when we were before you. In addition to continued lack of community engagement, this variance risks further displacement in an area of my district that has already experienced significant housing stability. This project goes against the visible character of our community. I was happy to hear the chair specifically talk about the historic nature of that church. I actually attended ballet classes at that church when I was 3 years old. and it is a historic monument in our community. This is not a small variance that is being requested. This is a large variance that increases the project massively over the as of right cases. It would be a terrible precedent to set, as we just heard one of our neighbors express, because other property owners may seek to build projects that they can't, more bigger projects that they can under the current R7A zoning. If more seek variances of this scale, the whole idea of contextual zoning would be for naught, and it would be lost. And this would be a huge letdown and disappointment for the neighbors of our community that rallied for this in the Inwood rezoning. Let me emphasize that the R7A contextual zoning was an important and welcome part of the Inwood rezoning, and that any variance from R7A should not be granted without great scrutiny that we heard here today. This project does not vary much from what we heard in December, and I want to just state for the record my opposition to both variances, including the parking variance in this project. So thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity, and we look forward to the continued discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for participation. It's very much appreciated, and I hope you stay connected to the ongoing analysis. Okay, thank you. Oops, moving on to the next speaker. Who else has their hand up? I thought there were more people with their hands up. Oops, sorry. Chris Nickel.
Mr. Goodman was in before, but okay.
I can't tell who was in first.
Folks.
Okay.
Are we good?
You're good.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm the Vice President of 60 Cooper Street Corporation, which is a middle-income 60-unit co-op 2 blocks north of the proposed site, housing mainly educators, culture workers, legal professionals, and seniors and families.
Hello. Can you always, when you start to read testimony, make sure your name is in very large block letters at the top. You often forget to
Sure.
state. Please state.
Sorry, I believed it was in my Zoom name. So I'm Chris Nickel. And I also helped put together a community-led alternative to the predatory rezoning of Inwood in 2018. And I worked with State Senator Robert Jackson as his Deputy Chief of Staff for 3 years. So I know a bit about zoning and the BSA. I want to thank you, Chair Perlmutter, and the other commissioners for your diligence on this body, serving on this body. I wholeheartedly oppose this application for 22 to 38 Cummings Street. It was a bad project when it came before you in December of 2021, and it remains a bad project today. I'm just going to highlight 3 elements that I believe make it a bad application for variance. First, as previously mentioned, it's not an application for a variance. It's a spot up zoning in an area that was just contextually rezoned 4 years ago as R7A. In that sense, then it feels quite a lot to the community like a Trojan horse. Second, the uniqueness argument based on the rock that I know you all went through over and over today. It's specious. There are rock outcroppings all throughout northern Manhattan, including right outside my bedroom window on Cooper Street between 204 and 207. Granting this variance would set a bad precedent that would undermine the contextual R7A zoning, not just at Cummings Street, but also at Cooper Street and elsewhere in the neighborhood. Third, I don't love cars, but I have one now because I'm a farmer working upstate on land that's inaccessible by transit. The bogus parking numbers in the applicant's so-called study are an affront to my daily hardships trying to find a parking space in this neighborhood after a long, exhausting day working in the vegetable fields. Whatever we may think about the roles of cars in the city, the applicant's numbers should not be taken seriously as the basis for granting a parking variance. So I hope you will follow the opposition of Community Board 12 and numerous local elected public officials, including the council member who just spoke, in rejecting this Trojan horse of a variance application. I hope we can put this to rest. I really would hate to see this come back yet again for another attempt at trying to fit a square peg into a round hole here. And again, thank you all for the work you do here. It's really impressive.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Mr. Goodman.
Hi, you can see and hear me?
Yes, and state your name.
Yes, of course. So my name is Josh Goodman. I'm a resident of Northern Washington Heights. And while I can't speak to the technical aspects of this application, I think that on the whole, the benefits to the neighborhood of granting these variances outweigh the downsides. So firstly, I'd like to strongly push back against the idea that these variances would change the area's essential character or be detrimental to public welfare. With regards to parking, it's certainly true that traffic in Inwood is very bad, but I think that the way to address this is to stop catering to vehicle owners and make car ownership more onerous to fully account for the manifold negative externalities of driving personal vehicles in New York City, especially in highly transit-dense areas like Upper Manhattan. Building more parking only incentivizes more car ownership, which causes more traffic, further threatens pedestrians and cyclists, exacerbates air pollution, and takes ridership away from public transit. That will then be used to justify building more parking, and the cycle will continue unabated. The reality is that only 25% of households in Washington Heights and Inwood own cars, and car owners are on average far wealthier than non-car owners. Additionally, this project is literally around the corner from an A-train stop, and it's, in my mind, hard to think of a better place to locate a parking-free development. Station's second from the end of the line, ranked 235th in overall ridership in the system in 2018. Riding public transit instead of in private vehicles is one of the top reasons that New Yorkers' carbon footprints are 1/3 the national average. And at some point, we need to break this cycle of car dependency and instead invest in green, low carbon infrastructure that benefits everyone. Contrary to some statements made today, Inwood is extremely well serviced by public transit. I live a short walk away from this building. I've never owned a car. I'm doing just fine. Additionally, research has very consistently at this point shown that building market rate housing actually provides relief from upward pressures on rents in surrounding areas and therefore prevents displacement of current residents rather than accelerating it. So I strongly believe that the people that live in a neighborhood are more important than the exact dimensions of buildings present there. If a slightly taller building means that fewer current residents are forced out, in my mind, that does a lot more to maintain the character of the neighborhood than forcing new buildings to abide by a particular height limit while longtime residents are priced out of their homes. And I think it's also worth noting here that the area of Inwood, north and west of Broadway, which is where this is located, which is R7A, is far whiter and wealthier than the neighborhood as a whole, especially the east side, and which was upzoned, as we all know. And lastly, I think it's important to note, it's been sort of ignored, but before a pretty abrupt about face, the community board land use committee actually voted unanimously in favor of these variances. There were, really positive things said about the church and by the church about the development team. The community board actually had urged the church to apply for a carve out from the rezoning so that it could maintain R72 status instead of getting rezoned to R7A. And in the chair's words, the church was too good of a neighbor and declined the offer. Had that status been kept, we may not even be here. So, I think this is independent of any of the claims on the merits about engineering or finances, something that would be good for the neighborhood. I'd like you to consider that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your rapidly stated testimony. Okay, appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Epstein.
Thank you. I'm Paul Epstein of 60 Cooper Street, same building as Chris Nickel, who was just speaking before. Just to go past off of my prepared marks for a second, to comment on the church issue, because as the last speaker just said, the church did not want a carve out. I'm not a member of the church, but I was at the community board meetings where church lay board people said, we're a part of the community. We do not want a carve out. Don't vote for one. So now these variants would give them that carve out that they did not want. Just wanted to make that point. So you're not helping the church lay board, you're not helping the church congregation by granting these variances. Back to my prepared remarks. The hardship claimed by the applicant is self-created, so no variance should be granted. Cost to excavate the rock should have been factored into the land purchase price, but the updated economic analysis simply values the land like any vacant site without a visible mountain of bedrock on it. This is deceitful. The lot was subdivided and purchased with full knowledge of existing subsurface conditions, so this is a self-created hardship. Bedrock conditions were well known, so the land price should have been deeply discounted. A lower land price would have made a major impact on the as-of-right feasibility. It is not BSA's problem or the community's problem if the applicant paid too much for the land. Also, I know you didn't get today into character of the neighborhood, but applicants claim that the variance will not alter the character of the neighborhood is just wrong. Their building with the height waiver is not comparable with surrounding context and zoning. Applicant said their 9-story building will exceed the R7A height limit of 80 feet by 14 feet 6 inches. What they do not say is that considering the higher base plane created by building on top of the rock, the true viewable height from the sidewalk will be another 15 to 20 feet higher, or 110 to 115 feet from the sidewalk, not 95 feet. Context is what people on the street see, not what is measured in plans. People will see this building rise about 70% to 90% higher into the sky than the existing surrounding buildings, all about 6 stories high. That is not in context, not in character. Applicants' own renderings show not only the gross mismatch with the church, but the gross mismatch with the buildings surrounding it. It is way out of context. So I just want to add that please also consider email comments from me and many others with more reasons to reject these variances, including the bogus parking study and other reasons we provided. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you submit anything recently? You're talking about the prior submission, right?
No, I sent in an email last Thursday,
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
about 5 or 6 pages worth, so.
Okay, so commissioners, please note that there were submissions made in case you didn't see.
There were a
Normally,
lot of submissions that were made last week by me and other people, so.
okay, all right, sorry. So I didn't see them, but if others saw them, my apologies for me not mentioning it. Normally, I will mention it at the beginning of the hearing, okay? Okay.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Sorry, Mr. Linden.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Linden. I live just north of the site at 91 Payson. I can see the proposed construction site from my living room window. I'd like to thank the board for allowing me to testify. I also submitted some written comments last week, and I hope that you'll get a chance to read those. The applicant's updated parking study makes unsubstantiated claims with no basis in reality. Because the original application tried to rely on outdated parking data, the applicant's consultant conducted a new study on Wednesday, June 22nd, 2022. Applicant's consultant makes the outrageous claim that there are 52 on-street parking spaces available overnight and 39 during the weekday midday. The midday number cannot be taken seriously given that some nearby streets, such as Cooper, have Wednesday alternate side parking rules, and so cars may have been moved for street cleaning. The overnight number is simply farcical, since it's well known that one must circle for long periods, as Chris Nickel mentioned earlier, to try and find a parking space at night, and the situation is so desperate that hydrants are often, I would say routinely, blocked with illegal parking. The proposed site is also but 1 block away from the extremely busy Dykeman Street entertainment area that floods the area with cars on Thursday through Sunday evenings, something that is not captured in the study. Since the study provides no backup data explaining where they found the 52 available parking spaces, their claim cannot be verified and should not be trusted. The applicant's claims regarding off-street parking facilities are also wildly misleading, since it makes no reference to monthly parking, which is how residents actually park their cars. They do not park using hourly or daily rates. Garage number 1, the Inwood Auto Repair, is a gas station offering valet parking to the adjacent restaurants. It does not offer monthly parking. This was confirmed by phone on July 8th, 2022. Garage number 2 has 0 available monthly spaces per a physical visit on July 8th, rather than the 82 claimed by applicant. Garage number 3 is another gas station that also does not offer monthly parking, confirmed by phone July 8th. Garage number 4 has 5 available monthly spaces per a visit site on July 12th, rather than the 71 claimed by applicant. Garage number 5, the largest garage and the one that does offer monthly parking, is claimed to have a weekday parking overnight availability of 113 spaces. But in a phone call of July 8th, they said they have only 2 or 3 monthly spaces available. Table number 4 in applicant's parking study is essentially a lie. The claim of 304 available spaces is in reality closer to 8 available monthly spaces for new residents, 97% fewer than the applicant claims. Finally, Department of Transportation plans to remove parking on the southernmost block of Seaman will incur a loss of spaces that were not captured in the parking study. We also recently lost parking spaces on street outside my building on Seaman, which were available previously and are now taken up by the city bike. I don't know what you call it, the parking of the city bikes there, which by the way, I highly approve. We also
So Lyndon,
lost
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Your 3 minutes are up. Could you wrap up?
I will indeed do that. We also lost spaces in what is now known as Quisqueya Plaza, which is this part of Dyckman Street that extends between Seaman and Broadway. All of these are losses of parking. I want to thank you all so much. And I have to say, you know, I was here for the entire time on the last hearing. I'm enormously impressed with BSA and the board and the depth in which you go in trying to make this work, and I very much appreciate it. So thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your testimony. And we will read the submissions. Apologies for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Coel, if I've got that right, if you could.
Yes.
Coel?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Tim Coley. I live at 91 Payson Avenue, 1 block from the site. I lived in this neighborhood for years, been involved in zoning, environmental, and park issues. I'd just like to say, Community Board 12 voted unanimously for a resolution opposing both variances requested by the applicant. In a public discussion of this issue, many community residents spoke against the variances. Also speaking against the variances were Borough President Gail Brewer, State Senator Robert Jackson, and Assemblywoman and Council Member-elect Carmen De La Rosa. Community Board 12's opposition to the variances is justified by the facts, including those that residents presented at BSA's hearings December 21 hearing. Their opposition was also justified because the applicant hid their intentions from the community, especially nearby residents, and the community board for months. Applicants initially applied for the variances in June 2021, but did not appear at Community Board 12's Land Use Committee until November, not long before next submissions were due to BSA. It was not until after that meeting that most concerned community resident members learned about the proposed variances and non-contextual project. A responsible developer would have started transparent discussions with nearby residents and the community board months earlier. Now, applicant has sent an updated submission to the BSA while the community board is shut down for summer 2022 and thus cannot comment further. Artemis is not acting like a responsible, community-friendly developer. They do not deserve these variances. Thank you for your time, and we appreciate all your work.
Thank you so much. Anybody else with their hands up? Is there anyone else with their hand up to speak? I don't think I see anybody. Please, if you want to speak in the public session, please raise your hand, your Zoom hand. And Tony, could you read again the call-in information and Steve?
Sure. The call-in number is 646-558-8656. You will enter the webinar ID number 817-2523-3842. Press pound. At the next prompt, you will then press pound also. You can press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. If you're already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand. And this is for Cummings Street.
Okay, thank you. So we'll give people a chance. If there was anybody who didn't get a chance to speak or call in, we'll give them a chance. And I just want to make sure there's still I'm going to lower this hand. That's still Sarah who represented the council member, right? So, okay.
Yeah,
So,
they're part of the team. Hold on.
so I do want to just add, I just advise commissioners to please read the submissions from testimony from the community, which we should always be reading before the hearing. I didn't realize there were new submissions. Okay, so Mr. Saint-Jacques, how much time do you need to respond to this huge pile of comments?
Madam Chair, I think we need some time. I know, the applicant team is anxious to move forward quickly, but obviously we have, a lot of internal discussion to have and, work to do. I think that Brian and Barry from Artemis are still on. I would say at least 2 months to put something together, but
I'd recommend at least 3 because there's so much you have to do. In addition to which, I really recommend that Artemis reach out to community representatives if they haven't done so already, to figure out really how to address their concerns. Even for an as-of-right project, you might need to do that, right? And then the other thing is, do not come back with the same project. Do not. That just won't work out, all right? You have to understand that the project that's proposed isn't the project. That's assuming an A and a B finding, which you haven't made yet, okay? So, yeah, just word to the wise, do not come back with the same project, all right? All right, so I'm going to say 4 months to submit. Okay, does that make sense? And the comments from the commissioners and community about.
Can we get back to you on the timing, what we need after this, after we regroup, instead of just picking a date now?
So you're not.
No, we're not going to give you oh, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I didn't mean to speak. I was going to tell you.
Don't pick a date right now.
Okay.
But we estimate how much time you need to really put together a comprehensive response. And based on how much work there is to do, I don't really believe that 3 months is enough time for you to really give a comprehensive response. But let's just say we contact you with the date that's proposed for the next hearing, and we'll contact you in a few days. Okay. But what did I want to say? No, I forgot. Oh yeah, with the parking studies, you should heed the comments from the community and the commissioners who experience driving around and around and around the blocks looking for parking, and take that into consideration when you take another look at your parking study. Okay. But again, yeah.
Just note quickly, I mean, we have provided the board with the backup to the empirical data within the study. Obviously we didn't touch on that during the hearing, given the focus on the A and B. But again, we'll take a look at the project comprehensively in our next submission.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Steve is saying that someone named Jess Lang also had her hand up. Is there still a Let's Jess Lang in the room?
There is. Okay, go ahead. Her hand was really faint. It's like a faint.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're calling about Cummings Street?
Yes, I am. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I am glad that I managed to get in with enough time. Sorry for my lateness, but I did catch some of the presentation. What's that?
State your name.
State your name.
Yes, my name is Jessie Lang, and I live in Inwood. I live actually just a couple of blocks away from Cummings Street. I live on Broadway and Thayer Street, and I know that there have been some concerns about this project and the parking and the additional floors. I just wanted to say, as a member of the community, I really don't have concerns about any of those things. I am always happy to see more housing that is not car centric and is not focused on adding more parking. We have a lot of evidence to suggest that adding more residential development without parking actually reduces the rate of car ownership and car dependency, especially in a development that is 2 blocks from the subway as this one is. So I don't share the same concerns that maybe some of my neighbors do. I'd be happy for this project to move forward. I know that there were some concerns about whether this was appropriate for a variance or this and that, but as I understand it, my role is really to say what I think the effect on the community would be. And from my perspective, I think that this would be a good thing for the community.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your testimony and you catching it
Yeah.
in time, as it were.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Good. All right, so we've talked about how much time to submit and so on. We're going to move on to the next case, but really we've been at this for 2.5 hours without a break. So let's take a 10-minute break and then go on to the next one. And so much for adjusting to time differences in other countries. Not able. Okay, thank you. 10 minutes back at 4, what is that? 4, 6, let's say 4:20. Yes. 4:20.
We have a quorum?
Um,
Yeah,
yeah, we have a quorum.
okay. You saw Jill and Tracy's email on Prospect?
No, I thought I looked at all the emails. Sorry. That's on Jella's on the DOT. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the applicant will discuss it, I think.
Well, let's call that case. So we don't have to do that behind the scenes, right? It's not
Okay,
beyond.
no, I didn't know if you were, everyone was ready. Okay.
I'm here. I just want you to know I'm trying to figure out how to get this to view. I'm having a little technical difficulty.
Okay.
Okay, so should I just continue, Madam Chair?
We have 4 faces and 5 commissioners. So.
Hey, there she is. Okay, we're back on the record, ladies and gentlemen, for the public hearing for July 19, 2022. The next item is still a continued hearing, item number 40, 2022-10BZ, 55 Prospect Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. Please raise your hand in the, okay, I see John Highland. If there's anyone else? Okay, I see a few other people. Carol. Oops. Okay.
John Highland, right?
Yeah, and Carol something.
Is Sholem Landu part of the?
Please accept panelists if you're on this application 2022-10. You need to be a representative of the applicant.
Okay. Is your team all here, Mr. Highland?
Yes, I believe they are. Most of them are just here in the event that there are any specific questions.
I went a mistake after you both.
Okay, so could you all unmute? So I can swear you in, just in case one of you has a comment or something to say. Ms. Greta, could you unmute, please? Thank you. Mr. Bonello, if you're part of the team, could you unmute? Okay. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Highland, you have the lead, I believe.
Yes.
State your name for the record.
I listened into the review session this morning, and as noted, we have responded to the comments of the DOT and the DEP. And just moments ago, the DOT emailed that they would like to, they're ready to sign off, but they accepted the conditions we had noted in our commitment letter, and they want to add that the building management would not permit deliveries during the drop-off and pickup times between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. The applicant has seen this email. They will agree to these conditions, although it appears that they really don't apply because the DOT has already said that there should be a no standing rule and that there wouldn't be any cars or buses stopping in the lane, yet they reference deliveries. And all children are walked to the Vivi entrance by their parents and the Vivi escort. So any loading activity would not affect Vivi. But if it is, if the DOT is insistent upon it, we will agree to that condition.
Okay, great.
And as I said, I believe we have responded to everything else as expeditiously as possible, given all the various factors. And the only outstanding issue, I believe, is the noise and air issues to get a sign off from them, from the DEP.
Right, unfortunately, right, because we know about that you're working under a very tight schedule. But with
in view of that, excuse me, in view of that, if it can't be approved today, we would ask that it be placed on the calendar then on August 8th. Because any concerns that are raised, by the DEP, we should be able to resolve expeditiously as we have everything else up to now.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, so let's go. Any comments from commissioners, questions, staff, anything? I don't see anybody with their hand.
We did just put in the request, so we'll have to talk to DEP if we can accommodate. I don't know if they can accommodate the review by August 8th. I know the reply was put in very quickly, so we appreciate that.
Yeah, so DEP is working under extreme stress in terms of staff. So they do the best they can, but they may not have the same turnaround capabilities. So anyway.
Well, if that happens, we'll deal with it, but we still would ask that we, be placed on the August 8th calendar. As I said, if they do respond, any additional concerns that they have, we will respond quickly as we have up to date.
Okay. All right, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2022-10BZ, 55 Prospect Street, Brooklyn. This is for the operation of a daycare center. If you wish to discuss, please dial in 646-558-8656. You can enter the webinar ID number 817-2523-3842. Press pound. At the next prompt, you will then have to press pound only. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. If you're already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand.
Okay. So let's just give people a few minutes, whatever. I usually say a minute or two to call in, just to make sure, and then we can basically set this for August hearing. August continuation, because we can't close.
Can't close.
I guess for a clarification question, do we want to accept the DOT condition, or do you want us to work with DOT to see if that condition is necessary based on, I guess they feel like it's necessary since they added.
Right. Like I said, we will accept it, although, for the record, it doesn't appear necessary based on the circumstances of the way things have been set up. But if DOT is insistent upon it, we will accept it.
Okay.
It's better than wasting your time on that. Focus instead on DEP.
Exactly.
Okay. So we'll have them finalize that.
Jeff, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to verify that BSA is okay with the condition.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thanks.
You never know. Okay, great. All right, so I think I don't see anyone calling in. No hands up. So we can then set this for an August continued hearing and hopefully close it then for a vote in September. That's the best we can offer at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your consideration, and we appreciate it.
Thanks very much for your participation and patience.
We were all patient today, right?
Okay, take good
Or
care.
at least we tried. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you. New cases, item number 41, 2021-42BZ, 2901 Avenue L, Brooklyn.
Mariscal has his hand up. We're, I don't know if, oops. Please raise your hand if you're part of this team so we can admit you. Otherwise, we don't know. Okay. Thanks. Okay. Please proceed.
Okay, please unmute and please try and join as panelists if you can. Hi, Lynn. How are you?
How are you?
Where did Lyra go? Oh, she's over there. Sorry, Lyra. Okay, anyone else in your team?
We should have Shalom Landau.
Yeah, he's there, but he's muted. Could he unmute?
Okay, Rabbi, can you please unmute?
Oh.
We should have David
Sorry,
Rothstein.
Sorry, Rabbi.
No problem. We should have a David
What's the other
Rothstein.
person?
David Rothstein, Lynn Friedman, who you know.
Rothstein or Rithstein?
It says Rithstein.
He might have had a typo when he signed up, but it is David Rothstein.
Okay.
And Lynn Friedman, as I said, and I'm not sure if Hiram Rothkrug and Mark Mariscal are actually going to sign on. We did ask them to register and sign on, but
Already on, and I don't know. He's right next to you.
oh, not in my window. Okay.
Okay.
Hi, Mark.
I believe the rabbi is on, and anyone else? Okay, should I go ahead? Swear anyone in?
Good.
Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Of course.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Altman, I believe you have the lead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Lyra Altman from Law Office of Lyra Altman. We did listen to your session this morning. We appreciate your comments. I'm going to run through a few quick things, and then I will have the rabbi speak with you, and then Lynn Friedman. Unless, Lynn, you'd like to go first because it's getting a little late.
Oh, that's fine. I'm here. Let's
Okay.
do it in the order. I waited
Just
this
wanna
long.
make sure.
Right.
Okay, so to go through a few quick housekeeping items regarding statement of facts and findings, I'll be happy to clarify that we're going to be reusing the existing partially built structure. Not a problem. For the floor area calculations, I noticed that in the old approval, there was some inconsistencies. What I would say is I'm not sure how they did their calculations, as it was a different school, a different attorney, and a different architect. What I can do is we will be happy to reconfirm our calculations. Okay, that's our pleasure to do that. With respect to the proposed plans, you've asked for a note to be added to the cellar multipurpose room that it will be used for the school and for related accessory uses. We'll be glad to do that. The fence, there was a note that you wanted the acoustical fence put on the roof plan. It's already actually on there. I'm not sure if old plans were reviewed, but the new plans do show that on the roof plan. It's a 10-foot high acoustical fence.
I think it was a question
The
of
elevation.
material and the elevation, show it on the elevation.
I believe
It's
it's on
on
the
the
elevation
elevation.
as well.
So how about the material? I don't know. I need to know. I need to.
We can certainly add that. Mark, I know you're on with us. Can you add the material to that as well?
It is actually.
It says 10-foot high acoustic fence on the roof. And actually, it does say it on the right side of page P8, if you look. It says outdoor roof fence, 10-foot high steel post frame with acoustic barrier. Barrier shall consist of 2 layers. Acoustic fence is manufactured by Acoustablock, including 2 layers attached to steel roof, clay roof fence. Each layer shall consist of 1/8 inch thick, heavy mineral filled visco elastic material, fence to be set back 4 foot high masonry parapet.
I guess that tells you what the material is. Okay, thank you.
On the plan. Thank you, Mark. With respect to that side yard adjacent to the residential structure, part of that space is an easement that, of course, we will not be touching. The remainder of that space we are hoping to use for bike racks as necessary. Because as you saw, that is how many of the students will be coming to school. With respect to the roof, there was a discussion as to how that roof is going to be used. And there was a reference a few times to it as a rooftop play area. I want to point out, and we did do this on our papers and on the plans as well, that this is not actually a rooftop play area. This is more of a passive recreation space, as these are not elementary children who will be up there for a gym. This is a group of high school and base midrash students who will be sitting up there during their limited amount of free time. This is not running around and yelling and screaming. So we wanted that to be clear. Nonetheless, we added the acoustical fencing in an effort to make sure that any noise that does occur up there will be muted from any of the neighbors.
Right, but for DEP's purposes, they'll look at it from this is a high school, and whatever high school students do, that's what they do, and they produce whatever the data is on noise for that. So it needs to be run that way, and DEP will give the instructions, because even though we're hoping that everyone sits quietly, that may not be the nature of high school kids.
Understood. We had spoken to Environmental Studies Corp. And they had told us that a noise analysis would not be required, but if your board would like, we would be glad to deal with that.
I think that was actually, that's one of the standard requirements where there's a sensitive receptor.
Right.
You know, that's part of it. If you're putting up an acoustical fence, it sounds like there's a receptor. So that's why we look for whether the attenuation is adequate.
We'll be happy to do it. Not a problem.
And then
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Tracy Benke has her hand up. I think she's trying to address this very question.
yeah, I can't see the side of the screen. Okay, go ahead. Thanks, Tracy. Thanks, Carla.
Yeah, I was just gonna clarify that there was no noise analysis submitted, so we couldn't send anything to DEP. And we understood that there was no noise analysis submitted because they weren't treating the rooftop as a play area. So in order for us to give it to DEP, we would need a noise analysis treating that as a play area, just in terms of noise levels. And it could be explained what Lyra just said as well.
I will speak with Hiram Rothberg.
Yeah, I think he's done this before for other projects.
I'm certain he has.
Thank you.
With respect to DEP.
Can I add to on the same questions? We're on the same question. Can I ask a question?
Please do.
Okay. So, Ms. Altman, you mentioned that only students attending the Besh Madrash will be able to access the rooftop. So the student, no,
hold on. High school and Besh Madrash students.
Okay, high school age. So they will only use it, and it will not be used for recreational purposes. So no noise would be generated. There wouldn't be any other noise devices or light devices that would be there.
As far as lighting is concerned, that's something that you brought up earlier, and I think that's a fair question. And I have that in my notes to get back to your board to answer lighting and hours of operation, which were both brought up this morning. I want to make sure I address that for you in writing.
And same thing with there won't be any noise devices there.
No, as far as things like microphones,
right, or speaker or anything like that.
No, and I'll make a point to put that in the papers.
So
as well.
you should then put a note on the rooftop that there won't be any noise devices, no lighting other than emergency
I want to
lighting.
confirm the lighting before I say
Sure,
no lighting.
sure.
The
Sure,
noise
sure.
devices, I am confident in the answer. I have to confirm with the lighting. So let me do that before I tell you for certain.
Fair enough. Once you do, put a note and that it would not be used for any recreational purposes or any gathering that like, you know, where you're doing kind of drama. Let's say you're going to do some drama practices. You're not going to go out there or something like that. I'm just.
They won't be doing that. It'll be passive recreation. It's not going to be active running around on the roof.
Some language that very clearly lays that out.
Yeah, that's why we called it a passive recreation space. We thought that was a little bit more descriptive than play space, which really didn't describe how high school students use space. Moving on, I know there were a comment from DOT. We anticipate responding to that next week. We're already working on the response. We will also be providing you anticipated construction time and date of completion. I have an estimate, but because time has passed, I want to confirm that it's still accurate. So we'll put that in our papers as well. And there was one comment regarding the D finding, and I didn't take the note as carefully as I would have liked. Is there any way you can clarify what you would like so that I make sure I give you exactly what you're requesting?
Oh, I think that's just you do the classic neighboring properties, the adjacent properties to show that they're not held in common with the site.
Sure, I'll be happy to.
Yeah, that's just how you establish that the variance is needed for this size of this site, right? So that's super easy. That's like a quick.
Yeah. That's an accurate search. I can do that for you in no time.
Exactly. Carla.
Yeah, I apologize if this was already asked, but just, I think better now than later. Just to clarify that the baseline of the analysis for the floor area is based on the R2 at 0.5.
Yes, and the 24-111, not 24-11.
Correct, right. And
Correct. That's what our DOB objection does show.
yeah, and just one thing I think just for the record would be helpful for the architect to clarify on the zoning analysis, because it read like the previously approved building is the baseline for what's existing.
Well, there is an existing building, that's the problem. So that's something that needs to be discussed actually better. There's an existing what is it? 1.5 story structure on the site, right?
Right.
Right. So
a partially built structure.
No, that's what I mean. 1.5, like it's partially built. But so the first part of the question is, did any of that structure rely on the prior variance? So in
Yes,
other words,
all of it did.
So in other words, even though that's confusing, because even though it didn't fully vest the variance, it relied on certain setback waivers, right? Or
What, to be clear, what happened was the prior school, Ruach Chaim, had gotten an approval. They had begun construction. I'm not going to go into what I think happened over there because, again, they weren't my client. So we're not going to theorize on that. But bottom line is they didn't finish construction, that we know. And that building has been sitting there post BSA approval, built pursuant to a BSA approval, but never signed off. And eventually this school has gotten involved with the property and would like to utilize the building that's already partially built, finish it off, and use it for their school.
Okay, so just to clarify, because now then it gets messy, right? They started construction on a project that was subject to a variance, and during the construction, they took advantage of some of the waivers.
Yes.
But they never completed construction, never mind signed off. They didn't even finish the second floor, right?
Agreed.
So it's in a state where it never actually fully vested the variance. You're supposed to have completed construction within 4 years unless there's an extension, right? So what Mr. Mariscal really needs to do is look at to what extent the building that's up there utilized the waivers. And now essentially your request is, even though it may be just the same, overlapping, your request is to effectively legalize the existing 1.5 story structure and allow for the addition, because that's what you're doing. This is really, in a certain way, I guess, this is an alteration type 1, right? Are you, Mr. Purcell, is this an alt 1, the way you're filing it?
I think that it's going to have to be a new building because it's so old that, I mean, it is complicated, but just the fact that I'm not sure it could be resuscitated as an application just because of the passage of time, but it is complicated.
So I think that just to make the record clear, you should talk about that kind of situation. You're not really sure how DOB is going to treat it, but because it might, so from your perspective, you're essentially legalizing the existing structure, plus you're going for whatever it is that you're going for in this structure, right? To the extent that
Understood. I understand your point on this, and we can certainly rephrase it as long as we're all under the understanding that our school didn't build anything illegally that we're trying to now legalize. This is just an odd circumstance.
Yeah. No, it's not about that. It's just to make the record clear.
That's fine.
That you start off with this frame, basically.
We'll make that clear. We can do that.
Because you're not going to tear down any of the shell, right? You're reusing it.
I think just this, most likely the steel would stay, but the masonry that's been sitting there for decades doesn't comply with current energy code, and it's probably damaged just by exposure. So the existing masonry that was put up probably has to go and be replaced.
So maybe it's not really even relevant. It's an NB with steel in place that's preparing for. All right, just explain what's going on, but Ms. Altman work with Mr. Mariscal to get the description right. so it's clear what's going on.
We'll
Okay.
do so. We can do that.
Okay, and I just want to point out that on Mr. Mariscal's drawings on the zoning analysis, there is a reference to the wrong FAR for a community facility in this zoning district. It says 1 FAR on the zoning calculations in the drawings. The zoning calculation sheet, the BSA sheet's accurate. Or your statement of facts are accurate, but not the drawings, okay? Just correct that. It should be 0.5 FAR, right? Under 24-111, and the ask is 141, right?
That's correct. We'll make sure that that's correct. We'll run through that one more time.
Okay.
Now, there was a question regarding the basement, Josh, and I think what I'd like to do is, instead of addressing it myself, I'd like to bring in the person who is most familiar with this, because this is not the typical basement, Josh, that you're familiar with. So Rabbi Landau, as you are the man in charge of this school, I'm going to hand this over to you to describe exactly what that grade is. Unless he's disappeared.
He was here. Where was he?
Can you unmute yourself, Rabbi?
Oh, Rabbi, there we
There
go.
you go. Okay.
Hi, good day, everyone. First of all, I really have to thank all of you. And I think I've had a great lesson today in patience and tolerance. And I marvel at you people. By this 5-minute coffee break, I called Lyra. I said, Lyra, how do these people do this? This is really amazing. And you know what? God bless all of you. And I thank you. It's a free country, and it's really nice to hear how every situation is brought to the forefront and is dealt with. So I will give you a quick rundown on the school. We've been around in the community for almost 60 years, and the school is around for close to 40 years, and we have a high school. Now, we outgrew our high school, as we heard this morning on the YouTube thing, and we are in dire need of this new building. Now, a high school is 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, which goes Hebrew studies and secular studies, which is approved by the state education department with diplomas, with the whole 9 yards, whatever the students need to be able to move on to higher education, college, whatever they want to pursue, any career. After high school, we have what is called Beis Medrash. Beis Medrash in many communities is called a house of worship, a synagogue where people come to pray. But the true definition of Bet Medrash is Bet means a room, a house, Medrash where you study, is where the boys continue to study. Now, our enrollment usually drops after 12th grade because many of the students want to go out of the country, out of town, dorm, etc., sleep away. So our 12th grade, our 13th grade is our Beis Medrash is really a 13th grade. In essence, it's a continuation for those students who do not want to leave or the parents want to keep them close to mommy. And that is basically the rundown of it.
Thank you. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So really so that accounts for it. So when I said it's a simultaneously occupied room, it's not true. It's actually yet another classroom. It's just like basically the 13th grade instead of.
It's basically correct. It's basically 13th grade.
I see. Thank you. That helps. So now to go back to something that I said during the review session, the site is very simply laid out. It's like a floor of classrooms, one for each grade. And the floor below is as you said, the soup to nuts, where you're giving everybody the other kinds of classes that are required. So that's why I don't see how you can have a school that's any smaller than this and still function. Eddie, thank you very much. Any other comments from the team?
Yes, we actually had some comments on the programmatic need study, and I'm going to introduce Lynn Friedman, who is kind and generous enough to stay up this evening to speak with us.
Hi. Okay. Yeah, it's been a long, interesting day. So there were a few questions. One of them, which was just clarified. Thank you, Rabbi Landau. about the base medrash 13th grade, such as it is, which is, as he said, very common in boys yeshiva high schools. Almost everyone has at least one base medrash class for the boys that are above 12th grade, which they don't call 13th grade. I think they want to feel like they're big boys now. Okay. So there was a question, there were some questions about the enrollment, the analysis and the projections. One quick question, just a clarification, was about how many students the school had currently. Now, we did the analysis in the year 2020. So our analysis then in terms of historical and what was current then is what those numbers are. That's what we usually do, and those numbers will stick. And it hasn't really changed, and I'll explain why in a moment. Not a whole lot has significantly changed, and that's a space issue. So the actual enrollment for the high school in the year 2019-2020 was 94 students. And I believe that Commissioner Shabeta pointed that out. The 110 number that Commissioner Otley Brown mentioned was the number for the 2021-2022 school year, which happens to be the year, this year's school year. That was in the projection table, not in the historical or current table. And those were projections that we did. And that was assuming that when we do the projections that we're in the new building, the school is actually there. So the 110 was not an actual number. It was a proposed projection, assuming that they would have more space. However, the 94 was an actual number in that year. And that was the occupancy of the boys in the current high school building, which has a legal occupancy for 70 students. So they were already over and overcrowded, and that description is in the report in more detail. So that number 94 is real. The 110 was the projection. Now, when they do finally get the building, then they can actually fit into the projections. What we do is we create projections based on whatever the growth was. And then the numbers here were 5.5%, which is very modest, especially for yeshiva. Some of them are more than 10% in terms of growth, although nationally an average may be 2%. In Brooklyn, the yeshivas grow much faster. And so we also gave some of the elementary school numbers because we can look and see sometimes how a school is growing up to the 8th grade. The 8th grade is a feeder for the high school here. From what I understand from many discussions with the school, Rabbi Landau and his staff, Mrs. Martin and so on, there are boys from other elementary and middle schools, 8th grades, who apply. The school would be able to take them up to the maximum number they can fit. They can't fit anymore right now. Ultimately, it'll be up to 30 per grade, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, and then Landau estimated about 25 for the base medrash. So the building, as the chair just stated, is right-sized for this population. They really did, Mark did a great job because every space was well thought out and well planned for the needs of what these boys in this particular school need and want. And that we can kind of segue into like another thing that we talked about, that was talked about earlier today, which is the gross square footage. It was a question about how that, whether this building is right-sized. And the gross square footage is one of those metrics that's used sometimes in terms of defining whether a school is appropriately sized for the population and for the program. So using that kind of a metric, when we do that, we'll calculate what the gross square footage is per student. That includes walls, hallways, everything that's indoors, whether it's a boiler room, kitchen, everything, and then divide by the number of students. So the number that we came up with when we did that calculation was 201 square feet per student. So then you take that number and you say, okay, how does that compare? What do you compare to? So it's hard because Yeshiva Boys High School is a unique kind of a building, and it's going to have rooms that are appropriate not only for secular studies, science rooms, computer rooms, and so on, and classrooms. It also needs to have a synagogue. So our number of 201 actually fits perfectly with the national average, which I should say, the national median number for high schools throughout the country, which you'll find in our study on page 104. Median national high school square footage per student is 180. So that's the dead center median. And at 201, we have the addition of the synagogue, which most average high schools wouldn't have, which would add another 21 square feet per student. So I think we're pretty much dead center in terms of average. I hope that answers Commissioner Otley Brown's question about how this building compares. We also did another metric, which we always do, which is by classroom count, and that's what the chair referred to, which is pretty much exactly, we have one classroom per class, per grade, 5 classrooms for 5 grades. So I hope that answers that. It was
Moved up from Commissioner Otley Brown, so since she didn't speak it, which seems like she's satisfied, yes?
Oh, good. Okay, thank you. Okay,
Yes,
good.
I'm satisfied, thanks. I'm just typing notes as you're speaking.
Good. Excellent. Good. I just wanted to make sure that we clarified that. And that was utilization. Oh, there was one more question that you had, Commissioner Otley Brown, about utilization. So that section is pages 108 to 115. And you'll see that on page 110, we have a table. And we did it in color, and the colors match also the earlier sections wherever we have to show what each type of space is, classrooms versus other types of spaces. And you can see in there, when you look at it, that the classrooms are pretty much during the school day filled all day. And that's because the homeroom classrooms for each class are actually in use almost 100% of the time in which there are classes. However, the pie chart on the earlier page, page 109, looks like 53%. That's based on the fact that these boys are in school from approximately 7 a.m. till 8:45 p.m., almost 9 o'clock at night. That's an almost 14-hour school day. So they're not in their classrooms for 14 hours. So if you break it up and you take out prayer times, night Seder, which is in the main synagogue, also base medrash, house of study, where the boys are all together, and meal times and recess, their actual time in the classrooms is about 7.25 hours. So 7.25 hours is 53% of their day, but it really is quite a few hours, probably as much as any other high school would have in terms of classes. Okay, was there anything else? I think that.
Thanks, that was perfect.
Okay, great.
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners? Anything the team wants to add to this? No, I see no hands up or anything. So let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 2021-42BZ, 2901 Avenue L, Brooklyn. This is to permit the development of a yeshiva. If you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 and to webinar ID number 817-2523-3842. Press #. At the next prompt, you only press the #. Once you're in the Zoom room, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. If you're already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're permitted to be in, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, so I'm just looking at open seeker issues. DOT's open, but school safety said they don't look at schools with fewer than some number of students, which this one doesn't have. And then we have the EAS to review, but we still need the noise information. Okay, right?
I will point out, we're going to respond to DOT next week. We've already been working on the response to their request.
Okay. So, and Tracy, was I right? Those are the outstanding issues?
Yes.
Okay. So, I don't see anybody in the waiting room, but let's talk about how much time you need to respond to the comments.
Well, we know that we're not going to make the August one, as the submission day would be tomorrow, which would be a bit aggressive. Would it be possible to be on the September 12th and 13th date? That would give us ample time to submit.
So we can note that that's what you would like. and then have to look at the calendar and see how that fits. Schools
Understood.
We try to do what we can for schools, right?
We
So-
appreciate that.
Okay, so I'm making a note, September hearing, if possible. Okay. So good. All right. Thank you very much all.
I think
for-
Vice Chair has her hand up.
I had a question. I think as I was taking notes, I'm not sure if I heard my question asked regarding what would be the yard that is located on the north side. What would be the use of that? And that has not been stated anywhere in the programmatic need or in the statement.
I mentioned it a moment ago, and I'll be happy to add it as well to the papers. We're going to put it on the plans for my comment previously. It's going to be the bike racks, because as you saw, a lot of the young men will be coming to school on bikes and other sort of devices, and that's where they'll be able to place them during the school day.
But it will not be used for any recreational gathering or any purposes.
No, it's for bike racks, and the children who come in with bikes will put their bikes there, and they will be able to enter into the building from there.
The reason I'm stating it, just want to make sure that it's not going to generate any noise. And so you may want to put a note in the plan that it would be only used for bike storage and no recreational gathering.
So the noise analysis would only look at the roof, then, correct?
Yeah, right. It won't look at that, but you can make a note on the drawing, sure.
Yeah.
Just to clarify with Mr. Mariscal, I'm just looking at how that side yard is being addressed, the side yard lot line. So on one side, oh, I see. For some reason, is it the easement? That 4 foot 5 inch area is an easement. So there's this 6 foot high, what's called concrete block fence. So that needs to be it needs to be a finished material so that it doesn't look like nasty concrete block to the adjoining property owner. But it also doesn't show that it's closed off at the back. What's going on, not at the other side lot line? What's going on there? That
is adjacent to the synagogue that's on the lot line.
Oh, so it's abutting right up against the synagogue.
Yes, correct.
Right? Okay. So if you could, Mr. Mariscal, if you could make sure that that's indicated as a finished block wall. So either, some kind of glazed block or stucco or something, so that from the outside and the inside looks, let's say, aesthetically pleasing.
And also indicate proposed height of that block wall.
It says,
I believe it says 6 feet.
It says
on the first
Today
floor
I'm
plan.
really going blind. I'm not able to see that.
It's okay. It's on the first floor plan, P3.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's when you're staring at the computer for too long.
It's been a long day for everybody.
There's actually an ornamental steel fence on the front lot line. So and I guess it returns to the concrete block, but I don't know. Do you have I don't see a side elevation. Is there?
Yeah, I don't see it. So if you could, if I miss it, I apologize, but if not, do check and make sure you put that note.
The note regarding the block wall being finished and on both sides.
And the height of it, yes.
And
And yeah, I do see the 6 foot high steel fence. So if the same 6 foot height is being maintained.
If you look
yes,
carefully,
6 foot high concrete block fence. I see it now.
You're probably looking at it on a smaller screen. I've got the big size in front of me. I got an advantage.
Okay. Oh,
thank you.
I'm confused. So there's a side yard. Oh, I see. Wait a second. I'm really confused.
Okay.
There's easement. Oh, yeah. So you have a section P11. Can you put the fence, the 6 foot high fence on that section? Because it describes an 8 foot side yard, which you're putting Is this really what the picture looks like? I'm so confused.
So it's showing a 4.5 foot easement, and then it's showing 8 foot side yard is what would be the requirement. That's just showing the requirement line, the 8 foot.
So
It's showing the building pulled really far back from it, which is true. Okay, fair.
It's 20 feet.
Yeah, okay, got it. That's a good thing. All right, sorry, go ahead.
The easement is located outside the concrete block.
The 8-foot line is inside our concrete block wall.
Yeah.
But it's not up to our building because our side yard is 20 feet, whereas
Right,
our block wall is 4.5 feet in,
right, right.
or just short of 4.5 feet, I should say.
All right. Any other questions, Commissioner, Vice Chair? No, everybody good? All right, then. I think we can go on. I'm making a note, September hearing ideally. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you again, Lynn.
Yeah, thank you, Lynn.
Good to see
Good
you.
night.
Thank you,
Good
Mr.
night. Thank you.
Thank you,
for your
everyone. Have a good
patience.
night. Thanks.
Good
Bye.
night. Good night. Item number 4221, 2021 47BZ, 2100 Harmony Avenue, the Bronx.
Right.
Good afternoon.
Hi. I just want to add, there was one letter of objection that wasn't mentioned in the review session. Normally we mention them. So, okay, go ahead.
Okay, raise your right hand. You're the only one appearing, Todd?
I'm the only one today, yes.
Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond as to the board member questions?
I do so affirm. I know it's a long day, so I'll try and be quick and efficient. I did attend review session and heard the comments of the board. Generally, it appears that the board is amenable to the arguments made with respect to the A finding and the B finding, and that primarily it's the neighborhood character and minimum variance finding. Just quickly to address some of the comments that were raised, what I'll do is I will reach out to the architect, reference them to this hearing, and also bring up comments that were raised by the board as a whole. But I would note that generally the design of this home was initially based on the prior approval of the board that was not acted on by the prior owner, the 2004 grant. And the project architect used that as a base and then reviewed it in context of the neighborhood and believes that the design presented is actually more appropriate to neighborhood character. First, with respect to that design, I know one of the questions that came up was the lot line construction that's proposed on Harmony as opposed to the prior grant, which was built to the lot line to the adjacent home. This design, what we're going to do is we'll submit additional photographs. I have them and I realize that they weren't submitted to the record, but we'll provide additional photographs along Harmony. You can see it a bit from Google Street Photos, but you'll see it in the photos we submit that those homes that are on Harmony actually all, because of the slope of the road, they have a design where they have brick fences that are right up to the lot line. So the design we're proposing with the building is actually would match that frontage perspective that you get going down Harmony, because those homes, almost all of them have these large brick walls that are either used for stairs or fences to get up to the homes all along those lines. And you'll see that the profile presented actually matches that. And by shifting the home towards Harmony as opposed to up to the existing building, the thought is that this would allow the building actually to be a lower height from grade and actually provide some light and air with that adjacent building, because that home over there does have windows that would face this subject lot. And by moving it closer to Harmony, it preserves a little bit more light and air over on that side. And then, of course, there's also a significant slope at the site, which goes again to Chair, I believe you raised a point about why the cellar's unexcavated. The project architect was looking at it and said it would just be a better design choice and more affordable for development and easier to build towards the lower level of the lot. And that's why the design was essentially shifted there. But we'll put this into writing and provide additional information so that it's clear that there was thought and intent behind the design to match the neighborhood character. And we believe that this this design matches the frontage on Hermione. The other thing too about this design, as opposed to the prior approval, is that it only would require a single front yard waiver, whereas the prior approval was a floor area waiver, a dwelling unit waiver, multiple yard waivers, and with the intent of requesting the least amount of relief or the fewest amount of waivers from the board into the minimum variance. That's why this design was presented. I would just say generally, though, with respect to the design, that we're agreeable and we'll listen to all suggestions of the board, and we'll try and work towards any design changes that the board thinks is necessary. But we think once you review the next submission, you'll see the intent and thought behind the design choices that were made. To some more specific items, we'll reach out to the architect and have them clarify with respect to any floor area exemptions that result from the attic under the sloped roof and indicated on the plans. We'll provide sections for the proposed building. I see that those weren't there. And then in response to Commissioner Ollie Brown's question, is sort of expanding the study of area lots. This is similar to the Orloff, the application we had a few months ago. We'll provide a study of corner lots, speaking to the floor area of buildings on the corner lot. We'll do a yard depth study like we did previously, and we'll also do a general survey in the area of 1 versus 2 family designs to help expand and respond to questions regarding neighborhood character. So that's my quick speech. I'm happy to answer anything that I might have missed, but I thought it was very clear in review session. We understand the questions the board has raised.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand, are you saying then that you are not going to move it, create a front yard along wherever street that is, along Harmony?
Well, right now, the current proposal, hang on a second. Let me just look at this. The current proposal is requesting relief because it's proposing lot line construction on Harmony. And this is in contrast to the prior approval. Essentially, there's a 5-foot side yard that's proposed, which would be to the south of the site, which is by the adjacent building on Olmsted. The prior approval had lot line construction and provided a smaller front yard on Harmony. And the design intent here was that we believed it was more appropriate and for the neighborhood character to shift the building towards Harmony to propose lot line construction, because it matches the view that you would have along Harmony with those brick fences and raised stairs that those buildings already have, and it would increase the light and air for the existing building to the north. We have supplemental photographs and we'll provide them to the board. And I think when you see it, you'll understand why the thought was it was better and more respectful of the neighbor to shift the building that way, and it wouldn't seem out of character with the existing Harmony frontage. If the board, doesn't believe it's appropriate and thinks that, a design reflecting the prior approval is better, I want to assure you that we're not, stuck in the mud on this design, and we're agreeable to working with something that's appropriate. But we think that once you see this information, you'll understand that the design choices were with intent and overall would be better and more appropriate and more respectful for the neighbor.
Can I make a suggestion to say,
Sure.
We don't have three versions or whatever of the hearing, that maybe you make your argument for why a front yard waiver like this one is appropriate, like you establish it, but at the same time, you try shifting the house over to the other, closer to the other property line, and or make the building narrower, so that at least the board has 2 options to look at, so that so it can say we like A or B, and you didn't make your finding or you did, whichever. So that you don't have to come back one more time for a little bitty house.
Understood. We'd basically give you door A and door B, and it allows the board to compare and contrast. And I think doing something like that will actually supplement our arguments as to why we believe the design would be better overall. And I would just also note that the proposed design is, it's approximately 500 to 600 square feet smaller than the prior approval of the board. I think the prior approval was like 2,100, and the floor area waiver was requested. In this instance, I think it's a 0.62 FAR is proposed when a 0.73 is allowed. So this request is trying to be respectful of the minimum variance and not proposing a building that would require that floor area waiver.
Okay. All right. Just writing notes. Any other comments from commissioners? Anything?
Vice
Yeah.
Chair has her hand up.
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to understand, the site at the rear is at an elevation based on a survey at a nearly about 47-foot elevation, and it slopes down to about 38 at Harmony. So if you were to extend that 46 or 47-foot elevation all the way, you would get a fair number portion of the site. You would be able to build out at grade the proposed ground floor that you're talking about, and yet be able to have it set back. So that's the part I'm a little confused as to why that cannot be achieved. If you were to take the rear elevation and extend it out, you would have easily, I'm sorry, you're close to a 10-foot, right? 38, yeah.
So I guess I'm
So
a
you have
little
an
confused
elevation
is what you're
along-
saying.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking at the survey, and the rear elevation is at 47 foot. And then the elevation at the concrete sidewalk of Harmony is 38.
All right. So let me bring up the survey. So
that's about 8-foot grade difference.
So yeah, I see. So it would be the southeast is listed as an elevation of approximately 46.99.
Yeah.
And the northwest is 35.05. So it's actually a 12-foot difference from one corner to the other corner.
Right. I'm not even going as far as the northwest. I'm just looking at the elevation right on Harmony where the number 89.45 is written. There, the elevation at the sidewalk is 38. So that's about 8-foot elevations. If you were to build a little bit above 47, you could get a reasonable ground floor, and you could have an entrance from the street level at Harmony. I'm just trying to find trying to see why it is difficult to do that. That's really what I'm trying to understand.
I totally understand. And to that point, and to the chair's point, we'll provide two options and present them. I believe, as I said, that the option presented is the better one and more respectful of the existing neighbor on Olmsted. But that said, we're not sticking our feet in the ground and saying we're not going to be agreeable to the concerns raised by the board, but we'll present both options. But I would say that, you know, I don't know do I have the ability to share screen here at all or not?
Yeah.
So let me see if I
I
can
think
share.
I'm trying to look at the similarity between this and I think it was Olcott that we had approved about a couple of years ago.
Right. Yeah. So is my screen sharing now?
Yes.
So you can see that that brick fence and brick wall in the elevated homes, that's along Harmony right there. So if I switch, you can see that those are really along what would be the lot line. And that the thought is that pushing it to the lot line would be, obviously the homes are pushed back, but that those elevated walkways are typical of the Harmony frontage. And so what we're proposing would at least provide a visual similarity. And then by keeping the 5 feet towards the existing building here, which has windows, it allows the building to be a lower height. There's not a full second floor that's proposed. There's only the minimum, and it would help maintain a little bit more light and air. Really, the design thought is that it would be easier for construction not to have to construct into the higher part of the slope, but also shifting the building this way would actually be respectful of that existing neighbor on Olmsted, give them more space, and still be in character with the Harmony frontage. So that's the design thought behind it. That said, we will explore the option of moving it towards shifting it, which would be to the south, I guess, towards that existing building and doing the lot line there and providing a different front yard here on Harmony. But I just, short answer, I just wanted to inform to the board that it wasn't arbitrary, that there was thought behind the design choice.
But you also have the adjacent building is separated from the lot line by the driveway for the garage, right?
Yeah.
That is, no, you were 100% correct. It is separated there. I would just say though, as the most immediate neighbor, I suspect if we spoke to the neighbor that lived in that white building that's right there, that they would prefer the building being shifted to Harmony. I don't know if they may have written the letter or not. We didn't receive the letter from the neighbor, but we'll, we can take a look at that.
Mr. Dale, I think given that the garage is a pretty generous sized garage, it's nearly almost, I'm just eyeballing it. It's about 20-foot wide garage. So there's enough light and air. So I'm not sure that's going to be the primary concern. If construction is an issue, that's another thing. But the street view that you showed me, I understand if you're going to make that argument, I'm going to keep the Alcott as similar issue, because there also you had grade issues and there were buildings that were built up to, and I was actually with you in making that argument.
Right.
Is there were buildings that were built right up to the property line with very little side yard. But then even in Alcott, there was some amount of a setback. Whereas here there is none. And here it's not just the ground floor, it's the ground and the second floor. If you were to provide something ground floor with the second floor setback, which would be more in keeping with the buildings that are built further up the street. So it's kind of not there. There is a little bit of a mismatch from the context. So you have to make a stronger argument to make what you're saying work.
Nope, understood and heard, and we'll present multiple options and set forth. And again, we'll go back to the property owner, and perhaps the property owner in relooking at this may choose to abandon the current design. But I just wanted to say that was the initial thought behind the design. But we'll present, in order to save hearings, we'll present multiple options to the board and try and find one that satisfies the C and the E finding.
Great. Okay. Any other comments, questions, board members?
I just want to say that I just looked at the Google photos, and it sounds like the adjacent garage is kind of like in-ground construction. That the yard for the adjacent house is almost at the top of slope level. So I believe that the light and air shouldn't be a concern for that parking garage.
No.
At all.
You're correct. I think part of it though is like, if you look at the maximum height of what we're proposing, the more you shift it to Harmony, the more it preserves the light for the second windows, because it would be a shorter profile. But again, I don't want to belabor the point. It's been a long day. We've heard very clearly the arguments, and I don't want to set forth any pretense that we're not agreeable to presenting multiple options.
Sure.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Sure. So let's go to the public, unless we did already, I don't remember. Let's go to the public.
The case that we're currently discussing is 2021-47BZ, 2100 Harmony Avenue, the Bronx. This is a development of a two-family residence. If you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656. You will enter the webinar ID number 817-2523-3842 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will only press a pound sign. Enter in the Zoom room, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. If you're already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand.
Okay, so while we wait to see whether anyone calls in, how much time?
How's this? I'm one of the few people who says we don't need to be on the next hearing. So I would say there's a hearing in September. We could be flexible with either the hearing in September or I think the next one and after that is in October.
Okay.
I would say at least 4 weeks, but I think that perhaps if we were able to be scheduled for the first hearing in October, that provides sufficient time to come up with a lot of, or come up with the alternate design items and hopefully minimize the number of hearings that are required.
That'd be great. Okay, I'm making a note, October hearing, okay?
Okay.
And
Yes, so the submission is due on the 14th for that, Todd. If we give you the October hearing.
14th of September, okay.
For the October 3rd hearing.
Understood. Yeah, that should be fine because that gives plenty of time to review scenarios and do the lot study and provide all the information that's been requested.
great. Okay, so I don't see anyone calling in. There's no one in the waiting room. So that's that.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good evening.
And any comments, anything else? That's it. Okay, this concludes the public hearing for July 19th, 2022. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Feel better.